Chapter 2176, Primordial Domain. Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's pupils contracted. Even though he had a guess already, he could not help but feel internally moved. Golden light burst out in the battlefield. Divine Emperor City shook intensely, as if something was breaking out from within. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun bellowed. In the painting worlds, countless citizens looked up at the sky dumbstruck. They saw two hands flying in the sky, directly smashing two huge holes in the painting worlds. The two hands flew out of Divine Emperor City unobstructed, disintegrating in the battlefield, revealing Demon Immortal Gu and Moonlight Gu. I was saved. Demon Immortal Gu was filled with surprise and joy. Master. Moonlight Gu saw Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and was choked with tears. I knew you would come and save me. Woof. Moonlight Gu's body immediately shrunk. It became tiny and jumped into Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's arms. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun showed a doting smile as he petted Moonlight Gu's head. You are still the same. You bark like a dog when you are excited. Woof woof woof. Moonlight Gu looked up at its master and barked with tears flowing out of its eyes. Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable? He has already recovered to this degree. Fairy Ming Hao was shocked. Ignore him. Use our full strength to stall Fang Yuan. We are about to destroy Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Fairy Yu Xiu reminded. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, opening his immortal aperture's entrance. Qi Ancestor flew out. Immortal Killer Move. Unlimited Qi. At once, vast Qi surged, rushing towards him from all directions. Ming Hao and Yu Xiu were intercepted by this move, while Fang Yuan used the chance to dive into the five-colored smoke. It's here. He finally found the location of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. The five-colored smoke had reached it already. Fang Yuan instantly went there and took away the remaining content of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. At almost the next moment, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space collapsed. Quickly leave. Lu Wei-yin and the rest quickly retreated. After Fang Yuan withdrew the 5 regional limit formation and became the last person to leave, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space vanished into thin air at almost the same time. He succeeded after all. Fairy Ming Hao sighed. Fairy Yu Xiu smiled. This true inheritance has been half devastated already. No need to worry. Our goal has been achieved in this fight. Let's go. The crucial part starts now. Fairy Yu Xiu stored Divine Emperor City. The two immortals vanished instantly. Seeing this, Fang Yuan revealed an expression of contemplation. Lord Fang Yuan. Lu Wei-yin quickly gathered alongside Zhan Budu, Qi Ancestor, and Fang Yuan. At the other side, there was Calamity Luck Altar and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Both sides did not talk. Even though they were allies, they both knew about the dependability level of their alliance. For pseudo-venerable battle strengths, Bing Sichuan, who was within Calamity Luck Altar, was tongue-tied. In just a short period, Fang Yuan's strength had grown to such a level. Longevity Heaven's Gu immortals were not fools. The moment Qi Ancestor appeared, they realized he was Fang Yuan's clone. Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan looked at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun as he squinted, maintaining silence. Even though the other party was an immortal zombie now, he still had extraordinary strength and profound methods. The moment he took action, he broke into Divine Emperor City and saved Demon Immortal Gu and Moonlight Gu, who were sealed inside the painting worlds. Right now, Moonlight Gu was curled up in Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's arms, wagging its tail in joy. How could one even imagine that this was a proud, legendary, immemorial beast? As for Demon Immortal Gu, he stood at one side without much embarrassment. His expression was hesitant and suspicious. He was saved by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, but the moment he came out, he saw Longevity Heaven, Heavenly Court, and Fang Yuan in a three-way battle. After that, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space got destroyed. What in the world was happening? The scale of the battle was huge. The situation was complex. Demon Immortal Gu could not process it immediately. Fang Yuan. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded at Fang Yuan, taking the initiative to speak. This is Heavenly Court's scheme. Fang Yuan raised his brows. Oh? How so? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun pointed at the place where Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was destroyed. According to what I know, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was added in much later. It was used to salvage the situation. Because it greatly affected Limitless Demon Venerable's derivation, its destruction is something that Limitless will is happy to see. At the same time, Heavenly Court's Feng Yu is trying to deduce Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements. She is also obstructed by this space. Now that it is destroyed, her progress will be smooth sailing. Earlier, when I deduced Limitless arrangements, I had fought against her from afar. She is the strongest wisdom path expert among the 3 pseudo-venerables. She has already come into contact with the other core of the 9th layer, Primordial Domain. Heavenly Court came here to obstruct you from getting thieving heaven's true inheritance on the surface, but their true intention was to force me to take action by using the captives in Divine Emperor's city as bait. Without my obstruction, seeing that Fang Yuan has not shown up even now, it is likely that they have made a breakthrough there. Their advantage and initiative has grown even larger. The moment Immortal Zombie Giant Sun finished his words, Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. The other Immortal's pupils shrank. Along with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, they all turned towards the direction of Green Lotus Great World. The Immortals looked past a vast distance, seeing that at the center of Green Lotus Great World, a lump of phantom image appeared at the peak of Book Mountain. This phantom image was pure white and humongous. It was far larger than even Book Mountain, having the shape of a ball, with the inner area shining dazzlingly with white light. The Immortals were all shaken. Lu Wei Yin's expression turned ugly as he said, Primordial Domain. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 36 states, Carefree Wisdom Heart was born. She was intelligent and witty. Renzu liked his 8th child a lot. But at the same time, Renzu was vexed. My mind shattered. What do? I cannot store more knowledge anymore. Sigh. It seems that only the two of you can help me now. Thus, Carefree Wisdom Heart and Great Strength True Martial used their own minds to store up more knowledge. They filled their minds with knowledge before moving along with Renzu. Renzu and his children started their 3rd attempt. Before they took a step, they would scatter ink text and knowledge. The text would describe their knowledge and form a small black path. Renzu and his children walked on this small path. But when they finished using their knowledge and reached the end of the ink text path, they did not see any signs of Wisdom Gu. Renzu's 3rd attempt failed again. Great Strength True Martial shrugged in disappointment. What do we do now? We have already done our best, but our knowledge is still insufficient. We cannot hold any more knowledge in our minds. Renzu sighed. He was also quite helpless. At this time, Hope Gu flew out. Oh human, don't be disappointed. I am here. Renzu was surprised. How can you help me? Hope Gu answered. Oh human, I can awaken your aperture. 1. Hope allowed people to gain enlightenment, awaken their aperture. Thus, Hope Gu exerted effort to create an aperture for Renzu. Humility Gu laughed. Then let me help you as well, human. When you have humility, your capacity will be larger. You will be able to hold more things. Thus, the aperture expanded in size. Renzu obtained the aperture and felt very happy. This place is really huge. I can store so much knowledge. This is wonderful. Renzu and his children went to Book Mountain again. They refined their knowledge and searched for ink text. Renzu stored a lot of knowledge into his aperture. Even he did not know the quantity he took. Renzu and his children set off on their 4th journey. They stepped on the ink text path and entered deep into Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. They went very deeply and searched many places. They changed directions countless times, but still could not find Wisdom Gu. They had no choice but to return to Book Mountain. This time, because the exploration took too long, the ink text path that they created when they set off was unable to endure the endless barrage of information. A large portion of it faded away. Renzu found the Inkman Elder and asked, Why can't we find Wisdom Gu? The Inkman Elder replied, Sometimes, when we Inkmen explore the place, we would encounter Wisdom Gu. But you 3 have searched the entire Qiankuan Crystal Wall, but did not find Wisdom Gu. It means that it is intentionally hiding from you. It does not want to meet you. Carefree Wisdom Heart quickly asked, Then where is Wisdom Gu hiding at? The Inkman Elder pondered and said, Oh humans, you have searched the entire Qiankuan Crystal Wall. If Wisdom Gu is still inside here, it can only hide in one place. That place is called Primordial Domain. It is the most mysterious part of Qiankuan Crystal Wall. Qiankuan Crystal Wall has a record of everything that happens in the world. It contains infinite information. Primordial Domain contains the information of the world since creation. It also has the information of the ends of all living beings. It is both the starting point and the ending point. It has nothing, yet it comprises everything. Great Strength True Martial was overjoyed. We have not gone to Primordial Domain yet. Oh, Inkman Elder, tell us how to get into the Primordial Domain. The Inkman Elder shook his head. It is not that I do not want to help you, but we Inkmen have also only heard of the location. We have never entered it. Oh humans, we Inkmen admire you a lot. You possess knowledge that far surpasses us. Thus, if you want to enter Primordial Domain, you need to rely on yourselves. Renzu and his children had to make their own research. Carefree Wisdom Heart had a find. She shouted joyfully. I found it. I found it. Oh daughter, what did you find? Why are you so excited? Renzu asked in curiosity. Carefree Wisdom Heart opened both her palms. On my right palm, I found right Gu. On my left palm, I found wrong Gu. These 2 Gu are born in your body. They are ordinary looking and are much less presentable than my authority Gu. What help can they give us? Great strength true marshal was very prideful. He spoke nonchalantly. Carefree wisdom heart answered. These two Gu allow us to differentiate and classify our knowledge. Look at our knowledge again. The truth is, much of it is right at this moment. But after some time, those pieces of information will be wrong. There is also much of it that is right when placed here, but wrong when placed there. I think that if we use the knowledge that is always right at all times and use it to make our text path, we will be able to reach primordial domain. Renzu nodded. Your words are quite logical. Let us try it. But no matter how they looked, they could not find such knowledge. Great strength true marshal strong Gu said proudly. O humans, you are wasting your effort. Because in this world, there has only been strong and weak. There has never been right or wrong. Thus, your actions are in vain. You cannot classify right and wrong. 1. Awaken aperture in Chinese can also mean enlightenment/reach and understanding. Chapter 2177. Venerable Invincibility. Qian Kuan Crystal Wall contains everything that happens in the world. All of the information comprises genuine events with no lies. Using right and wrong will not be able to differentiate them at all, because since they exist, or rather, since they existed, they are all logical information. Carefree wisdom heart was criticized, but her eyes shined with bright light. I get it. The existence of everyone in the world, regardless of right or wrong, is logical, because this is the true meaning of their existence. This is what true meaning is. Be it information or knowledge, they are a type of expression of true meaning, a form of revelation. If we can grasp true meaning, not only can we explain what is right, we can also explain what is wrong. It can explain everything. Let us search for it. The three of them started to dig up true meaning from the vast sea of knowledge. Great strength true marshal was the first to get impatient. Renzu also lost his perseverance soon, but only carefree wisdom heart remained calm and composed. Her expression was serious and solemn. After a long time, great strength true marshal pointed at carefree wisdom heart. He gasped in shock. Look, another Gu grew on your body. The newly born Gu was called Serious Gu. After carefree wisdom heart obtained it, she became very happy. With this Gu, I will be able to recognize true meaning more easily. After a long time, Renzu pointed at carefree wisdom heart as well. Look, another Gu appeared on your body. The second Gu was called Learning Gu. Carefree wisdom heart started to learn knowledge. She converted knowledge into things that she truly understood. She was no longer just storing them using memory Gu. She started to understand more and more knowledge. Soon, a third Gu appeared on her body. The third Gu was called Talent Gu. I found it, I found it. One day, carefree wisdom heart shouted with joy. With the help of self-will Gu, Learning Gu, and Talent Gu, she finally found the true meaning of knowledge. Quickly tell us, what does true meaning look like? Great strength true marshal was very happy as he asked. But carefree wisdom heart shook her head. The true meaning contained within will be lost if I try to convey it in words. Then write it out using ink text. Great strength true marshal thought about it and suggested. But carefree wisdom heart shook her head again. The meaning can only be understood. It cannot be passed down in text. Renzu waved his hand. Forget it. Since you possess true meaning now, let's head out immediately. Carefree wisdom heart was filled with true meaning. They set off from Book Mountain as she scattered ink text on the ground. The path was much wider than before. It was also more sturdy. Renzu and his children walked on the great path and arrived in Primordial Domain. Within Primordial Domain, they met Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was quite helpless. It had already hidden itself so deeply, but Renzu still found it. Self Gu managed to take a bite out of it in the end. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th layer. Center of Green Lotus, Great World. At the peak of Book Mountain, everyone was present. Che Wei took the 5th seat. Qin Dingling took the 4th. Fairy Minghao took the 3rd. Fairy Yu Xiu took the 2nd, while Fairy Fengya took the main seat. Fairy Fengya's hair was tied up in a bun. She was old but not wrinkled. She retained her beauty and elegance. Her entire body was covered in a thin layer of dazzling light. It was the sign that she possessed Talent Gu. Currently, she was taking charge of the situation, exerting power in secret to force Primordial Domain to appear at the top of Book Mountain. After Thieving Heaven's space was destroyed, Yu Xiu and Minghao brought all of their troops with them as they teleported back to Fairy Fengya's side. Fairy Minghao sighed. To think that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had such deep painting path attainment. He easily managed to save Mao Li Qiu. Heavenly Court had indeed wanted to use Mao Li Qiu and the rest to force Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to take action. Heavenly Court was clear of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's protective nature towards his descendants and kin. But unexpectedly, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable managed to easily save the captives without issue. He is a former Immortal Venerable after all. This is nothing strange. Qin Dingling said. Furthermore, our side benefited the most from this battle. Fairy Yu Xiu was hesitant. It is still unclear which side benefited the most. We expanded our advantage while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took back Moonlight Gu, and Fang Yuan also obtained the remainder of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. For some reason, I am feeling quite uneasy. Fairy Fang Yu looked at Primordial Domain in the sky as she said, "The situation is clear now. Giant Sun and Fang Yuan will send their troops against us. We will remain here and stay on the defense. As long as we can endure their attacks, we will grasp the key to this battle and return victorious. We will rebuild the glory of Heavenly Court. Everyone, do you have confidence in this?" Hearing this, the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were riled up with great morale. They answered together. "It was all thanks to Lady Feng Yu's planning that we have such a great advantage now. We need to defend it at all cost. We cannot lose again. Even if we sacrifice our lives, there is no regret. In my opinion, even though there are many enemies, Giant Sun and Fang Yuan will not work together sincerely. They will be guarded against each other." Yellow Earth Great World. Lu Weiyin looked at Fang Yuan and frowned deeply. Primordial Domain has appeared. Heavenly Court's wisdom path attainment is truly incredible. We cannot wait any longer. The situation is really terrible. Primordial Domain had already been exposed, but Heavenly Court only managed to get that far. They had not truly obtained it yet. Even so, Heavenly Court's advantage was immense, because Primordial Domain was far more important and crucial than Book Mountain. As long as a Venerable entered Primordial Domain, they would regain their supreme attainment level and become a Tao Lord again. Whoever entered Primordial Domain first would turn the advantage into victory. They would be the eventual winner of this crazed demon cave battle. Not only that, after this, when the Venerable who became a Tao Lord went back to the 5 regions, they would take control of the world situation. Thus, they would likely become the winner of the 5 regions' chaotic war, ending up as the new ruler of the world. Lord Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court is about to obtain Primordial Domain. We need to attack with full force. If we cannot stop Heavenly Court, we will experience defeat this time. Lu Weiyin said with determination. Originally, his tactic was to defend first and retaliate later, but now, they had no choice but to go on the offense. How do we use our full strength? Fang Yuan asked. Lu Weiyin showed a conflicted expression immediately. Heavenly Court had a clear wisdom path advantage. Ever since the start of the crazed demon cave battle, Heavenly Court had held the initiative and advantage at all times. Heavenly Court's 3 pseudo-venerables cultivated wisdom path. Due to their planning and foresight, their advantage was not just maintained, it was even expanded. Right now, Heavenly Court even managed to draw out the other core of the 9th layer, Primordial Domain. And more terrifyingly, they did not cause Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliative method to trigger. This meant that Heavenly Court had already comprehended a lot of the 9th layer's profundity. They were able to avoid Limitless method from activating. All along, Fang Yuan did not see Limitless while manifesting. It was likely that it had already been destroyed. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply in admiration. Back then, Limitless Demon Venerable fought his way to Heavenly Court and forced Star Constellation's will to play a game of chess with him. They comprehended and deduced together, obtaining all sorts of Heaven Path research results that were secretly sent into Crazed Demon Cave for the derivation here. But at the same time, Heavenly Court's methods also infiltrated Crazed Demon Cave. When Heavenly Court managed to draw out Book Mountain from the 9th layer, I had already felt something amiss. Now that they are about to bring out Primordial Domain, I can see that their wisdom path attainment is truly unmatched. Now that Heavenly Court has the initiative and territorial advantage, we are all forced to attack them while they only need to defend. And the worst thing is that we cannot truly use our full strength. Fang Yuan nodded slightly. That is also my worry. Heavenly Court is skilled in wisdom path. Why would they not know that both of our sides are going to attack them desperately? But they still went ahead with this. It means that they are confident in stopping our attacks. And their confidence might likely stem from Crazed Demon Cave. Heavenly Court was able to bring out Book Mountain earlier. They also took out Primordial Domain now, without activating Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliation. One reason was their superb wisdom path method. The other was that Heavenly Court's infiltration of Crazed Demon Cave had lasted for over 1,000,000 years. They had deep foundations. Fang Yuan could clearly not reach that level of understanding. If he used his full strength, he would likely face Limitless retaliative method. This meant that Heavenly Court was making use of Limitless Demon Venerable. This is the problem with fighting wisdom path experts. Lu Weiyin continued frowning. The truth was, he still had a deep worry internally, but he could not express it. That was Gu Yu Fang Yuan's strength. Fang Yuan was a pseudo-venerable indeed with outstanding strength. He was the strongest person in the world before the trip to Crazed Demon Cave. But now, he was facing Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The appearance of Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was a huge blow to Lu Weiyin. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who had yet to appear, also placed a huge pressure on him internally. Could Fang Yuan fight against these two enemies? The truth was, Lu Weiyin had no confidence in him. Venerables were invincible. This was the truth of the world in the last few million years of human history. Because Lu Weiyin had no confidence, he made the plan earlier to defend first and retaliate later. Fang Yuan might be able to defend against a Venerable for some time, but only a Venerable could defeat a Venerable. These were Lu Weiyin's true thoughts. At the same time, Fang Yuan's subordinates had the same mentality. Even if these people idolized and admired him, they were not brazen enough to think that Fang Yuan could defeat a Venerable. Venerables were invincible. Back then, during Primordial Origins era, variant humans ruled the world. Did they lack pseudo-venerable battle strengths? They had them, and the numbers were not few. But they had never held any hope of defeating a Venerable. Indeed, Fang Yuan had unfathomable strength and was able to easily defeat other pseudo-venerable Gu immortals. But this was not strange. Even though pseudo-venerables surpassed the peak of rank 8, among themselves, their difference in strength could still be huge. But if Fang Yuan had to fight against a Venerable, nobody would think that he could win. They would only think of how long he could last. As long as Fang Yuan lasts until Lord Paradise Earth revives, we will win. But now, Heavenly Court is pressuring us to take action. If we fight now, we might not make it in time for Lord Paradise Earth's revival. Lu Weiyin felt like a stone was weighing down on his heart. Fang Yuan looked at the primordial domain far away as he said expressionlessly, "The situation is as such. We have to attack forcefully. Let's follow our agreement with Longevity Heaven earlier and send out our subordinates." Chapter 2178. Intense Battle Crazed Demon Cave, 8th Layer. Primordial Domain's silhouette remained motionless in the sky. It was getting more vivid and condensed. The fusion of Green Lotus Great World, Yellow Earth Great World, and Savage Wilderness Great World was also getting deeper. Only a small part of the boundary walls remained to obstruct their connection. All of the small worlds had already fused into the three great worlds. Savage Wilderness Great World gained the greatest benefits. They had the most people. This was thanks to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Heaven and Earth Luck method, causing most of the small worlds to fall towards Savage Wilderness Great World. Fang Yuan sent out almost all his Gu cultivators, charging towards Heavenly Court's Book Mountain. Longevity Heaven also sent troops with surging might and morale. Heavenly Court was already prepared against them. Duan Hu and Nie Kuang Feng led their troops as they defended on both sides. "As long as it is not a sage, nobody is my match," Nie Kuang Feng roared. It swept around with a huge, fierce wind. The entire battlefield was pressured with wind, creating a great commotion. "The enemy is in front of us. We need to work together to obtain victory." Xiao Hejian looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. The latter nodded with a solemn expression. In the earlier battle, these two variant human Gu immortals had fought against Nie Kuang Feng and lost individually. Not only did many Gu immortals die, Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were also heavily damaged. They barely survived. This time, after recovering their strength entirely, they decided to face Nie Kuang Feng together, putting down their grudges and rivalry. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch waved his hands imposingly as Frost Chi shot out, shrouding Nie Kuang Feng and slowing its movement, reducing its speed. Xiao Hejian shot out green leaf blades that moved from all directions. They had impressive power. Nie Kuang Feng whipped up a strong wind. Heaven and earth changed colors. The leaves and frost winds were scattered everywhere. Immortal Killer Move. Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gave a roar. His aura got completely concealed. Not a single bit leaked out. At the next moment, his entire body exploded and spread out into countless frost lights. The frost lights shot out with extreme coldness. Everywhere they went, air would freeze into ice crystals before falling to the ground. Nie Kuang Feng was shocked. It tried to dodge, but how could it avoid in time? It was shot by countless crystal lights, sealed in the mountain-like ice coffin. The thicker the ice, the stronger the amplification of the crystal lights that land on me. Nie Kuang Feng struggled desperately, but could not escape. Facing the pressure of death, it went into demonization. Crack. From the inside, cracks started to appear and spread around the ice coffin. "Oh no, I can't trap it anymore." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sensed the threat. But at this point, Xiao Hejian's move was finally prepared. Immortal Killer Move, Cut Grass. Xiao Hejian's palms slashed down like blades, aiming at Nie Kuang Feng, who was stuck inside the ice coffin. Immediately, two blades of leaves appeared and fell slowly, stabbing into the cracks between the ice and piercing Nie Kuang Feng's body. Nie Kuang Feng's body instantly shook. Xiao Hejian attacked without stopping. Nie Feng's body shook as the green tornado got weaker and thinner. Its resistance also started to fall. I am willing to surrender, Nie Feng said weakly. Our master has orders. We will not accept anyone's surrender. Xiao Hejian replied coldly. In the end, Nie Feng lost its life at the hands of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. Once Nie Feng died, the mutant Gu Immortals were left without a leader. Many were killed while the rest escaped in desperation. Fang Yuan's army charged forward and reached the base of Book Mountain. At the other end, Space Extremity and Desolate Extremity of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities worked together and killed Duan Hu. The two armies arrived at the center of Green Lotus Great World. Heavenly Court had only obtained Book Mountain recently. They only managed to set up their formation around it. This formation was known as Four-Way Star Formation. It had 4 subformations in 4 different directions, defending Book Mountain tightly with no gaps present. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Feng Yu continued to use her killer move without stopping, drawing out Primordial Domain, which was in the sky. The two armies discussed for a while before attacking the 4 subformations. Mao Liqiu led its group to attack the West Formation. Gai Mei led a group to attack the North Formation. Xiao Hejian led a group to attack the East Formation. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch led a group to attack the South Formation. The remaining ones were led by Bing Sichuan and Lu Weiyin. They firmly supported the 4 vanguard groups. The moment Mao Liqiu entered the formation, countless starlight specks shot down like a torrential rain with countless droplets. Mao Liqiu growled as it expanded and became much larger. Its purple fur was smooth and thick. The starlight could not penetrate it. It charged around in the subformation with other Gu Immortals following it, attacking, killing, and causing destruction. Val Beast, you are here to cause problems again. We will kill you this time. The star formation shook as 2 Gu Immortals flew in. 9 Spiritual Fairy and Prince Fengxian. 9 Spiritual Fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast to block Mao Liqiu. The transformed immemorial desolate beast was superior to the real immemorial desolate beast. Mao Liqiu was soon suppressed. Its energy was expended and its body was hurting. Prince Fengxian activated his Fire Path killer move. All sorts of birds rained down with flames, killing more than 10 mutant Gu Immortals of Savage Wilderness Great World in one move. Mao Liqiu was unable to resist. It had to retreat. Elsewhere, Gai Mei went up against Zhou Xiong Xian and Jun Xinguang. Zhou Xiong Xian activated Information Path killer move and attacked, while Jun Xinguang turned into a ray of light to support him. They worked together in unison with one as the attacker and one as support. Yellow Extremity Jiao Hui used a totem killer move and fought against Zhou Xiong Xian. They were evenly matched. But Gai Mei, on the other hand, was shouting loudly. He was running around and dodging Jun Xinguang's attacks. Quickly go, quickly go. Gai Mei grabbed onto Jiao Hui's shoulder and dragged him away, ignoring the latter's stare. Longevity Heaven's 2 groups returned without result. Fang Yuan's 2 groups were even worse. Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were trapped. They could not even retreat. These 2 immortals met with Heavenly Court's Che Wei and Wan Zihong. They are in great danger. Quickly send help. The reinforcement letter had already reached Lu Weiyin. Che Wei created Weapon Path. His methods were getting more mature. His status was only below Qin Dingling. Wan Zihong was originally a demonic immortal of Western Desert. She was recruited by Heavenly Court. During the Fate War, she displayed great abilities, and now that her immortal Gu were fully with her, her battle strength returned to its peak. She was very powerful. Bing Sichuan and Lu Weiyin held an emergency meeting. This 4-way star formation is a star path formation. We cannot take it down by force. It is simply too hard with Heavenly Court's elites guarding all 4 areas. Lord Fang Yuan was able to destroy the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation with that thing. I am sure he can deal with this formation too. Bing Sichuan was talking about the 5 regional limit formation. Lu Weiyin nodded and was about to speak when suddenly, a Gu Immortal came out of Yellow Earth Great World. This female immortal had snow-white skin. Her ears were like rabbit ears. Her eyes were blood red. It was Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit had become a genuine rank 8 Gu Immortal with Fang Yuan's help. Lu Weiyin laughed and said to Bing Sichuan, I've already asked Lord Fang Yuan for help. I wanted to borrow the 5 regional limit formation to break the formation using a formation. Lady White Rabbit, thank you for the hard work. Lady White Rabbit smiled. Of course I need to work hard for Master. I'll even give up my life. This is nothing. But Master did not pass me the 5 regional limit formation. He said that this formation does not have a specific target range. Its effect takes too long and won't be effective. Thus, I brought other methods. Bing Sichuan was curious. Lord Fang Yuan's methods must be extraordinary. Please allow me to have a look. Thus, Lady White Rabbit took out several immortal Gu houses from her immortal aperture. Rising Cloud City, Profound Frost House, Unbreakable Golden Fortress, Dragon Soul Dark Castle, Red River Pavilion, Red Heavenly Altar, Scarlet Palace. A total of 7 Immortal Gu houses which were all at rank 8. Bing Sichuan was completely dumbstruck. Master said that he could only create these few Immortal Gu houses in a short period of time. He has already given orders. We will charge with these Immortal Gu houses as the vanguard. Lady White Rabbit said. It turned out that ever since Fang Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave and collected a vast amount of immortal materials, he had ordered the Time Path clone, He Chun Xiu, to use 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to refine Immortal Gu. After all sorts of rank 8 Immortal Gu were created, he started assembling Immortal Gu houses. Fang Yuan did not intend to construct Immortal Gu houses originally. They were not very useful to him. But after entering the 8th layer, he could not fight with his full strength here. He made preparations to arm his subordinates instead. He had no time. Indeed, these Immortal Gu houses were all modified on the basis of Cloud City, Dark Flow Giant City, Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Manor, Golden Altar, and other Immortal Gu houses. Strictly speaking, these were considered only partial innovations. But against Heavenly Court, even with 3 Wisdom Path pseudo-venerables, they could not easily decipher and break them. They needed to spend time on deductions. That was enough. Lu Weiyin became very happy. He distributed the Immortal Gu houses and charged through into the formation, saving Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. Afterwards, the 7 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses swept through the battlefield, breaking 2 more subformations. The 2 groups gathered towards Book Mountain. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Feng Yu's eyes were shut as she used her method. Ming Hao and Yu Xiu were taking charge of the situation. Seeing so many Immortal Gu houses, Fairy Yu Xiu had a grim expression. Fang Yuan is so rich and has terrifying refinement path methods. It seems he intends to progress in refinement path. Thankfully, his wisdom path is inferior to us. These Immortal Gu houses are all not new. They have an origin that we can trace. Fairy Ming Hao said as she used her killer move. Human Path Killer Move, Humble Reciprocation. Book Mountain shook as countless killer moves were unleashed like fireworks. In the sky, primordial domains surfaced with rumbling tribulation clouds. Calamities and tribulations were unceasing. On the battlefield, countless killer moves filled the vision, surging like sea waves that crashed down in all directions. Against such an endless tide of killer moves, Fang Yuan's subordinates hid inside the Immortal Gu houses, moving against the waves. Longevity Heaven had many Gu immortals, but they could not all enter Calamity Luck Altar. Thus, Bing Sichuan took out 5 Immortal Gu houses. Wide Building Harem Palace, Internal Delight Harem Palace, Red Bean Harem Palace, Lovesick Harem Palace, Young Peach Harem Palace. They were the 5 palaces that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable placed in the 5 regions when he was alive. They were all rank 8. The foundation of an Immortal Venerable was displayed in full view. My lifetime accumulation cannot even rival Fang Yuan. He seems to have an overflowing number of rank 8 Immortal Gu. Is he trying to become venerable through refinement path? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun looked at the battlefield as he thought. Fang Yuan was observing the battlefield as well, while comprehending Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. This Thieving Heaven true inheritance contained Imitation Gu and the Killer Move Perfect pair originally, but Fang Yuan only obtained the rest. But this remaining portion was very important to Fang Yuan. The true inheritance content was about refinement path. It talked about how Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created a fake Qian Kuan crystal wall in his time, how he created fake Immortal Gu, and so on. Other than the 4 aspects of refinement path that I summarized earlier, there is also this aspect. Refining fake Gu. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left this true inheritance to me with deep intentions. Chapter 2179. Battle of Book Mountain. Book Mountain was surrounded in the 2 colors of black and white. Gu immortals fought intensely, as they could be seen everywhere. Immortal Killer Move, Great Chi Cloud Explosion. Demon Immortal Chi Ju stretched out his finger and pointed consecutively. Instantly, the air in front of him surged and gathered into a lump. Several hundred white Chi comets shot out at once, blocking the attacks of Book Mountain. Fairy Ming Hao had been using Book Mountain to unleash the killer move Humble Reciprocation. Relying on this terrifying move, she was able to suppress the forces of Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven. These killer moves were all recorded in Book Mountain. There were a variety of them. This was a human path killer move in essence, but the released attacks had the power of their original paths. Demon Immortal Chi Ju faced offense with offense. After destroying the current wave of attacks, he sighed and retreated. After he was saved by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, he did not interact with Longevity Heaven or Fang Yuan. He moved on his own and quickly learned about the current situation. Demon Immortal Gu also did not want to see Heavenly Court obtain Primordial Domain. He wanted to enter Primordial Domain. In fact, to raise his Chi Path attainment level to Supreme Grandmaster. How could he allow others to snatch it first? Demon Immortal Gu was alone and could not take down Heavenly Court. But with Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven working against the colossal force, he would not be Demon Immortal Gu if he did not make use of this opportunity. To think that attacking Book Mountain is so dangerous, I can't even reach the middle of the mountain. Demon Immortal Gu frowned. When he was suppressed by Divine Emperor City, he lost many of his Chi Path down marks. Furthermore, the secluded domain of heaven and earth that he relied on, Shi Land, had only about 30% left after the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan. Bubble. As if a tsunami had struck, another wave of attacks swept down from the top of the mountain like a waterfall. Demon Immortal Gu had no choice but to retreat again. Charge up. A rank 8 Immortal Gu house went past him, completely ignoring Demon Immortal Gu. That was the rank 8 Immortal Gu house that Fang Yuan created, Unbreakable Golden Fortress. The Gu Immortals in the Unbreakable Golden Fortress saw Demon Immortal Gu but did not pay any attention to him. When Demon Immortal Gu first appeared, he was quite the hot topic, but seeing that he had attacked Book Mountain too, Fang Yuan's subordinates also learned of Demon Immortal Gu's stance. Seeing Unbreakable Golden Fortress charge up and resisting the endless wave of killer moves, Demon Immortal Gu could not help but show some envy in his eyes. In this battle, Immortal Gu houses were simply too important. They provided the Gu Immortals strong defense. Otherwise, as just a single person, how could he advance while resisting endless tribulations and killer moves? Unbreakable Golden Fortress reached the middle of the mountain. In the fireworks of killer moves around it, there was a bloody shadow that flashed by. At the next moment, the huge bloody shadow arrived, showing itself. This was a huge red tombstone with text characters moving around it. It had a dense aura of blood path. This was Demon Judgment Board. Don't think of moving further. Within Demon Judgment Board, Gu Yufangzheng spoke. Bam! With a loud sound, the two Immortal Gu houses crashed into each other. Unbreakable Golden Fortress advancement was forcefully halted. Demon Judgment Board shot out blood-red light that resembled a beam. It hit Unbreakable Golden Fortress. Unbreakable Golden Fortress raised its defense and blocked the blood-red light, but it was still forced down from the middle of the mountain by an unstoppable force. Even though Unbreakable Golden Fortress was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house, it was still far from Demon Judgment Board, which was a peak. Creation. Gu Yufangzheng breathed roughly. Heavenly Court had few Immortal Gu houses. Even including Divine Emperor City, Heaven Overseeing Tower, and Divine Emperor City, they only had 6. Right now, these 6 Immortal Gu houses were used to defend themselves, dealing with the Immortal Gu houses that attacked them. Over on Longevity Heaven's end, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace did not move out, but Calamity Luck Altar and the 5 Harem Palaces totaled to 6. They were equally numbered with Heavenly Court's Immortal Gu houses. While Fang Yuan suddenly brought out 7 Immortal Gu houses. This was out of their expectations. They had originally thought that Fang Yuan would reconstruct Dragon Palace or Myriad Year Flying Warship, but to think that he would start over and bring out 7 Immortal Gu houses like Unbreakable Golden Fortress. So be it if he made new ones, but these Immortal Gu houses were all rank 8. 7 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses gave Heavenly Court an immense pressure in guarding themselves. Heavenly Court only had around half the Immortal Gu houses of their enemies, while Longevity Heaven's Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace and Fang Yuan's Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had yet to join the battle. This made the hearts of Heavenly Court Gu Immortals sink. Under Fang Zheng's control, Demon Judgment Board went around to force back the invading Immortal Gu houses, attempting to maintain their defensive circle. The enemies are very strong. We can maintain the situation now with Divine Emperor City, Heaven Overseeing Tower, and myself as support. But if this goes on, we will not last long. Gu Yufangzheng's expression was pale. He understood this internally. He felt like he was reaching his limit already. The intensity of the battle was too high. Demon Judgment Board not only had to go around to fight against the many Immortal Gu houses, it also had to resist the bombardment of killer moves and tribulations. The expenditure of Immortal Essence was shocking even for Fang Zheng. Demon Judgment Board's damage level was also increasingly severe. Back then in Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space, Demon Judgment Board had already been heavily hit by Fang Yuan. It had already been repaired earlier. Now, its current damage was newly created. If Fang Zheng was alone, he might have already lost control of the situation. Thankfully, Demon Judgment Board had the wills of the previous Demon Judgment Board lords. These wills were helping him to rapidly repair the Immortal Gu house. Since when did our Heavenly Court's foundation lose to others? At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Ming Hao maintained the killer move humble reciprocation while sighing to herself. In Heavenly Court's case, the situation was quite bad. Even though Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals fought desperately to defend themselves, the defensive line was already wavering. The Immortal Gu houses might break through at any moment and arrive at the peak. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Fang Yuan was still using her full strength to use the killer move and try to obtain Primordial domain. She could not be interrupted. Fairy Ming Hao and Yu Xiu looked at each other. The latter waved her hand. Go. A tiger roar and crane cry resounded in the battlefield. Two legendary immemorial beasts, Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan, charged down the mountain. Even though Heavenly Court did not have any more Immortal Gu houses, they had two legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Immemorial desolate beasts had tough bodies. Legendary immemorial desolate beasts were even tougher. Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan charged towards Rising Cloud City from the left and right, ignoring all the killer moves and tribulations above them. Rising Cloud City was controlled by Fairy Miao Yin. She was about to charge into the battlefield when two legendary immemorial beasts pincer attacked her. Fairy Miao Yin quickly used her killer move. Rising Cloud City spewed out endless cloud chi to push the Immortal Gu house upwards rapidly. But Ruan Dan flapped its wings and flew above Rising Cloud City, activating a killer move and slashing with the crane leg, shattering the roof of Rising Cloud City and destroying countless Mortal Gu. Bam! At the next moment, Shabi 95 charged fiercely and knocked Rising Cloud City over, causing it to roll down the mountain. Fairy Miao Yin's figure staggered. She wanted to control Rising Cloud City to ascend again, but it did not respond to her. Her immortal essence was instilled without getting any response. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was to the left. Upon seeing this, he immediately flew over. He gave a cry. Shilan's silhouette appeared above his head. Immortal killer move, Shi. Shilan erupted with immense attraction force, absorbing the Qi ring around the surface of Rising Cloud City into Shilan. After getting released, Rising Cloud City immediately regained freedom. Thanks. Fairy Miao Yin thanked and was about to move the Immortal Gu house back into the battlefield when she suddenly heard Fang Yuan's orders. Fairy Miao Yin was stunned, but she reacted quickly and brought the other Gu Immortals out of Rising Cloud City. Lord Qi Ju, my master ordered me to gift this Rising Cloud City to you. Fairy Miao Yin said. What? Demon Immortal Qi Ju was stunned before laughing heartily. Fang Yuan is truly generous. I will receive it with thanks. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not stand on ceremony. He entered Rising Cloud City. It flew up and attacked the mountain again. At the middle of the mountain, Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan worked together and pushed down Dragon Soul Dark Castle. Lady White Rabbit led the Immortals inside Dragon Soul Dark Castle. She did not charge anymore, instead, returning to the base of the mountain to join up with Fairy Miao Yin. Demon Immortal Qi Ju finally reached the middle of the mountain. He saw Shabi 95 and his eyes lit up. Good beast. I lack a steed myself. Demon Immortal Qi Ju kept Rising Cloud City and only attacked Shabi 95. The two fought for a few rounds. Shabi 95 soon fell into a disadvantage. It started requesting for help. This legendary immemorial beast cultivated Qi path. It was completely countered by Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Don't fear, I am here. Ruan Dan came over to help. It spat out a bright red pill. What path is this? Demon Immortal Qi Ju sensed the mysterious aura of the pill. He did not dare to be careless. He brought out Rising Cloud City and went inside. Boom. The pill landed on Rising Cloud City and self-detonated. The intense shock waves spread out everywhere. A corner of Rising Cloud City was destroyed in the process. Even though Pill Path was not specialized in offense, it was still a new path that Rising Cloud City could not guard against. Ha ha ha, 95, you owe me a favor. Ruan Dan laughed proudly. Shabi 95 pouted and was about to answer when its expression suddenly changed. Be careful. Ruan Dan's heart shook as it quickly jumped. But the mysterious enemy was even faster. Can you escape? Hearing the voice, Ruan Dan felt like its long neck was grabbed by a tiny hand. Compared to its mountain-like body, the normal human-sized hand was definitely tiny. But Ruan Dan felt a shudder when this hand touched its neck. It screamed in a shrill voice. Because it twisted its neck and saw a young man wearing a red cape, standing on its back. It was none other than Fang Yuan's transformation path clone, Zhanbu Du. At this moment, he had already used incomplete freedom transformation killer move. His battle strength rose to pseudo-venerable level. Wait! Ruan Dan screamed, but Zhanbu Du snickered and exerted strength. At the next moment, boom! An intense explosion resounded like thunder. Book Mountain shook, black and white rocks were sent flying. At the next moment, a huge pit appeared on the ground. Ruan Dan was beaten unconscious by Zhanbu Du. Its body was motionlessly embedded into Book Mountain. Its mouth opened as blood flowed out. But soon, a bright light flashed on Ruandan's body. Its injuries healed quickly. It regained its consciousness. Thankfully, I have my killer move, life-saving recovery pill. Ruandan woke up and wanted to struggle. But Jean Boudu's fist was already raised. Bam bam bam. With a series of punches, Jean Boudu slammed down on Ruandan's head each time, causing the whole of Book Mountain to shake. Only until he smashed Ruandan's skull completely and brain matter flowed out did he stop attacking. Chapter 2180. Sea Versus Yu Xiu against Jean Boudu. The great legendary immemorial beast Ruandan was completely unable to put up a fight. But at the next moment, a bright light flashed on Ruandan's corpse again. Immortal killer move, life-saving recovery pill. With the effect of the killer move, Ruandan's smashed skull started to heal. It was soon revived. Pill path. Jean Boudu also showed a look of surprise. Ruandan's healing killer move was formidable. It could actually revive it from that state. Even with Jean Boudu's pseudo-venerable battle strength, he could not easily get around it. After all, even the main body did not understand pill path. Since I cannot unravel it, so be it. I want to see how many times you can revive. Jean Boudu showed a ruthless expression. Boom boom boom. He punched time and again. Each punch landed heavily on Ruandan, killing it on the spot. The poor Ruandan had just revived and did not react in time before its skull was smashed again. Immortal killer move, life-saving recovery pill. A few breaths of time later, the recovery method activated again. But this time, the killer move's shining light became much dimmer. Persevere, Ruandan, I will save you. Shabi 95 shouted, rushing from another area to help out. Even though it constantly argued with Ruandan normally, the two of them had a close friendship. Especially after major battles like the Fate War, their camaraderie had already improved greatly. Even if this was Jean Boudu, Shabi 95 did not care about anything else. It wanted to save its friend. Trying to leave? Do you think I am not here? Demon Immortal Chi Ju shouted in anger as he used a killer move that landed on Shabi 95's back. Shabi 95 suffered a heavy blow. It growled in pain and fell from the sky. Seeing that Ruandan died at Jean Boudu's hands again, at the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Ming Hao's frown became deeper. Jean Boudu was an opponent that gave the three fairies, Feng Yuan, Ming Hao, and Yu Xiu a huge headache. He had terrifying strength and overwhelming defense. Together with the abilities of internal breathing green fish transformation, devouring blue leopard transformation, and thunder rush yellow bird transformation, Jean Boudu had no weaknesses at all. The three immortals did not know how to deal with him. If this were a normal battle, the three immortals could rapidly move and attack him from a distance, restraining and weakening him. But now, Heavenly Court had to defend Book Mountain. This was a defensive battle. And the worst nightmare for a defensive battle was someone like Jean Boudu. If he managed to charge unhindered and went beyond the defensive line, it would be trouble. But the three immortals had discussed it already. They had a plan against Jean Boudu immediately. Fairy Ming Hao willed and transmitted some words to Genesis Lotus while inside Divine Emperor City. At the next moment, a jade light spiral appeared on the surface of Divine Emperor City. From within the spiral, a giant flew out from the center. The giant wore golden green armor. Its left hand held a shield. Its right hand held a spear. It was bursting with vitality and life force. Its aura was immense. The giant recited, 100,000 years of unending hatred, killing the enemy with a shattered body. Awakening once more in Divine Emperor City, Qing Chou exists under the Karma Divine Tree. It was the legendary immemorial desolate beast, Qing Chou. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Qing Chou killed Spectral Soul, but it was also completely blown to bits by Spectral Soul's self-detonation, reduced to countless pieces of flesh. Divine Emperor City retrieved these pieces of flesh and revived Qing Chou again. The current Qing Chou was no longer in its initial form of turtle shell, tiger claws, dragon tail, snake neck, bat wings, and human head. It was now a completely armored and equipped warrior. Qing Chou arrived before Jean Boudu, and its towering body slammed down like a mountain. Its spear pierced the air as winds blew intensely, as if a giant dragon had struck. Come! Jean Boudu did not retreat, but moved ahead. His figure flashed and appeared at Qing Chou's forehead immediately. Jean Boudu punched fiercely, hitting Qing Chou's helmet. With an intense sound, a huge force caused Qing Chou to move backwards. Its colossal body landed on the middle section of the mountain, causing Book Mountain and its surroundings to tremor. Jean Boudu flew down and rained a flurry of fists. The attacks were intense and unceasing. If Qing Chou let the punches land without obstruction, it would end up like Ruandan. At the crucial moment, a giant tree formed above Qing Chou's head, absorbing the force of Jean Boudu's punches. Immortal killer move, Karma Divine Tree. At the next moment, the divine tree shook as countless fists shot out from between the leaves. It was Zhan Budu's earlier wave of attacks. This move had once caused trouble to Spectral Soul. Zhan Budu also felt troubled. He was forced back by the fists. Qing Chou took the chance to stand up as Zhan Budu floated in the air, resisting Fairy Ming Hao's humble reciprocation killer move while regaining his footing. Qing Chou roared and took large strides forward. It arrived before Zhan Budu with 2 steps, waving its long spear to attack him. Rumble. 2 figures continued to fight intensely. They exchanged blows and caused the entire place to tremor. Their offenses caused a huge commotion. I get it now. So this was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's objective. Qing Chou has been completely subdued by Divine Emperor City. It is now the general of the Divine Bean Soldiers. This is the strongest Divine Bean Soldier. Zhan Budu had a realization. A few rounds later, he gained the upper hand again. Qing Chou was not an ordinary legendary immemorial beast, but Zhan Budu was currently using incomplete freedom transformation. He had genuine pseudo-venerable battle strength. Qing Chou could not win. Heavenly Court also did not expect a win. They only wanted to stall for time. It was like how Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable invited Fang Yuan in order to stall for time as well. As long as time passed and Heavenly Court obtained Primordial Domain, their advantage would be expanded. They would be able to claim victory. Immortal Killer Move, Unlimited Qi Si. A figure suddenly appeared, carrying with him an endless sea of qi that surged together, shrouding the rays of the sun. It was Qi Si Ancestor. Seeing that Zhan Budu was obstructed, Qi Si Ancestor immediately chose another direction to attack the mountain. At the peak of the mountain, Fairy Yu Xiu sighed as she was forced to take action. She left the mountain and fought against Qi Si Ancestor. Sea versus Yu Xiu. One was a Qi Path Pseudo-Venerable, the other was a Wisdom Path Pseudo-Venerable. The former attacked fiercely, wanting to devastate Heavenly Court, but the latter was resolved to defend this base even at the cost of her life. Qi Si Ancestor attacked grandly with incredible attacks. Qi tides swept the area, accompanied by pillars of white qi that shot out at times. Fairy Yu Xiu, however, was graceful and elegant. She moved agilely and dodged the endless wave of attacks while activating all sorts of Wisdom Path killer moves. She had an exceptional combat system which used her attainment level to suppress others. It was extraordinary, and even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would be affected by this move. But her enemy was Qi Si Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor was the clone of Fang Yuan. He shared attainment levels with the main body. Fairy Yu Xiu tried many times with no success. For Fang Yuan, it was not hard to resist her attacks. Fang Yuan was a master in Dream Path, Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, and Sound Path. He was a Grandmaster in Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, Soul Path, Sword Path, Human Path, Wood Path, Food Path, Phantom Path, Luck Path, Ice and Snow Path. He was a great Grandmaster in Theft Path, Transformation Path, Rule Path, Qi Path, Fire Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Earth Path, Poison Path. He was even a quasi-supreme Grandmaster in Refinement Path, Time Path, and Enslavement Path. With such attainment levels, how could Fairy Yu Xiu suppress him? Fairy Yu Xiu had no choice. She had to use other methods against Qi Si Ancestor. Fairy Yu Xiu was unable to display the power of her combat system, but thankfully, she was familiar with Qi Si Ancestor's methods. Even though Qi Si Ancestor had Primordial Origin's true inheritance, he obviously could not use those killer moves against Heavenly Court. As for other killer moves like Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe, Yin Yang Great Killer Hands, Unlimited Qi Si, and others, they were all used many times and were known to everyone. Let me help you. Lu Weiyin flew over, assisting Qi Si Ancestor. Fairy Yu Xiu used her strongest killer move to suppress Lu Weiyin through attainment levels, effectively weakening him. But Qi Si Ancestor gained a greater advantage with his help, managing to approach Book Mountain. At this time, Calamity Luck Altar burst out with a golden light. The golden light surrounded Book Mountain and spread around the battlefield like vines. Wherever the golden light went, tribulations would transform and target the peak of Book Mountain instead. And Book Mountain was also shaking intensely from the infiltration of the golden light. Fairy Ming Hao's body shook unsteadily. Her face turned pale as her pupils shrank. This must be Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's doing. To think that he managed to counter humble reciprocation after it was only used for a second time. She gritted her teeth. Even though she was unwilling, she had no choice but to withdraw a humble reciprocation killer move. If it continued, she would lose her life. Earlier, when Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin first entered Yellow Earth Great World and led their army to attack Book Mountain, Fairy Ming Hao had stopped them using humble reciprocation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was exceptionally talented. He thought of a way to counter this move in such a short time and successfully dealt with it now. Without the endless tribulations obstructing them, Longevity Heaven's immortals had a clear path now. Many of them cheered loudly in the Immortal Gu houses as they attacked from all directions. Fairy Minghao gritted her teeth. Fairy Feng, you could not take action against them now, while Fairy Yu Xiu was fighting outside. In this situation, they had to rely on her. Immortal Killer Move, People's United Hearts. Immortal Killer Move, Hope of the People. Immortal Killer Move, Heroes Among People. The scene during the Fate War was displayed again. Light spread out towards the Heavenly Court Immortals, causing their strength to rise sharply. But this was not enough. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals and Immortal Gu houses were just too few in quantity. Then awaken. Friends from Heavenly Court, our comrades. The people of the 5 regions and 2 heavens need you. Heavenly Court needs you now. Fairy Minghao shouted loudly. From the northwest direction of Book Mountain, an immortal graveyard radiated with countless rays of bright light. From the light, 2 figures walked out. One was an old man with a benevolent countenance. His brows were particularly peculiar. They were like 2 exquisite dark brown roots that extended down from his forehead to his chest. The other was a middle-aged man with a very robust physique. His face and muscles seemed to be made from brass as they let out cold metallic luster. I heard the call. The old Gu Immortal, Duke Mei, squinted and said, "Where are the enemies?" The middle-aged Gu Immortal Duke Tong looked beyond a vast distance, locking his eyes on Calamity Luck Altar. Chapter 2181. Duke Mei, Duke Tong. Crucial information regarding the battle entered the minds of Duke Mei and Duke Tong. At the moment when they saw the battlefield themselves, they also learned of the current situation. Duke Mei sighed. Duke Long. Back then, when he first saw Duke Long, the latter still had black hair and was a youngster. The moment Duke Long joined Heavenly Court, he met with Duke Mei. Even though Duke Mei was a senior, he quickly greeted in return. "Friend, you are a Tao guardian. The happiness of all living beings is resting on your shoulders." Duke Long replied solemnly. "I will do my best for the world, even if I have to sacrifice my life. There is no regret." Time passed. When Duke Mei reawakened in the 5 regions, Duke Long had already died ahead of him. Duke Long, you died a good death. Throughout your life, you did not turn on the promise you made from the start. Duke Mei said with deep emotions, before flying forward. And now, it is our turn. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's eyes shined with bright light. The immortal graveyard, so it was nearby all along. Heavenly Court has brilliant methods after all. We could not find it even with repeated investigations. Be it Longevity Heaven or Fang Yuan, they had already confirmed the information of the immortal graveyard. They had expected Gu Immortals to awaken during this battle. Quickly look, Fang Yuan's side is making a new action. One of the 8 extremities shouted. Bing Sichuan quickly shifted his gaze. He saw that 4 immortal Gu houses, Profound Frost House, Dragon Soul Dark Castle, Red River Pavilion, and Red Heavenly Altar, had changed locations, flying down the mountain. Bing Sichuan could not help but feel shocked. It seems that Fang Yuan has a plan already, but mobilizing 4 immortal Gu houses at once, isn't that too much? Fang Yuan had a total of 7 immortal Gu houses. Now that Rising Cloud City was given to Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and after moving 4 immortal Gu houses away, there was only Unbreakable Golden Fortress and Scarlet Palace left on the mountain. Currently, the most important thing was to reach the peak of Book Mountain and ruin Heavenly Court's killer move so that they could not obtain Primordial Domain. Right now, Fang Yuan diverted his forces to attack the Gu Immortals of the Immortal Graveyard. He was putting his emphasis on the wrong target. But at the next moment, the 4 diverted Immortal Gu houses split up. Profound Frost House and Red River Pavilion went to help Zhanbu Du in fighting Qingqiu. Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar charged towards Heavenly Court's Immortal Graveyard. Bing Sichuan realized at once. He yelled in his mind. So Fang Yuan is trying to free up Zhanbu Du. Zhanbu Du had incomplete freedom transformation. He was powerful and unstoppable. He was the crucial battle strength for Fang Yuan's side to ascend the mountain. Even though Fairy Minghao's humble reciprocation killer move was broken now, there were 3 pseudo-venerables at the top of the mountain. If ordinary rank 8 immortal Gu houses charged to the top, they would be suppressed by the 3. Divine Emperor City was at the middle section of the mountain. It was a tough hurdle too. It had the killer move Broken Homes and Dead Family. That was the biggest counter to immortal Gu houses. Thus, letting Zhanbu Du take the lead was the wisest decision. Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar flew rapidly, soon arriving before Duke Mei and Duke Tong. Duke Mei took in a deep breath. He straightened both arms and aimed at the 2 immortal Gu houses. Vines suddenly appeared around Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar. These vines were dry and tough. They bound the 2 immortal Gu houses tightly. Oh no, the immortal essence storages in the immortal Gu houses are being absorbed by the vines. Fang Yuan's subordinate Gu Immortals realized this and shouted in anger. The two Immortal Gu houses started to counterattack. The surface of red heavenly altar radiated bright red light, melting all of the dried vines around it. Dragon roars could be heard from Dragon's Soul Dark Castle. The vines around it were snapped and sent flying. But with this amount of time, Duke Tong's killer move was already prepared. Two different sized bronze rings formed instantly and attached themselves to the two Immortal Gu houses and spinning rapidly, buzzing loudly. The bronze rings were flying too quickly. They seemed like vague shadows that immobilized the Immortal Gu houses that they were surrounding. Heavenly Court had learned from their lesson. During the Fate War, because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's method, Longevity Heaven managed to directly enter Heavenly Court, catching them off guard. In that battle, even though Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals awakened, because they lacked Immortal Gu, they did not display their true battle strength. But now, Heavenly Court prepared the Immortal Gu of their hibernating Gu Immortals in advance. Thus, Duke Mei and Duke Tong were able to immediately act and restrain the two Immortal Gu houses. But good times did not last. Suddenly, a dragon soul appeared from within Dragon Soul Dark Castle. The dragon soul made several attempts before managing to destroy the bronze ring. Next, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit flew out of their Immortal Gu house, attacking Duke Mei and Duke Tong. Fairy Miao Yin activated Wondrous Hand Profound Sound. Her 8 arms stretched out elegantly. Lady White Rabbit had lumps of light surrounding her. Her aura surged intensely. The two immortals charged forward. Duke Mei was the first to block them. After a few rounds, Lady White Rabbit noticed a weakness and got around Duke Mei to attack Duke Tong. Duke Tong was interrupted. He had to cancel his bronze ring killer move and fight White Rabbit instead. The four immortals clashed and parted continuously. Nobody could interrupt their battle. Duke Mei and Duke Tong had rank 8 cultivation level, and their battle strength was on par with Qin Ding Ling. But they did not have pseudo-venerable battle strength like Duke Long Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar regained freedom. They charged at the Immortal Graveyard, trying to destroy it. Rumble. These two Immortal Gu houses had just charged forward when a Gu Immortal repelled them. This Gu Immortal had a calm expression. His nose was tall and his eyes were deep. His shoulders were lifted up as they held up one mini mountain each. With me, Uncle Feng. Here, don't even think of destroying the Immortal Graveyard. Uncle Feng blocked the path of the two Immortal Gu houses. He had the demeanor of a person trying to stop an army. Fang Yuan's subordinates were not ready to give up. They controlled the Immortal Gu houses to attack. But Uncle Feng fought similarly to Lu Weiyin. They were specialized in defense. Even with the attack of the two Immortal Gu houses, he still held them off. What do we do now? A Gu Immortal in Red Heavenly Altar asked. Currently, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were fighting against Duke Mei and Duke Tong. The mission of destroying the Immortal Graveyard was in the hands of these two Immortal Gu houses. No worries, he has already been hit by our method. The Immortals in Dragon Soul Dark Castle snickered. GUH. As he said that, Uncle Feng's expression turned ashen. He spat out pieces of soul fragments. A soul path method. Uncle Feng frowned. In his era, there was no soul path. Right at this moment, a newly awakened Gu Immortal flew out of the Immortal Graveyard. It seems like my awakening was timely. This female Immortal was just a soul. She had no body. She blew at Uncle Feng lightly. This blue-gray breath reached Uncle Feng's body and quickly fused into his soul. Uncle Feng felt a sense of relief. His soul injury was rapidly healing. Oh no, this is Heavenly Court's Soul Path great expert from Spectral Soul's era, Fairy Maiden Soul who is on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch. She is most skilled at healing methods. The Gu Immortals in Dragon Soul Dark Castle had a change of expression. The ones in Red Heavenly Altar gritted their teeth. Kill this healing Gu Immortal first, otherwise, all our efforts will be nullified by her. The battle erupted again. The two Immortal Gu houses focused their target on Fairy Maiden Soul. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed. Uncle Feng defended desperately. Both sides gave it their all as the sky turned dark from their clash. Winds and waves were rising. While they were in a deadlock, another Immortal awakened and joined the battle. This Immortal had a round head and large ears. He wore a loose robe, and Chi Path aura surged around him. Boom, boom, boom. As the air exploded, the Chi Path Immortal charged in between the two Immortal Gu houses. Take this move, rugged fiendish Chi. The Chi Path Immortal shouted as he waved his sleeves, blowing out countless traces of fiendish Chi. The fiendish Chi gathered and took form, becoming huge rocks that turned into mountains and valleys, enveloping the two Immortal Gu houses. Red Heavenly Altar and Dragon Soul Dark Castle tried to charge out at the first moment, destroying countless fiendish Chi mountains. But after these mountains shattered, they quickly formed again to obstruct the Immortal Gu houses. This is Senior 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch. Uncle Feng and Fairy Maiden Soul were surprised. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch was a famous chi path expert renowned in history. After he became rank 8 and traveled the world, he purposely looked for the fiendish chi sea springs and created the shabi from them. He refined a total of 99 shabi. He formed a grand army with them. These shabi were compatible with his immortal killer moves. He could use them extremely well. During that era, almost nobody could rival him. The current shabi 95 was one of them. After a long period of time, its strength had risen to legendary immemorial beast level. With the help of 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, Heavenly Court managed to defend the immortal graveyard. Thereafter, more and more Gu immortals awakened. Heavenly Court survived the initial stage, which was the most dangerous. They started counterattacking. Many Gu immortals directly got around the small battlefield and tried to reinforce Book Mountain. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, are you there? Come out and meet me. Golden Hooped Great Immortal shouted in deep anger. He had once invited Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to tour Heavenly Court. During that time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable planted a seed that erupted during the Fate War, causing longevity heaven to arrive in Heavenly Court and cause huge losses to them. 95, come here. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch blocked Demon Immortal Chi Ju and beckoned Shabi 95. Master. Shabi 95 was filled with admiration and fear. It went to 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch with injuries all over the body. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch petted it lightly. Shabi 95 instantly became revitalized, its injuries mostly healed. Demon Immortal Chi Ju had a dark expression. With the appearance of 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, his plan of capturing Shabi 95 became hopeless. Stop him. Right at this moment, Fairy Ming Hao shouted. Jean Budu moved like a raging dragon. He arrived at the middle of the mountain from the southeast direction. Behind him, Qing Cho was chasing relentlessly, but it was obstructed by Profound Frost House and Red River Pavilion. It could not move quickly enough to stop Jean Budu. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch took in a deep breath. You are one of the clones of the current generation demon, Fang Yuan. Let me have a taste of your power. Right when he was about to go, Demon Immortal Chi Ju blocked him. The latter chuckled. You think you can leave? 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch had a solemn expression. Since Senior insists, then I, the Junior, will have to risk my life to face you in battle. Where are you? Going. Gu Yufangjing shouted loudly. Demon Judgment Board, which was flying around the place, quickly arrived, but with a loud sound. It was sent flying by the unbreakable Golden Fortress that had just arrived as well. Help Jean Budu to fight his way to the peak of the mountain. The other immortals saw a chance. They took action and blocked the Heavenly Court Gu immortals for Jean Budu. Fairy Ming Hao saw this and sighed deeply. She had no choice but to fly out and stand in front of Jean Budu. Wait, get lost. Jean Budu shouted, sweeping his arm fiercely. Boom. Fairy Ming Hao's body was covered in dazzling starlight. Even though she blocked this move, her entire person was sent flying like a cannonball. She crashed through many rocks on Book Mountain before stopping. Chapter 2182. Hu Elevation. Fairy Ming Hao's body shook as she quickly stood up. She was not injured, but the issue here was that she could not block Jean Budu in this current situation. Jean Budu's threat level was far greater than the immortal Gu houses. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Fairy Ming Hao stomped lightly as she quickly flew out. Her palms stretched out as tens of stardust specks flew around. Jean Budu did not dodge. He allowed the stardust to land on him. He was as fierce as a dragon or tiger, only aiming for the mountain peak. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth. She could only fly forward and face Jean Budu in close combat. Jean Budu kicked, and she was sent flying again. He completely ignored her. Charge. Some Gu immortals saw Jean Budu ascending to the top of Book Mountain. They were about to cheer when suddenly, starlight flashed before them. Jean Budu was enveloped by starlight and quickly vanished. When he reappeared, he was at the base of Book Mountain. The immortals were shocked before understanding why. This killer move was not new. It had been used during the Fate War. As expected, when Jean Budu raised his head to look above Book Mountain, he saw a tiny and delicate immortal Gu house. Which other chessboard-looking immortal Gu house could it be but Star Constellation chessboard? Star Constellation chessboard radiated with starlight. Any enemy that approached the peak of the mountain would get enveloped by starlight and forcefully teleported elsewhere. It was an impossible position. Fairy Ming Hao charged at Jean Budu again, trying to stall him while feeling nervous internally. Hopefully, no one can break this killer move. This move had been used before. The more a Gu immortal uses their method, the greater the risk of it getting seen through. Jean Budu's gaze turned slightly dim. He soon made a decision. He endured Fairy Ming Hao's furious attacks as he charged to the top again at full speed. He seemed to have made no advancement, but he had succeeded in his goal. Fairy Feng Yu was originally fully invested in retrieving the primordial domain. Now, She had to multitask and control Star Constellation chessboard. Her efficiency was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan sighed, had to continue exerting pressure to distract her. Fairy Minghao had an outstanding combat system. The more stars that hit the target, the greater the damage they would progressively take. Zhan Budu initially resisted the stars, which could not even pierce his skin. But after hundreds of stardust strikes, he was bathed in blood. When the attacks reached over 1,000, his wounds were deep until bones could be seen. During this period, he had already failed in 3 attempts to charge up. He was transported by Star Constellation chessboard each time. It seems that at this moment, nobody can break this method. Fairy Minghao relaxed at long last. During this period, Gu Immortals had taken action, but Star Constellation chessboard's killer move was constantly modified by Heavenly Court to a mild extent, allowing it to display effectiveness even now. This cannot drag on. Qi Ancestor had been fighting against Fairy Yu Xiu all along. Seeing Zhan Budu's state, he made a decision. He waved his sleeves, a silhouette flew out, taking the place of the main body to deceive Fairy Yu Xiu. Fairy Yu Xiu quickly exposed this fake body, but Lu Weiyin flew in front of her, desperately blocking her. Because Fairy Yu Xiu was stalled for a moment, Qi Ancestor, who was far away, summoned a secluded domain of heaven and earth above his head. Huland. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was fighting against 7 fiendish primeval monarch. At this moment, both of them turned around together and shouted in unison. Move aside. Qi Ancestor's sleeves fluttered intensely along with his beard. His face was flushing red. Lu Weiyin quickly dodged to the side. But Qi Ancestor suddenly changed directions, aiming towards Book Mountain instead. Oh no! Fairy Yu Xiu saw this, and her heart jumped. She quickly used a killer move, disregarding the danger as she stood between Qi Ancestor and Book Mountain. Immortal killer move, Hu Elevation. Hu Land suddenly shook intensely as countless Qi currents shot out of it fiercely. Qi currents surged intensely and grandly. There was righteous Qi, evil Qi, blood Qi, strange Qi, and others. They had gathered into a single force under the effect of Hu Land. They were tightly connected and inseparable. Bam! Heaven and earth shook. It could astound demons and gods. An immensely thick Qi beam shot out abruptly. It flew towards Book Mountain with terrifying force that could split heaven and earth. Fairy Yu Xiu gritted her teeth. She used the strongest defensive method that she possessed. Traces of fresh wisdom path insignias surrounded her body, radiating over the world. As the Qi beam approached, the wisdom path insignias were quickly melted, and Fairy Yu Xiu's tiny body was quickly submerged in the vast force. The Qi beam was obstructed by this and lost 30% of its power, but it still moved towards Book Mountain with an unstoppable momentum. Don't even think of it. At the crucial moment, Baicang Shui controlled a rank 8 Immortal Gu house and charged forward. With a heaven-shaking sound, Heavenly Court's rank 8 Immortal Gu house only lasted for a few breaths of time before disintegrating. On Book Mountain, Star Constellation chessboard shot out a beam of light that landed on Baicang Shui through the gaps of the Immortal Gu house, bringing her away. Without Baicang Shui controlling it, the Immortal Gu house quickly got destroyed by the Qi beam, turning into scraps. Next, even the scraps were blown to oblivion by the Qi beam. The Qi beam's power weakened by another 20%, but it was less than 100 steps away from Book Mountain. At the crucial moment, a golden-green giant appeared. It was Qing Chou. Qing Chou raised its shield and blocked the Qi beam. Boom. The Qi pillar sent Qing Chou crashing into Book Mountain as well, creating a huge pit that was hundreds of feet deep. Even as the Qi beam dissipated, the lingering aura permeated the battlefield. Qing Chou did not move at all. Its shield was destroyed, and a huge hole that was completely see-through appeared on its chest. Divine Emperor City quickly came over with flickering green light. A spiral appeared and sucked Qing Chou's dead body back into it. Elsewhere, starlight specks started to shine beside Fairy Minghao as Fairy Yu Xiu appeared. Her hair was disheveled. She was in a pitiful state. Her expression was pale. Her body was unstable. She fell to a half-kneeling position on the ground immediately after. Qi Ancestor's Hu Elevation killer move was terrifyingly powerful. He defeated Yu Xiu, destroyed the Immortal Gu house, and killed Qing Chou in just one move. But Qi Ancestor was in poor condition as well. After using this move, he lost 30% of his immortal essence storage. He even expended 10,000 Qi path down marks. Chains started to appear from the space around him, binding Qi Ancestor in a fixed position. Qi Ancestor's killer move was too powerful. It caused limitless retaliation method to trigger. Lu Weiyin saw this, and his expression changed slightly. If this Hu Elevation was not used on Book Mountain, which was guarded by Heavenly Court desperately, it would have caused immense destruction to the Great Worlds. That would severely affect Limitless Demon Venerable's final derivation. Thus, Limitless Demon Venerable's method activated, restraining Qi-Si Ancestor immediately. Qi-Si Ancestor wanted to struggle, but was helpless to find that he could not move. The chains even moved into his mind, stopping the collision of his thoughts. There were also chains in his immortal aperture that sealed all his immortal essence. Lu Weiyin quickly went to him and guarded his body. The peak of Book Mountain was still not taken down. The primordial domain's silhouette in the sky was becoming more vivid, but Bing Sai Chuan smiled from within calamity. Luck Altar, Heavenly Court is at their wits' end too. Earlier, even though Heavenly Court blocked Hu elevation at the critical moment, they had expended their trump cards. They were exhausted now. Bing Sai Chuan could tell that they were weakened. He immediately said to the 8 extremities behind him, "The time is now. Go and attack Book Mountain." Heaven Extremity Gai Mei, Earth Extremity Gan Enai, Black Extremity Sun Ming Lu, Yellow Extremity Jiao Hua, Space Extremity Chong Bai, Time Extremity Man Xi, Flood Extremity Yue, and Desolate Extremity Lu Tong Lan. They were all mobilized. Once they left Calamity Luck Altar, the 8 of them activated an ancient battle formation, 8 extremities. This ancient battle formation was very special. Normally speaking, ancient battle formations gathered the strength of many Gu Immortals into one, but this ancient battle formation split the gathered power into 8 Gu Immortals, causing the 8 extremities' battle strength to surge immensely, making them go from rank 7 to rank 8 elites. Once the 8 extremities moved out, from the direction of Yellow Earth Great World, a group of people came. They were led by Fang Yuan's enslavement path clone Wu Shuai, and the giant formed from the 12 Zodiac battle formation. Originally, Fang Yuan was waiting at the back while observing the situation. Once he saw a chance, he mobilized his people to attack. Heavenly Court's pressure intensified at once. In order to prevent the Gu Immortals from breaking through, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals flew out of their immortal Gu houses. Instantly, the battle surrounding Book Mountain reached the most intense climax. Almost each breath, there would be a killer move unleashed. Countless killer moves weaved together and created a beautiful fireworks of varying colors. From within the dazzling display, there was deep killing intent. Red Heart Traveler suddenly held up a sun of blood that shone brightly, shielding 9 Spiritual Fairy. 9 Spiritual Fairy gave a clear roar. The 9-colored barrier shook and the 9 layers of light mixed together, becoming extremely dazzling. Next, the mixed light sphere flashed as 9 Spiritual Fairy transformed into a colorful rhinoceros. The rhinoceros had a large head and small body. It was shining with various colors. It spoke human language. "Thank you." Saying so, it charged towards the 12 Zodiac Giant. Rumble. The 2 huge existences clashed. Dust clouds rose and rocks were sent flying. The moment 9 Spiritual Fairy left, Yellow Extremity Jiao Hua appeared behind Red Heart Traveler. Pew! As flames surged, Red Heart Traveler was caught unguarded and got hit by Yellow Extremity. His defensive killer move was pierced, and he got substantially injured. How can this be? Red Heart Traveler was shocked, but quickly retaliated. But at the next moment, Yellow Extremity pierced through space, escaping far away. Red Heart Traveler saw this. His heart sank. He could tell that Yellow Extremity was a fire path cultivator, but he managed to unleash a space path method. So Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities killer move can not only connect the thoughts of the 8 extremities together and share their vision, they can also share killer moves. Under the effect of the killer move 8 extremities, the 8 extremities cooperated smoothly. The battle strength they displayed was beyond imagination. Red Heart Traveler became incredibly alert. He swiftly dodged attacks. At the next moment, countless army ants swept the base of the mountain like a tsunami, quickly rising to the middle of the mountain. Wu Shuai did not step onto the mountain. He was outside manipulating his army. Divine Emperor City sent out countless Divine Being soldiers to fight against the army ants. In the chaotic battle, a figure flew out like a rampaging dragon. There were huge waves wherever he went. There was a cape behind him that was blood red in color. He was Zhan Budu. Fairy Yu Xiu had already gone to obstruct the 8 extremities, while Fairy Ming Hao was sent flying by Zhan Budu again. "Stop him!" Fairy Ming Hao shouted loudly. Ruan Dan was nearby. It hesitated upon hearing this, not daring to move forward. Zhou Xiong Xian gritted his teeth. He stood before Zhan Budu immortal killer move. Rumors become tigers. Fierce tigers roared, charging towards Zhan Budu with imposing might. Zhan Budu sucked in with his mouth as the tigers were absorbed into his stomach. He easily arrived in front of Zhou Xiong Xian. Zhan Budu punched directly, piercing Zhou Xiong Xian's chest as his hand appeared behind the victim. Zhou Xiong Xian's eyes were wide open. He died on the spot. Zhan Budu waved his arm. This corpse was sent flying. He met with the awakened Gu Immortal Fairy Maiden Soul next. Zhan Budu shouted loudly. His monstrous strength obliterated Fairy Maiden Soul. Her soul was completely destroyed. Zhanbu Du stomped as he finally arrived at the top of the mountain. This time, Star Constellation chessboard had ceased attacking as well. It did not shoot out any more star pillars. Chapter 2183, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation, as a child, was laughing happily. She wandered around the back mountain, roamed the multicolored flower fields, and played with the sweet mountain springs. She teased a young, intelligent leopard cat, which she had saved coincidentally. These last days, she would often come to the cave to see it, feed it, and play with it. "You are playing around again?" A voice suddenly came from behind. The child Star Constellation's body shook. She felt her skull turning numb as she slowly turned around and saw the white-robed, solemn-looking Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. "Master," Star Constellation lowered her head, saying softly, "Give your hand." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable brought out a ruler. Star Constellation gritted her teeth as she stretched out her small white hand. Slap! The ruler struck her palm and left a red mark. The intense pain struck her, but Star Constellation fought back the tears. "The homework that you did recently is a total mess. Instead of training killer moves, you are playing with a cat here." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at the leopard cat behind Star Constellation. The child Star Constellation immediately brimmed with tears. "Master, don't be angry. Don't chase little yellow away. Its injuries have just healed. I promise I will definitely practice my killer moves." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable fixed his gaze at Star Constellation, but Star Constellation drummed up her courage and held her gaze, like she would protect the leopard cat no matter what. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's expression was stiff. He picked up the child Star Constellation. "Come with me." Star Constellation felt a strong wind brushing past her face and could not open her eyes. After some time, the roar of the wind suddenly stopped, and she felt her feet touching the ground. "Take a look." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's voice reached her. Star Constellation opened her eyes and saw that she was in a ruin. Her pupils shrunk. Her sight was filled with burning houses and corpses of man, woman, old, and young. This village was peaceful and quiet, but because it is near the regional wall, a group of variant human bandits invaded and massacred everyone. "Do you know how often this situation occurs?" Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable asked. The child Star Constellation was deeply shocked, shaking her head subconsciously. "This kind of situation is happening almost every day." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable heaved a sigh. "Not only at the periphery of Central Continent, there are remnant variant humans even deep within Central Continent itself. They come out occasionally and kill us humans. Heavenly Court is already established in Central Continent. Humanity has firm dominance, while the variant human superforces have gone into hiding or have left Central Continent. As for the other 4 regions, variant humans still hold power. Do you know why that is the case?" The child Star Constellation answered quickly. "I know. I heard from the senior brothers and sisters that Master roamed the 5 regions and attacked all the variant human superforces. No matter how many variant human Gu immortals there are, they cannot beat you. But they all hid away, so we cannot find them." "Right." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded his head. When immortal apertures are placed in the world, they shrink down to the size of a speck. Searching them is extremely difficult, like searching for a needle in the ocean. Because of this, even though humanity has me, an immortal venerable invincible in the world, we are still unable to get rid of those variant humans. Although we have taken control of Central Continent, the other 4 regions are still not liberated. Because our human population is too small, we cannot compare to variant humans. Even if we target the 4 regions' variant human Gu masters and mortals, even if we kill them all, as long as those variant human blessed lands and grotto heavens exist, they can easily nurture countless variant humans. Once blessed lands and grotto heavens hid, they were difficult to find, and the time inside was much faster than the outside world. The population inside could increase much more rapidly. Every once in a while, the blessed lands and grotto heavens could open their entrance and release the extra population in the 4 regions. These Gu Immortals' immortal apertures are the foundations of the variant humans. If we cannot find their specific locations, when I die, humanity will still be in a perilous situation. The past tragedy will repeat once more. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable heaved a deep sigh and stroked the child Star Constellation's hair. "This is why you need to work hard. Fate has decreed that you will become the future Immortal Venerable and create Wisdom Path. With Wisdom Path, we can deduce the location of most of the blessed lands and grotto heavens. We can kill those variant human Gu immortals and ensure the prosperity of humanity for countless generations ahead." Xing Su. 1. You need to understand that with every moment you spend playing around, more of our people will die under the blades of the variant humans. Among them, there are many old people, and also many who are the same age as you. While you are playing, The children who are of your age lie in a pool of blood, unable to see the sun of tomorrow. The child star constellation was pale as paper as she pursed her lips in silence. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable used his killer move again, bringing her back to the back of the mountain. He did not instruct her anymore and left her by herself. Several days later, the child star constellation parted with the leopard cat Little Yellow. Despite Little Yellow being very reluctant to leave, she still returned it to the forest. When she was alone, she squatted on the ground and held her knees, weeping softly to herself. Although Master is completely right, I am only just a child. The senior brothers and sisters can have fun, so why can't I? Is it simply because fate decreed me as the future Immortal Venerable? The child star constellation cried for a long time till nighttime. The sky was filled with stars. She slowly stood up. Her small, round face still had tear stains. A lump of starlight gushed out of her heart. Star Constellation held this starlight and threw it on the back of the mountain. This lump of starlight bore a vague resemblance to her shadow. The child star constellation said to this starlight shadow, "Actually, I don't want to become an Immortal Venerable, but fate cannot be changed. Everyone is so kind to me. I need to think for them as well and bring happiness to the whole of humanity. If there is a second life, I want you to play all you want and make up for my regret in this life." The starlight shadow did not leave. The child star constellation looked at her and said, "Let me give you a name. Since Master often praises my wittiness, bright eyes and white teeth, let's call you Ming Hao." The starlight shadow seemed to be very happy after receiving the name. It left quickly. Teenage star constellation grew into a young lady, and she was now an immortal. She did not just stay in closed cultivation. She often traveled to different places to enrich her experience. There was no use in just cultivating behind closed doors, because what she needed to do was not to inherit primordial origin Immortal Venerable's legacy, but to create wisdom path. When she was traveling Eastern Sea with a disguised identity, she became acquainted with a Gu Immortal. Under some coincidences, she and this Gu Immortal ran into each other time and again. They joined hands to fight and got rid of variant human tribes. They explored sea trenches, and so on. Their friendship deepened, which eventually turned into feelings of fondness. But you are a variant human. When Star Constellation saw her beloved's true appearance, she stepped back in shock. "Xing'er, I did not hide it on purpose. Please listen to my explanation." Her beloved one was anxious. Star Constellation, however, shook her head and flew up to the sky. The man gave chase without letting up, but because of his heavy injuries, he fell from the sky in the end. When he gained consciousness, he found that he was lying on a beach and Star Constellation was beside him. "You saved me, Xing'er. I know it is you. Where are you? Come out and meet me." The man was both surprised and happy as he struggled to get up and shouted with all his strength, but he received no reply after all. In the end, he could only leave the island. Under the setting sun, looking at his lonely, receding figure, Star Constellation stood on the beach and revealed herself. Her eyes were brimming with tears along with reluctance to part with him. "Why do you have to be a variant human? How great would it be if you were human? Do you know that I already thought of marrying you?" According to customs, Master had already prepared embroidered tower for me as dowry. But I cannot do it. Because I am Star Constellation, the future Immortal Venerable of humanity. I need to get rid of the variant human Gu Immortals from my people. If I become your wife, how can I attack them? Once the variant humans get comfortable, what will happen to the future of humanity? Her master's anticipation, the hope of humanity, and the support of the people around her. All of these burdens were weighing on Star Constellation's shoulders. But her heart still ached. The pain of unfulfilled love almost tore her soul apart. Starlight started to gush out of Star Constellation's heart. She held this lump of starlight again. She mumbled to the starlight shadow, "Since he praised my beauty and talent, I will name you Yu Xiu. If there is another life, please live well for me. Don't care about the future of humanity. Don't think about the safety of people. For just once, live for yourself and be selfish. Go ahead and love. You can cry to your heart's content." The starlight shadow rippled as if replying to her. In her later years, Star Constellation had already become a venerable. Inside a hall, she sat on the main seat, looking at her senior sister who had always supported and taken care of her. She was like her own mother. "Let me do it," the senior sister shouted. "Asu, you are the great Immortal Venerable. You cannot sacrifice yourself to merge with heaven's will." No, Star Constellation shook her head softly. "Precisely because I am the Immortal Venerable, I need to do this." The senior sister's eyes were filled with tears. "Asu, you were only 3 years old when you became Master's disciple. I have taken care of you this entire time. I looked at you grow bit by bit, mature step by step, and finally become the Star Constellation Immortal Venerable of humanity. No one knows better than me how much sadness and pain you have endured in this process. You have already sacrificed too much over these years. Now, You have already done a great job and fulfilled everyone's expectations. Don't make sacrifices anymore. You still have a lot of time to do what you want to do. Didn't you often complain to me? Although your life seemed great and you have been praised by countless people, you still hold many regrets. Asu, you deserve a better life from now on. You have sacrificed too much for humanity. It is time for you to live for yourself. So this time, let me assimilate with heaven's will. Star Constellation smiled. Her figure flashed and appeared before her senior sister. She softly wiped her senior sister's tears and took out a lump of starlight from her heart. Senior sister, you praised me for my great magnanimity. I shall name this starlight shadow Feng. Let her accompany you in my stead. I was an orphan from birth. You looked after me all my life. You are my sister and also like my mother. How can I let you do this? In any case, I have already sacrificed and given up so much. It is already like a habit for me. Let Feng stay and look after you. She will help me make up for the regrets in life. I have left behind 3 starlight shadows. They are also my arrangements for revival. I do not want to see the day where I can revive, but if the situation aggravates to that degree and I revive, I will listen to you, my senior sister. Forget about this world or the whole of humanity. I will live for myself and myself only. For once, I want to be selfish too. Crazed Demon Cave. When Ming Hao, Yu Xiu, and Feng Yuan woke up, they received devastating news. Fate Gu was destroyed. Heavenly Court had fallen to an abysmal state. The great demon Fang Yuan had risen up. The righteous path was declining while demons surged. Central Continent was surrounded by danger on all fronts. I once vowed to myself, I want to live my own life. To live for my pleasure, to live for my love, and to live for my happiness. Was I wrong? I had already completed my mission. I created Wisdom Path. I already got rid of most of the variant human Gu immortals. I even led humanity on the path of prosperity. It was time I took a rest. But why? Why did I subconsciously make plans and arrangements? Why am I still fighting here? Why? Fairy Ming Hao looked at the rising fire and smoke. She curled her lips. Fairy Yu Xiu looked at Demon Immortal Qi Ju and the 8 extremities with a cold gaze. Fairy Feng Yu looked at the charging Zhanbu Du and smiled plainly. At this moment, starlight flickered on the bodies of the 3 fairies, resonating with bright radiance. The 3 immortals recited together, a life of selfless giving, worrying, and helping the people, sacrificing my body and life, for starlight to radiate the world. Everything changed upon revival. The 5 regions became unrecognizable. Only my heart remained the same. The 3 avatars unite to save heaven. Starlight connected and fused into one, its radiance rising towards the sky. The light soon formed into an immortal with peerless beauty. Her eyes shone brightly like stars in the sky. Star Constellation? Star Constellation. Star Constellation. One Star Constellation's name which also became her title later, much like Paradise Earth. Chapter 2184. Immortal Venerables enter Primordial Domain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. On the peak of Book Mountain, the scene of 3 star avatars joining into one and turning into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shocked the immortals, who were bathed in blood. Although the immortals already expected the revival of Venerables with Fate Gu being destroyed, when a Venerable really revived in front of them, they still could not help but feel intense shock. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the only female among the 10 Venerables. She created Wisdom Path, inherited primordial origin Immortal Venerable's will, developed Heavenly Court, assimilated with Heaven's will, and helped Heavenly Court resist 3 demon Venerables. Her name was always resplendent in the history of humanity. Her glorious reputation had never dimmed. Now, she had revived. Star Constellation, take this punch. Zhanbu Du did not have any hesitation as he stepped on the mountain peak, and with a thunderous voice, he attacked Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's revival did not surprise Fang Yuan. In fact, he already had some speculations regarding the identities of Ming Hao, Yu Xiu, and Feng Yuan. These 3 had extremely high strength. They were all pseudo-venerables. Just this point alone was enough to explain the problem. Heavenly Court was persistent in repairing fate and had worked for it for over 1 million years. But in the crucial Fate War, there was only one pseudo-venerable battle strength, Duke Long, defending Heavenly Court. But right now in Crazed Demon Cave, Heavenly Court had suddenly brought out 3 pseudo-venerable battle strength experts. This proved that these 3 female immortals had revived only after the destruction of Fate Gu. If not for this, how could they not participate in the Fate War? Since they were revived pseudo-venerables, their names should have been renowned in history, but they were shrouded in mystery. More importantly, there was no trace of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable from the start. With these several clues and his strong Wisdom Path attainment, Fang Yuan deduced that the probability of these 3 immortals being Star Constellation was increasingly obvious. It was like how Fang Yuan could create clones like Qi Si Ancestor, Zhanbu Du, and Wu Shui. Why could Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not do the same? It was just that Star Constellation's 3 avatars were more profound and mysterious than Fang Yuan's clones. The 3 fairies could become Star Constellation by fusing together. Zhanbu Du showed no fear against the revived Star Constellation. Before his punch even landed on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the intense wind from his punch blew Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's long hair into the air. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, however, was smiling. At the next moment, Zhanbu Du struck Star Constellation, but he passed right through her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's figure vanished like an illusory bubble. This was fake. It was merely an illusion. Zhanbu Du realized this and quickly activated an investigative method, but could not detect Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body. Star Constellation, please hold on. Suddenly, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Golden light drifted in the air, revealing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's figure. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used a killer move. Inside her immortal aperture, Fairy Fang Yu's Talent Gu and Fairy Yu Xiu's Serious Gu and Learning Gu, which were temporarily taken out from Divine Emperor City, activated one after the other. Immortal essence was consumed intensely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's figure turned illusory again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's golden light could not obstruct her any longer. Under everyone's gaze, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew to the sky grandly and entered Primordial Domain. Damn it! Zhanbu Du gritted his teeth as he gave chase. However, although he caught up to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, she was like a silhouette that could not be disturbed by Zhanbu Du. She quickly entered the depths of Primordial Domain. But Zhanbu Du passed through Primordial Domain. Without special methods, there is no way to enter Primordial Domain. Zhanbu Du's eyes burned with anger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was revived. But she did not fight Zhanbu Du, instead choosing to directly head to Primordial Domain. She was a Venerable. She could not make a move casually. Otherwise, she would be suppressed by limitless demon Venerable's methods, just like Qi Si Ancestor. She directly left without caring for Heavenly Court's Immortals, Book Mountain, and the whole battlefield, but this became a fatal move. Lu Weiyin's expression was ashen and extremely unsightly. Primordial Domain was the crucial factor of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. The reason they attacked Book Mountain furiously was to obstruct Heavenly Court from obtaining Primordial Domain. They never expected that even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was unable to get Primordial Domain, she could directly fly into it. Zhanbu Du lacked suitable methods and could not block her. In fact, even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun made a move, but was unable to obstruct Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. What do we do? Lu Weiyin was at a loss. Once Star Constellation Immortal Venerable entered Primordial Domain to replenish her lost attainment level, she would quickly become a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster and regain her status of the Wisdom Path Tao Lord. Is Heavenly Court going to continue controlling the future of this world? Bing Sai Chuan sighed dejectedly. Not necessarily. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sneered. Let's go. At the next moment, Calamity Luck Altar shone with dazzling golden light. The golden light shot everywhere before joining together and making a path that stretched forward. It was Calamity Luck Altar's killer move, luck-changing golden light path. At the same time, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace that was stationed in Savage Wilderness Great World also let out a majestic light. Ever since Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was brought into Crazed Demon Cave, it had actively participated and cooperated with limitless demon Venerables' deductions regarding the development of the worlds. It had gotten deeply involved. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace's light shone on Calamity Luck Altar, creating mysterious changes in the luck-changing golden light path. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun flew out of Calamity Luck Altar and followed the golden light path into Primordial Domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was unable to stop Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but he possessed the #1 luck path attainment in the world. He made use of Calamity Luck Altar and Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace to enter Primordial Domain. Longevity Heaven's Immortals cheered as they saw this. But Fang Yuan's subordinates were pale. Damn it, damn it. Lu Weiyin's expression was extremely unsightly. Although Longevity Heaven cooperated with Fang Yuan, their main goal was to make use of him. Right now, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun directly abandoned Fang Yuan and entered Primordial Domain himself. It was obvious that he was seeking to replenish his Luck Path attainment level in Primordial Domain and become a Luck Path Tao Lord once again. Both Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven threw Fang Yuan aside. Is this a Venerable's foundation? Xiao Hejian heaved a sigh. Should we retreat? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs will started to waver. Fang Yuan was the source of these variant human Gu Immortals' confidence. But currently, it was obvious Fang Yuan could not compare to the two Venerables. This made the variant human Gu Immortal's morale fall sharply. No need to worry. At this time, Fang Yuan's main body came over from Yellow Earth Great World. His expression was still calm. Lu Wei Yin's eyes shone with hope. Lord Fang Yuan, you have a way? Fang Yuan nodded, looking towards Rising Cloud City. Qi Ju, let's cooperate once again. Demon Immortal Qi Ju flew over from Rising Cloud City. Heh. I knew you had ulterior motives when you gave me the rank 8 Immortal Gu house. But your killer move has no issue. Come, let's work together. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, taking out Hu Land from the Qi Si clone's immortal aperture. At the same time, Shi Land appeared above Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Hu Land and Shi Land came together and shone on each other. Lu Wei Yin was exulted when he saw this. I get it. The Legends of Rinzhu has records of this. The Legends of Rinzhu, Chapter 5, Section 37. Wisdom Gu was bitten by Self Gu. It felt very angry and decided to take revenge. Wisdom Gu found Lai Gu. No matter what I say, my words are filled with wisdom. They will advise and help others. This won't do, so I came to you for help. Lai Gu asked, how do you want me to help you? Wisdom Gu said, this is easy and simple. Rinzhu and his children are in Primordial Domain now. In front of Primordial Domain is Shi Land, while behind it is Hu Land. Go to Primordial Domain and deceive Rinzhu. Tell him Hu Land is in front while Shi Land is behind. Lai Gu was puzzled. That can help you take revenge? Wisdom Gu laughed loudly. Humans need to breathe in first before they can breathe out. Meanwhile, Shi Land and Hu Land are the breathing of heaven and earth. Just follow my instructions. Lai Gu followed Wisdom Gu's arrangements and went to Primordial Domain. It told Rinzhu, human, you need to be careful. You are in a mystical place. You will reach Hu Land if you go forward and Shi Land if you move back. Rinzhu had been thinking of leaving Primordial Domain, he thought. The Beastmen once advised me to not go to Hu Land. In that case, I shall head towards the back and go to Shi Land. Rinzhu moved towards the back of Primordial Domain with his children Great Strength, True Martial, and Carefree Wisdom Heart. Thus, they arrived at Hu Land. This is not Shi Land. Carefree Wisdom Heart knew they had been deceived. Rinzhu patted his chest. Fortunately, I died once and Betrayal Gu has already left me. Otherwise, if I care, 1. Betrayal Gu will harm me. But Great Strength True Martial suddenly realized something and shouted, this is bad. What's wrong? Rinzhu was just about to ask when Self Gu flew out of his body. Self Gu left Rinzhu, leaving behind a sentence. Oh human, after you put Attitude Gu on me, you deceived even yourself, so don't blame me for leaving you. Back then, Rinzhu protected Weak Gu. Weak Gu urged Rinzhu to put Attitude Gu on Self Gu to deceive himself, creating the perfect deception that managed to even deceive the predicament. If humans deceive themselves, their sense of self would leave and the person would lose themselves. Rinzhu was angry and anxious. What to do? Self Gu left me. How can I obtain freedom without it? How can I break free of the restraints of fate? Self Gu once took a bite of Betrayal Gu, so it gained the inclination to betray. I was already dissatisfied with it. Great Strength True Martial's ability Gu shouted. The skilled were naturally dissatisfied with themselves. Self Gu will be out of our sight soon. We need to give chase. Carefree Wisdom Heart reminded. The three immediately chase after Self Gu. Self Gu left very fast and dove into a river. The river's surface was calm with ice of all sizes floating on it. This is the River of Time. The ice floating on the river is called Truthful Floating Ice. Rinzhu's group recognized it immediately. They had gained this knowledge in the Qian Kuan crystal wall. Rinzhu looked afar and said, I think Self Gu is hiding in the center of the floating ice. Let's quickly go and catch it. 1. Care is read as at who here. It's a word pun. Chapter 2185. Fang Yuan enters Primordial Domain. Rinzhu's group sized up the situation by the riverside. Every piece of floating ice in the River of Time was a piece of truth. Rinzhu observed for a long while before pointing towards a floating ice. This floating ice is neither big nor small and has a smooth surface. Let's step on this. But Great Strength True Martial said, this floating ice is clearly too small. It is not enough for us three. Carefree Wisdom Heart shook her head. This floating ice is quite big, but there are many spikes on it. They will pierce our feet. Even when looking at the same truth, from the perspectives of different people, they could be big or small, minor or severe, difficult or easy. Some could accept it, but some could not. Rinzhu's group discussed for a long while before they chose a floating ice and stepped on it. When Rinzhu stepped on this ice, he immediately cried and sniveled. Great Strength True Martial shouted in anger, while Carefree Wisdom Heart laughed happily. When looking at the same truth, different people would have different feelings and emotions regarding it. Rinzhu and his children could only endure this. Every piece of floating ice in the River of Time is a cold and silent truth. But we humans have hearts. We feel emotions when we come across truths, and when truths and emotions mix, they create different situations, one for everyone. Carefree Wisdom Heart recalled the knowledge in her mind. The floating ice carried the group and drifted for a while before it started shrinking and submerging. Let's jump to that floating ice. Renzu pointed towards the left, at his front. Before the floating ice under them submerged, the three jumped to the second floating ice. This piece of truth created different emotions in Renzu's group. The longer they stood on the floating ice, the more these emotions accumulated. As the floating ice continued to sink, the emotions they felt also changed. Some went from angry to happy, while others went from happy to depressed. I can't endure this anymore. I feel horrible. After persisting for a while, Renzu said while grasping his heart, let's jump to that floating ice. The three jumped over, but shortly afterwards, Carefree Wisdom Heart said, I cannot stand this situation. I am also feeling extremely down. I even want to die. Renzu's group of three quickly changed to another floating ice. No matter what truth they came upon, in reality, they could be endured by gritting one's teeth. The most dreadful thing was the suffering of the heart. If the heart could not endure it, the person would be unable to continue moving forward. After changing several pieces of floating ice, Great Strength True Marshal felt the least amount of discomfort. I am still fine. Strong Gu shouted proudly in his heart. There are too many situations in the world, but it has always been the weak who suffer more than the strong. Fortitude Gu called out. The credit here goes to me because I have been helping you since the start. Fortitude Gu could suppress emotions. Suddenly, two Gu worms grew on Carefree Wisdom Heart's palms. The Gu on the left palm was called good. The Gu on the right palm was called bad. Humans, we can help you distinguish which situation is good and which is bad. Good Gu and Bad Gu said together in a soft voice. Thus, with the help of Good Gu and Bad Gu, Renzu's group was able to choose a piece of floating ice that had a good situation. All three of them felt happy when standing on this floating ice. When the floating ice started to submerge and good situations turned bad, the three jumped away. Like this, the three gradually turned happy, then ecstatic, before finally becoming euphoric. They could not move forward anymore as they drowned in emotions of endless joy. The three forgot about their situation. The truthful floating ice they were standing on submerged completely. They fell into the river one after the other. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th layer. She land. Who? Land. The two secluded domains of heaven and earth let out misty white light that mixed into one and formed a horizontal pillar of light. The final step. Fang Yuan let out a breath of relief as he activated a killer move. Chi aura flew into the light pillar, forming a vortex in the middle. The vortex shot to the sky, and when the white light vortex touched the surface of Primordial Domain, it expanded and shrouded the whole Primordial Domain like a fog. Fang Yuan followed the white vortex of light and went into Primordial Domain. Amazing, amazing. Primordial Domain is in between Shi Land and Hu Land. Using these two secluded domains of heaven and earth, he managed to locate Primordial Domain. Lu Weiyin praised loudly as he followed after Fang Yuan. Behind him were pseudo-venerable battle strength experts like Zhanbu Du, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and Qi Si Ancestor. After these immortals entered Primordial Domain, the white vortex dissipated rapidly, disappointing those Gu immortals who had been thinking of making a move. Fang Yuan was floating in Primordial Domain, frowning deeply. The moment he stepped in, countless inspirations appeared in his mind. But this was not a natural process. It was like a forced installation. Fang Yuan experienced an indescribable pain. This pain did not come from his body or soul. It came from his mind. His mental state had been like a lake with no waves, being tranquil like a giant mirror. But now, there were fierce waves moving roughly. This was like a process where an infant who only knew how to eat, drink, sleep, and excrete got forced to learn the joy of a child jumping and playing. If infants jumped and played, they would injure themselves. It was also like a child who thought toys were the most precious thing, but was forcefully instilled the perspective of an adult, that money was the most important thing. A Gu cultivator's attainment level was very hard to raise. By entering Primordial Domain, Fang Yuan was increasing his attainment level unnaturally and forcefully. It went against the law of nature. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and endured it. There was no trace of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, who had entered earlier. Fang Yuan also did not concentrate on them. He quickly inspected his body and came to a realization. Many paths' attainment levels are increasing rapidly. Refinement path is also among them, but rule path's progress is the fastest. Fang Yuan thought about it and started to move in Primordial Domain. He used a method which allowed him to fly in Primordial Domain like a free bird. Primordial Domain crumbled apart wherever he went. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Although Primordial Domain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was extremely fragile. Fang Yuan did not even attack. It was just that he had too many Dao marks. Even Primordial Domain could not endure it. Fortunately, before those areas of Primordial Domain collapsed, the attainment levels they contained were transferred into Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency. I must find a correct direction quickly. If those areas in the Primordial Domain that contain Refinement Path are destroyed, it will be terrible. Fang Yuan was unfamiliar with Primordial Domain, but all kinds of thoughts clashed in his mind, and his profound Wisdom Path attainment allowed him to quickly understand his situation. Primordial Domain contained the profundities of all paths. Any Gu cultivator could benefit from it. Fang Yuan acutely adjusted his direction and moved in Primordial Domain, gaining a lot of progress in his Refinement Path attainment level. His direction was correct, and soon, his rate of progress in Refinement Path became the highest, among several other paths that were growing too. Fang Yuan's feeling at this moment could not be expressed in words. Even though he was feeling incomparable pain and his mental state was unstable, he also felt full and satisfied. At the same time, there was also an increasing thirst. This thirst was towards knowledge, towards attainment levels. It is no wonder that in The Legends of Rinzhu, after Rinzhu obtained knowledge, he was not satisfied. He kept taking in more knowledge until his brain reached its limit and exploded. Fang Yuan felt a sense of resonance with Rinzhu. Almost there. Fang Yuan endured the pain as joy appeared on his face. His intuition was telling him strongly that he was only a short distance from Refinement Path Supreme Grandmaster. Rumble. Right at this time, Primordial Domain shook and large areas started collapsing and breaking apart. Fang Yuan's Refinement Path attainment level that had been rising stopped abruptly. Giant Sun, Star Constellation. Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold and sharp. He looked far away. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were fighting. They selected the location of their fight really well. It was in the main area of Refinement Path. Once this portion of Primordial Domain was destroyed, Fang Yuan's Refinement Path attainment level could not increase anymore. In previous fights, Fang Yuan had probed many weaknesses of Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court. Similarly, details about him were also taken notice of by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. They were aware that Fang Yuan wanted to break through in Refinement Path. Since they came to Primordial Domain a step earlier, how could these two Venerables watch without doing anything? Thus, as they fought, they destroyed the future prospects of Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable must have taken the initiative to attack, and although Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was in an alliance with Fang Yuan, he was definitely happy to take advantage of the situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw Fang Yuan's main body, immediately pointing at him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of deep blue stars shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gave a shout, his whole body emitting 7-colored radiance. Immortal Killer Move, 7 kills Rainbow. Metal Paths Yellow Light, Wood Paths Jade Green Light, Water Paths Light Blue Hue, Fire Paths Red Light, Earth Paths Brown Light, Wind Paths Green Radiance, and Lightning Paths Deep Blue Light. 7 lights from these 7 paths mixed together and shot forward in a drill shape. Bam! The 7 kills Rainbow destroyed most of the stars and continued towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Starlight flashed around Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, blocking this killer move. But she still staggered, and her face revealed surprise. What killer move is this? It was naturally a compound killer move. This 7 kills Rainbow was modified from the 5 technique Rainbow. The latter was once used by Fang Yuan in Eastern Sea when the Righteous Qi Alliance attacked Xia Clan headquarters to retrieve Xia Clan's lost territory. 5 technique Rainbow used metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, for a total of 5 paths. But 7 kills Rainbow went a step further, containing the swift wind and violent lightning. It was hard for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to defend against such a killer move. Because to block this move, she had to simultaneously consider metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. These amounted to 7 paths. There were many killer moves that seemingly involved many paths, but they were without any substance in essence. For instance, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable fought with Limitless Will in Crazed Demon Cave, he had used a killer move that imitated other paths' strength. The essence of the killer move was still one path, it was just that it imitated other paths. In fact, to deal with his killer move, only Theft Path needed to be targeted. But 7 kills Rainbow genuinely contained the strength of 7 paths. With just one exchange with Fang Yuan, even the Grand Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt troubled. One aspect was the difficulty of defending against compound killer moves. The other aspect was Fang Yuan's vast Dao mark accumulation. He had too many Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might have been able to match it before, but the current her had just revived. The 3 avatars merged into one. Their Dao marks were also added together, which became the current Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's foundation. But clearly, the number of Dao marks that Star Constellation had was lower than Fang Yuan. 1. The Chinese character for situation/thing is made up of truth and emotion. Chapter 2186. Snatching Primordial Domain, Crazed Demon Cave. Primordial Domain. Fang Yuan's main body finally fought against a Venerable. Immortal killer move, Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Fang Yuan roared again. His body shook and over 100 evil dragons rapidly condensed around him. The evil dragons roared and charged towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Another compound killer move, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's pupils shrank slightly. She immediately noted that the evil dragons in front of her contained profundities of at least Transformation Path and Enslavement Path. Fang Yuan's Dao mark quantity was horrifying. Although Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could fight him head-on, that was not her style. She was a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster. This was true in her previous life. It was also true now. Her body immediately flickered as the surrounding starlight split into 1,000 specks, each of time transformed into one Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun quickly activated his investigative method to distinguish the real body. Fang Yuan's pupils shrank, but he still ordered the dragons to charge forward. The dragons fought with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's illusions. Instantly, the whole battlefield was turned into a chaotic scene. The evil dragons bit, swung their tails, stabbed with their horns, or used their claws. Some even shot out sharp sword chi with their tongues. At the start of the fight, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's illusions were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. But not long later, they realized the patterns of these evil dragons. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables stabilized the situation and began to counterattack. The methods of these Star Constellation illusions were ordinary. Each illusion only had one killer move, and there were only 6 kinds of killer moves altogether. But these Star Constellation illusions had extremely high cooperation, not much inferior to the 3 avatars. The Star Constellation illusions used their numerical advantage. About 10 illusions would attack one evil dragon and kill it after sacrificing several illusions. Fang Yuan's evil dragons began to decrease rapidly in number. Fang Yuan's Sword Tongue Dragon Soul has Enslavement Path profundity, so they can be controlled. But he is far from being Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's match in terms of Wisdom Path. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun evaluated inwardly. But Fang Yuan knows his strengths and weaknesses as well as the enemies. It would not be worth the effort if he put his attention on carefully controlling the dragon souls. So he is just activating this move repeatedly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not interfere for the moment. He just observed from the side. While observing the battle, he continued to activate his methods. Crimson light flew and wrapped the surrounding areas of Primordial Domain, pulling them into his immortal aperture. Information was extremely important to Gu cultivators, especially when facing an enemy like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Killer moves were most effective during the first time they were used. Fang Yuan did not use other methods. He was still activating Sword Tongue Dragon Soul without stopping. Groups of evil dragons that numbered over 100 each continued to rush to the battlefield. They were killed by the Star Constellation illusions, but they soon gained the upper hand in terms of overall strength. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was inwardly surprised. So this move contained Soul Path as well. He saw these evil dragons being annihilated, but gradually, the souls of the evil dragons appeared. At first, these dragon souls were extremely weak. Their battle strength was only 10% of the evil dragons. But as evil dragons continued to die, the scattered soul path down marks in the battlefield surged continuously. The dragon soul beasts born from the deaths of these evil dragons also grew increasingly strong. 20%, 40%, 60%. The evil dragon soul's battle strength continued to increase, finally defeating the Star Constellation illusions and tilting the battle situation in Fang Yuan's favor. And when there were only dozens of illusions remaining, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body could not remain hidden. She smiled at Fang Yuan and actually retreated from the battlefield, taking her leave. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. From this fight, he gained a deeper understanding of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's nature. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived and clearly had the battle strength to fight Fang Yuan head-on, she did not battle frontally. She was very rational and flexible in thoughts. It was like how she retreated this time and made Fang Yuan's efforts go to waste. These soul path down marks on the battlefield were advantageous to Fang Yuan, but with Star Constellation's casual retreat, Fang Yuan had to give chase, giving up this favorable battlefield. It was not pleasant at all to fight with such an opponent. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, hold up. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled. Magnificent lights appeared and blocked Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Good, Fang Yuan praised, taking the chance to catch up. It seemed like the alliance agreement between Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan was still effective. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's choice could be explained easily. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun saw Fang Yuan's battle strength, and adding on the fact that he was still in his immortal zombie body, he regarded Heavenly Court as the main enemy. Were Fang Yuan to be weaker, he might have been jointly attacked by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to get rid of this easiest target and prevent him from obtaining benefits while the two Venerables fought. Fang Yuan fought Star Constellation Immortal Venerable once again, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun barely made any moves. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable lightly waved her jade-like hands, sending out a flurry of stars. The stars were extremely fast, whistling through the air as they shot at Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan had tried to dodge them before, but these stars had homing ability. They reached him no matter how he dodged. Fang Yuan would need a long time to deduce and plan before he could decipher this killer move. Crack, crack. Soft sounds echoed as the light barrier around Fang Yuan started to break. This light barrier was a compound killer move as well. It had outstanding defense, but under the continuous attack of the stars, it had already broken several times. The power of each flying star never changed, but they were tightly connected as a consecutive move. This was very terrifying. Suppose that a flying star's power was 1. The first star would have the battle strength of 1, second would have at least 3, third would have 6. Their strength increased progressively, reaching a terrifying level at the later stages. This was Fairy Ming Hao's combat system. The barrier of light collapsed. Fang Yuan immediately used a new defensive method. A halo shone above his head. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Just like what Heavenly Court's intel described, Fang Yuan was very cautious. After using the defensive killer move a few times, he would change to a new one, afraid that his defensive killer move would be deciphered, which could cause heavy injuries or even death if he was caught off guard. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan was exactly this. However, every time she got some results in her deductions, Fang Yuan would readjust his methods, making her deductions pointless. Fang Yuan, you are really well prepared for this battle. You have been changing your killer moves so frequently. I am really curious how long can you continue this for? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke while using a killer move. This Wisdom Path killer move was formless and invisible. It created a whirlwind out of thin air, but it did not target Fang Yuan, instead targeting the surrounding primordial domain. In an instant, all the areas of primordial domain within thousands of steps were emptied by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. On the other side, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sent out golden light similarly, absorbing a small area of the primordial domain into his aperture. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with dark light. These two Venerables had extraordinary methods. They had been absorbing primordial domain even during the battle. Fang Yuan's accumulation was much inferior when compared to them. He had also tried, but did not find an effective method to collect the primordial domain. He could only watch as these two made gains. Since it is so, Fang Yuan resolutely activated a killer move. Flames flew and lightning shot out. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had been collecting primordial domain when the lightning fire wave formed by Fang Yuan's killer move swept over and emptied out the areas of primordial domain around him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun failed to gain anything, but he remained silent. Fang Yuan activated another move. Strong winds blew. An ice storm filled the area. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was implicated once again. The areas of primordial domain he was about to absorb into his immortal aperture were destroyed once again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun clenched his teeth while taking a look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan activated another move. Eerie souls moved and golden light shone, destroying all the surrounding areas of primordial domain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not help but glance at each other. The former was no longer smiling, while the latter's eyes were twitching. If I can't have it, you can also stop dreaming about it. With this thought, Fang Yuan attacked without any restraint. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun needed some time to collect the primordial domain. Flaws appeared during this process. Fang Yuan was directly destroying primordial domain, which was much faster and more convenient. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was interrupted again and again, but Fang Yuan used the excuse of attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He did not suffer restrictions from the alliance agreement, and there was no obvious point to criticize. He was really feeling impatient as he transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, let's negotiate. If you block Star Constellation Immortal Venerable while I collect the primordial domain, we can split the gains with a 7-3 ratio. No, I want half. Fang Yuan immediately answered, as if he had been waiting for this. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was naturally unwilling. Without my method, you won't be able to collect even a portion of the primordial domain. If you dare to comprehend the primordial domain now, you will be met with Star Constellation Immortal Venerables attacks. The risk is too high. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was not wrong. It was not difficult to interrupt the installation of primordial domain. But even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not dare to comprehend primordial domain while fighting, and was only trying her best to collect it. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun put forward a fair argument, but Fang Yuan paid him no attention. Boom. Lightning exploded and chi waves rose as the surrounding primordial domain was once again destroyed by Fang Yuan's killer move. Primordial domain might have been a secluded domain of heaven and earth, but it was different from Book Mountain and Danghun Mountain. It was fragile. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan used actions to tell him. It had to be 50-50. If you don't agree, then even you, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, won't get any primordial domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could only relent. All right, we will split it 50-50. Fang Yuan continued. Giant Sun, can I trouble you to put half of the primordial domain in Treasure Yellow Heaven at your own convenience? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not help but open his eyes wide. Fang Yuan urged. Don't worry, with me disturbing her with all my strength, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will not be able to collect much of primordial domain. These words were a reminder to him. Look, Heavenly Court is still our biggest enemy. Also, weakening Heavenly Court was also Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's intention all along. Alright, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sent half of his primordial domain into Treasure Yellow Heaven to express his sincerity. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even more fiercely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was only one person. She was starting to suffer losses after Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan collaborated to target her. Chapter 2187. This Rascal Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fell into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan was in charge of disturbing her, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was collecting primordial domain. Although Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also obtained some with difficulty, her opportunities were decreasing rapidly as she fought with Fang Yuan. After this situation lasted for a while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a decision. She resolutely activated a killer move, attacking primordial domain. The primordial domain stability was like an avalanche. At first it was only a small piece that got affected, but in just a short while, the collapse became increasingly severe. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun gave a shout, sending out a golden-red aurora light. He succeeded in obstructing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move. However, she activated the killer move again. Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted. Even without Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's reminder, Fang Yuan was already attacking fiercely to force Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to defend and give up on destroying primordial domain. This time, it was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's turn to use killer moves continuously. Since the battle started, this was the first time she had taken the initiative to attack. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's response was not fast enough. Many of these offensive methods were used for the first time by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was not able to effectively block them. Rumble. After dozens of moves, primordial domain was completely destroyed. Most of the destruction was done by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation, you live up to your reputation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun praised in amazement. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw that her efficiency in collecting primordial domain could not compare to Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's joint effort, so she directly attacked primordial domain instead. Such decisiveness and rationality. She was indeed an Immortal Venerable of human history, the second-generation Immortal King of Heavenly Court. This place is... Fang Yuan's expression was slightly strange. Primordial domain was completely destroyed, but he did not fall down from the sky. Instead, he found himself in a void. There was no trace of the worlds of the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. This is Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun said. He slowly flew over and stood 100 steps away from Fang Yuan as they faced Star Constellation Immortal Venerable together. Previously, Heavenly Court used thieving Heaven's true inheritance and the captives in Divine Emperor City to lure Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun into taking action, giving them time to seize the primordial domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan responded extremely quickly, mobilizing all their forces without caring for consequences. Heavenly Court had experienced the Fate War and were no longer in their prime condition. They could not block the joint attack of the two forces. Since they could not seize it, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could only choose the next best alternative. She directly flew into primordial domain and raised her wisdom path to Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. However, Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and other pseudo-venerables also entered primordial domain. The battle situation gradually escaped from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's grasp, forcing her to destroy the whole of Primordial Domain. Primordial Domain was not seized by her. It was actually still in the 9th layer. The moment Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan, and other immortals entered Primordial Domain, they had also entered Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. The void in this 9th layer is far smaller than the 8th layer. Is this the truthful floating ice depicted in The Legends of Renzu? Fang Yuan stared at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable while also noticing the mysterious floating ice behind her. These bluish-white floating pieces of ice were of all sizes and had a huge quantity. They were floating quietly. They did not rotate by themselves, but because of the attractive forces between them, they flew around in groups. All the flying floating ice groups were slowly orbiting around the center. From afar, these orbiting pieces of truthful floating ice looked like a giant ball on the whole. The truthful floating ice's orbit was filled with mysterious profundity. Fang Yuan felt dizzy after just taking several glances. He intuitively sensed that these truthful floating ice pieces were continuing to grow bigger. Looks like this formation is the foundation for the construction of the whole of Crazed Demon Cave. Book Mountain and Primordial Domain are the cores that Heavenly Court took out from this formation. Amazing, truly incredible. This rank 9 formation keeps on orbiting and deducing. These truthful floating ice pieces are its gains. Those dead Gu immortals and immortal apertures in the 8th layer are the fuel for this formation and also the clues for deductions. If so, the derivation Gu recorded in The Legends of Renzu and Limitless Demon Venerable's study of eternal life are at the center of the formation. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking this, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted in a cold tone. At the next moment, a luck path killer move pierced through Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dissipated like a bubble. Her true body appeared, but it was no longer in front of Fang Yuan. She had already entered the rank 9 formation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression sank slightly. Such a good method. This illusion was destroyed with one touch, but even I was unable to detect it was a fake. If not for a fluctuation in my luck, I would still have no clue. We need to move quickly. Limitless Demon Venerable used everything to arrange Crazed Demon Cave, and it has been deducing for over 1,000,000 years. We can't let these gains go to Heavenly Court. Why would Fang Yuan hesitate? He immediately moved with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and arrived at the periphery of the formation. The two immortals stopped. This formation is really terrifying. All the truthful floating ice are formation cores and also the safest places. All the other areas besides them are extremely dangerous. If we stop at other areas, we will be crushed by the formation. Fang Yuan's heart jumped as he saw this. This rank 9 formation's crushing force came from the fusion of sacrificing countless Gu immortals and great worlds. Even he would not be able to endure it. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun inspected for a bit and jumped on a piece of truthful floating ice. Be they the leading star constellation Immortal Venerable or Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, they both made the same choice. Fang Yuan was naturally going to follow them. He jumped on an elephant-sized truthful floating ice. The moment he stepped on the floating ice, a strong guilty conscience attacked Fang Yuan's heart, like he was a bandit that had invaded a peaceful village. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly as he quickly resisted this strong emotion. After adapting to it, Fang Yuan jumped to the second truthful floating ice. This time, an intense sadness engulfed his heart. The intensity was higher than before. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and adapted to it with difficulty. He looked ahead. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had already jumped to the 5th truthful floating ice, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was far ahead, already at the central area of the formation. I don't have time. Fang Yuan was hurried. He quickly jumped to the 3rd floating ice. The outcome of the fight in the Primordial Domain was not ideal to Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were likely to have already regained their Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, while Fang Yuan's refinement path was still lacking. However, since the opponent was the Grand Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, this outcome was also within Fang Yuan's expectations. The Primordial Domain's battle was already like that. He could not let these two Venerables get their hands on Limitless Demon Venerable's Eternal Life research results as well. Eternal Life, Fang Yuan mumbled. Reaching Eternal Life was Fang Yuan's goal and dream. Even if he did not obtain it, he could not let it fall into other people's hands. The deeper into the formation, the higher the intensity of the emotions brought by the truthful floating ice. These emotions were of all kinds. Some were happiness, some were grief, some were sadness, some were anger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was still taking the lead. Her advantage in this formation was extremely obvious. Firstly, the game of chess back then was the fight between Limitless Will and Star Constellation's will. Secondly, Heavenly Court had already begun infiltrating 300,000 years ago. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Green Lotus Great World was the best proof. Lastly, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path had three aspects: thought, will, and emotion. Dealing with emotions, and even using them to battle was what Wisdom Path was most proficient in. With all these reasons, it was no wonder Star Constellation Immortal Venerable rushed to the formation instead of fighting. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stepped on a truthful floating ice and gazed back, her brows slightly furrowed. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was rushing forward, constantly drawing nearer to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised about this. The deeper into the formation, the more terrifying the intensity of the emotions and the more obstruction they created for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had not hesitated to leave Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace behind to take part in the deductions. He himself had seized Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's Savage Wilderness Great World in his era. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable came after Limitless Demon Venerable. When Reckless Savage Demon Venerable entered Crazed Demon Cave, it was over 1,000,000 years ago. Thus, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun also had a high understanding of Crazed Demon Cave, and his luck path methods also helped him to choose the most suitable path. But why is Fang Yuan also getting close? It even seems like he is going to surpass Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned. This was beyond her expectations. Heavenly Court had naturally handed all the information about Fang Yuan to her. So, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew Fang Yuan very well. She knew that although Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was also extremely high, his specialty was not in deducing, but in guarding against others' deductions. From this, it was clear that though Heavenly Court's expedition against Fang Yuan had failed repeatedly, they had considerable gains as well. At least, under Heavenly Court's pressure, Fang Yuan had to give up on deductions, the handling of emotions, and other aspects of wisdom path. He could concentrate only on raising his defense against deductions. Right now was obviously Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's time to profit. But how could Fang Yuan still pursue them closely? Not only was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable surprised, even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was astonished. He watched as Fang Yuan jumped forward rapidly and surpassed him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sensed a peculiar aura from Fang Yuan's body. Suddenly, he understood the truth. Fortitude Gu. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's mind jolted, gritting his teeth. He recognized the aura of Fortitude Gu. Fang Yuan had never been good at hiding his aura, and there was also no need to hide it at this moment. So it was him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun finally realized that the biggest mastermind who plotted against He Lu Lan in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was Fang Yuan. This rascal took away Fortitude Gu and Ability Gu from Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. These two Strength Path Immortal Gu are at rank 8. Fortitude Gu can suppress emotions. No wonder he is at ease in this formation. Don't tell me. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven is also Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's arrangement to help Fang Yuan. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's thoughts started to run amok. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Although I seized Savage Wilderness Great World, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable still arranged for Fang Yuan to obtain Fortitude Gu and Ability Gu. Then, the portion of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance that I extracted before, could it also be bait arranged by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable? Chapter 2188, Bedazzlement Northern Plains. Two figures were flying in the air and exchanging killer moves rapidly. Air currents and thunder resounded constantly. Among them, the male immortal who was dressed in a white robe cultivated light path. He had a skinny body and a sharp face, and his eyes were small like beans. Meanwhile, the female immortal was covered in dark gold armor and was wearing a half mask. Her every move was filled with domineering aura. Besides these two, there were over 10 Gu immortals watching the battle in the surroundings. Big brother, quickly kill this bitch. The female immortal Lu Luo shouted with her gaze fixed on the battlefield. Beside her were Lu Tribe's Gu immortal elders. Besides them, other Huang Jin Tribe Gu immortals also came, like Chanyu Tribe's Chanyu Xiong and Gong Tribe's Gong Tong Kuai. The male immortal in combat was a famous rank 7 expert of Northern Plains Righteous Path, Lu Chong. The female immortal was He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan used Black Moon as her alias and challenged experts everywhere. After defeating Chen Sheng and Yin Wu Kei, she continued to challenge lone and demonic immortal experts. She was not defeated even once. Her reputation rose rapidly, shocking Northern Plains. The two siblings Lu Chong and Lu Luo had failed to recruit Yin Wu Kei, and even came into conflict with He Lu Lan. To take revenge, Lu Chong publicly challenged Fairy Black Moon. Once the news got out, it immediately shocked Northern Plains Gu immortal world. This battle was the result of that. Immortal killer move, light horse crossing. Lu Chang activated a killer move. A small steed appeared below his legs, carrying him into the sky with a rapid speed. This movement killer move was exceptional. It allowed Lu Chang to maintain a fixed distance from He Lu Lan throughout the battle. After the loss against He Lu Lan the previous time, Lu Chang sensibly chose a long-ranged battle tactic in this battle. Big brother, this is it. Let that bitch suffer more and die in vain later. Ha ha. Lu Luo cheered on Lu Chang with a shrill voice. Her laughter was very painful to the ears. But right at this time, He Lu Lan's figure disappeared from her spot. It was an illusion. When did she do it? Lu Chang was shocked and knew he was tricked, subconsciously dodging. But He Lu Lan's true body immediately appeared behind him. Bam bam bam. Fist shadows rained down and enveloped Lu Chang firmly. Lu Chang screamed while trying his best to activate defensive killer moves to endure the beating. Lu Luo's laughter stopped abruptly. He Lu Lan's attacks were extremely fierce. Even the Gu Immortal spectators felt their eyelids twitch. Great. Awesome beating. She finally caught this crafty Lu Chang. Among the spectators, the lone and demonic immortals cheered and praised. In this group, besides Chun Cheng, Wu Guang, and Yin Wu Kei, there were also many other people. Some of these people were defeated by He Lu Lan, while some heard of He Lu Lan's deeds and followed her of their own accord. Lady Black Moon has the upper hand. Wu Guang transmitted his voice while smiling. Don't you feel that Lady Black Moon has grown stronger recently? Now that I think of it, Lady Black Moon has been challenging others continuously. Her battle strength has been rising during these challenges. Brother Wu, could it be that you don't sense it? Yin Wu Kei was bewildered. Wu Guang mumbled, shaking his head and transmitting his voice. I also noticed it. But how could there be such rapid progress and growth in this world? It might be that Lady Black Moon was hiding her strength before, or maybe she had been in closed cultivation all this time and started to connect her methods with the increase in her battle experience. Thus, it caused us to feel that her battle strength is increasing rapidly. Yin Wu Kei nodded and was about to speak when there was a change in the battle. Gu Immortal Lu Chang was indeed worthy of being a famous expert in Northern Plains. After some efforts, he finally escaped from He Lu Lan's attack range. He Lu Lan naturally did not want to let him go and immediately gave chase. But Lu Chang suddenly stopped, smiling darkly towards her. Black Moon, you have fallen into my trap. Immortal killer move, Bedazzlement. In an instant, intense light exploded, enveloping the whole battlefield. The Gu Immortal spectators closed their eyes immediately. Even He Lu Lan shut her eyes subconsciously. But when she opened her eyes again, the scene was still completely white. She was struck by the killer move Bedazzlement. Her vision turned into a scene of white, and she could no longer see. Damn it. Lu Chang actually learned this killer move. No wonder he was not afraid to openly challenge Lady Black Moon. This move is Lu Tribe's trump card method. Once a Gu cultivator is hit with this move, it will be extremely difficult for them to recover unless they use Lu Tribe's special recovery method. Many lone and demonic immortals had changed expressions. The mood immediately became heavy. This battle was not just a simple fight between Lu Chang and He Lu Lan. In the current situation, this battle already held much political meaning. Fairy Black Moon, who had no roots or background, represented the lone immortal faction, while Lu Chang represented Northern Plains' righteous path. Ever since the Fate War, Northern Plains' longevity heaven had been actively uniting Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Lone and demonic experts like Yin Wu Kei were actively recruited by the Huangjin tribes, and the recruitment process was extremely forceful. So be it for the few lone immortals who were willing to accept this. However, the main thing was that most of the lone immortals and demonic immortals rejected this. But being lone forces, they did not want to offend those Northern Plains righteous path forces, so they kept silent even though they were furious. Under this situation, He Lu Lan's appearance was like a rallying banner for these Gu immortals. He Lu Lan dared to issue challenges everywhere without fearing the Huangjin tribes, which gave these lone and demonic immortals a huge boost of morale. Especially now that snowy mountain-blessed land was destroyed and the demonic head old ancestor Shui, who had hidden himself, the lone and demonic cultivators needed a leader. Because of this, Wu Guang, Yin Wu Kei, and others followed He Lu Lan on their own initiative. Many lone and demonic immortals came to observe this battle and support He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan was struck by the killer move and could not see anything. These Gu immortals became extremely anxious and worried. Lu Chang easily retreated, smiling. Immortal killer move, Vitality Glow. His injuries began to heal slowly. Immortal killer move, Gleaming Light. Light shone around him, like countless gleaming fish scales. This is not good. Chun Cheng frowned. This move restricts investigative methods. Yin Wu Kei and Wu Guang stopped conversing secretly as they fixed their gazes on the battlefield. Even if Gu immortals could not see, they had all kinds of investigative methods. But with Lu Chang using this killer move, other investigative methods might be useless. Since she could not see, He Lu Lan simply closed her eyes. She was not panicking. Instead, she sighed lightly. Lu Chang, oh Lu Chang, it is such a pity. You missed your final chance. Lu Chang was stunned before scoffing. Fairy Black Moon, who are you trying to bluff? You have already lost. How can you counter my Lu tribe's Bedazzlement killer move in this battle? There is no use in stalling for time. He Lu Lan did not retort. She replied to him with her actions. A killer move was activated. Immortal killer move, Dark Capital Strength Biao. A black tiger condensed into solid form. This move again. A trace of solemnness flashed on Lu Chang's face. It is different now. In Wu Kei's eyes shone. This dark gold tiger seems to have grown wings. What? I didn't see it clearly. Wu Guang quickly replied. The moment the totem black tiger condensed, it disappeared. Many, including Wu Guang, did not see it properly. Where is it? Does it have the ability to hide itself? Lu Chang's expression changed slightly as he activated investigative methods. But at the next moment, his pupils shrank to pin size. His face was filled with shock and horror. The giant dark gold tiger appeared behind him. Whoosh! The tiger swatted, sending Lu Chang flying like a rubber ball. Howling winds rang past Lu Chang's ears while his vision spun like a whirlpool. He felt terrified internally. That attack had huge strength, almost destroying his defensive killer move. It is not that the black tiger has a concealment method. The reason is its speed. It is too fast, simply too fast to react to. The dark gold tiger's speed was so fast that it had already surpassed the limit of what the Gu Immortal's naked eyes could perceive. It was like a phantom, appearing and disappearing suddenly. Every time it appeared, it sent Lu Chang flying. Lu Chang was completely at a disadvantage with no strength to retaliate. If he could use Light Horse Crossing, he might be able to escape for some time. But right now, he had fallen into a passive position and had to focus all his strength in maintaining his defensive methods. Otherwise, he might be turned into meat paste by the black tiger. Rumble. The black tiger's strike sent Lu Chang flying to the ground. Dust clouds rose. A deep crater formed. Lu Chang remained unmoving. He had fallen unconscious. Brother! Lu Luo screamed shrilly, pointing at He Lu Lan. You bitch! You killed my brother. How dare you do this? I want you to die. I want you to die. She was about to charge forward, but was stopped firmly by a Lu tribe elder. Right at this time, a feeling of joy spread in her heart. Lu Luo was stunned. She felt incredulous at herself. Big brother is in such a state, but I feel happy. The other righteous path immortals also had a change in their expressions. They were all feeling happiness. Gong Tong Kwai slightly shook his head to calm himself, saying in a quiet voice, Lu tribe's fairy, please don't be anxious. Brother Lu is not dead yet. Calm down. So many people are looking. Don't cause Lu tribe to lose face. A Lu tribe elder berated and flew towards the battlefield. He cupped his fists towards He Lu Lan. Fairy Black Moon, you have won this battle. He had just said that when he almost started crying. An intense wave of sadness filled his heart. He Lu Lan nodded. Okay, so what about this battle's wager? She did not feel well either. First was the baffling happiness, followed by the intense sadness. What in the world was going on? Lu tribe's elder forcefully calmed down, replying to He Lu Lan. It has been sent to treasure Yellow Heaven. Since Lu Chang lost, and with so many people watching, Lu tribe's elder had to openly send a considerable amount of cultivation resources to treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven had treasure light to distinguish value of the items. At the same time, it also showed Lu tribe's openness and upright handling of the loss. The immortals present used their Gu worms to connect to treasure Yellow Heaven. They saw Lu tribe's wager indeed. That secluded domain of heaven and earth is still there. More accurately, this is a portion of the primordial domain. I wonder which great expert is openly transacting the primordial domain. The Gu Immortal's attention was drawn to another direction. Not long ago, a portion of the primordial domain had appeared in Treasure Yellow Heaven, shocking the entire 5 regions Gu Immortal world. In Wu Kei shouted to bring back the attention of the immortals. According to the agreement, please dispel the Bedazzlement killer move on Fairy Black Moon's body. Naturally, Lu tribe's elder used a killer move straightforwardly, restoring He Lu Lan's vision. He Lu Lan slightly nodded at the Lu tribe elder and withdrew the dark capital strength Biao, which was beside Lu Chang. This totem killer move had gone through modifications, its battle strength surged, and it had already become her unique method. Chen Cheng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Lady Black Moon's reputation is going to rise even higher. Lu Luo carried Lu Chang, while saying with hatred, Black Moon, don't be pleased with yourself. Our righteous path is filled with experts. You might have won against brother by chance, but can you win against others? Let's not talk of others. Just Chu tribe's first Supreme Elder Chu Du is someone you won't be able to surpass. However, right at this time, an intense emotion of affection rose in her heart. Lu Luo's expression turned twisted immediately. What's going on? Why do I have such a strong feeling of affection when I look at this black moon whore? Hey Lu Lan did not feel well either, but her expression did not change as she sneered. Chu Du? I have heard of his name. He also cultivates strength path. I am challenging him next. The lone and demonic immortal's expressions changed. Chapter 2189. The Answer to Eternal Life, Crazed Demon Cave. 9th Layer. 4 Gu immortals arrived at the periphery of the Crazed Demon Formation. This is the truthful floating ice. Zhan Budu's eyebrows rose. Seems like it is not easy to enter deep into this formation. Qi Si ancestor was solemn. Unlike the main body, they did not have the assistance of Fortitude Gu. Star Constellation is at the front, nearest to the center of the formation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is second, while Fang Yuan is the last. Lu Weiyin's heart tensed up as he looked ahead. Fang Yuan did not have the upper hand, so Lu Weiyin had to do his best to help him. Demon Immortal Qi Ju stared at the formation in front of him. He mumbled softly, as if recalling something of the past. Limitless, this fellow. He leaped forward and stepped on a piece of truthful floating ice. The other 3 immortals glanced at each other before moving as well. The record in The Legends of Renzu was true. The pieces of the truthful floating ice were of different sizes and shapes in the eyes of different people. The emotional impact they felt were different as well. Because of this, Gu immortals could not move forward in a group. The best method was to move alone, choosing the floating ice most suitable for oneself. Fang Yuan had been maintaining the activation of Fortitude Gu. This Gu was only at rank 8 level, while this Crazed Demon formation was as high as rank 9. The deeper he went into the formation, the stronger the emotions he felt. When he had just activated Fortitude Gu, these emotions could be ignored and he did not feel anything. But now, Fang Yuan felt like when he had just stepped on the formation and started probing it. As for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, after these two recognized Fang Yuan's method, they brought out their trump cards. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun activated Familial Emotion Gu, sharing his emotions to others. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable brought out a mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth. This secluded domain looked like a cage as well as a lantern. Fang Yuan could not help but recall a certain chapter in The Legends of Renzu. The two Venerables' foundation was much deeper than Fang Yuan's. They had also made ample preparations for Crazed Demon Cave. Thus, Fang Yuan still fell back to the last position among the three. Fang Yuan did not give up, continuing to move forward while gritting his teeth. The situation was getting worse. The emotional impacts became stronger, shaking his mind and spirit. But Fang Yuan was happy instead. Since he was receiving such fierce emotional impacts here, the two Venerables who were ahead would face even fiercer emotions. Fang Yuan's perseverance soon got favorable results. The leading star Constellation Immortal Venerable was moving increasingly slower. She needed to rest for a long while after stepping on a piece of the truthful floating ice before she could move forward. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's speed became slow. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the same. Gradually, the distance between the three Gu immortals started to shorten. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable often looked back. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, who was in the middle, also stopped often and observed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan. This was a difficult journey. The three immortals fully realized each other's vast tenacity and patience. After this situation continued for a while, a change occurred. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She collapsed on the truthful floating ice. Her body flashed with deep blue starlight. After the starlight dimmed, it actually split into three, becoming three avatars again. Could it be that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's revival is not complete, and she has only revived temporarily? The stable state is still in the form of three pseudo-Venerables. Fang Yuan's thoughts shook. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun felt an urge to take action. A chance. He gritted his teeth and persevered, slowly surpassing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation's three avatars stopped on the same truthful floating ice. They were trying to recuperate as soon as possible. When Fang Yuan overtook them, he hesitated for a moment. Should he take advantage of this situation? Fang Yuan quickly suppressed this impulse. Right now, he was deep in limitless Crazed Demon formation. If he were to even make an attack, he might trigger limitless countermeasures. His situation might be even more severe than the Qi Si clones. Moreover, if Fang Yuan were to fight with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, would it not be giving an advantage to Immortal Zombie Giant Sun? Look at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. He directly went to the center of the formation without paying attention to Star Constellation's three avatars. If regaining Supreme Grandmaster attainment level gave these Venerables the initiative, Then gaining limitless demon Venerables deduction results might let the winner rise above other Venerables. Fang Yuan was increasingly certain of this speculation. It is time. Fang Yuan stopped on a truthful floating ice piece, enduring the vast emotional impact as he activated an Immortal killer move. Immortal killer move, calm and steady. The killer move's effect was immediate. The vast and strong emotions that were crushing Fang Yuan and almost destroyed his mental state disappeared almost completely. Fang Yuan possessed countless Immortal Gu recipes along with just as many killer moves. This calm and steady killer move was part of them. This move required two main cores, Calm Gu and Suppression Gu. Fang Yuan did not have Calm Gu and was unable to refine Immortal-level Calm Gu, but he had Fortitude Gu. Previously, Fang Yuan had been moving while modifying the killer move and was finally able to use this move now. As for Suppression Gu, Fang Yuan had it. Speaking of which, he needed to thank Heavenly Court. Before the Fate War, Fang Yuan had fought several battles with Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals in the River of Time. In one such battle, Fang Yuan destroyed the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation, obtaining Suppression Gu from it. Suppression Gu was rank 8, Fortitude Gu was also rank 8. The killer move with two rank 8 cores would naturally have stronger effect than just Fortitude Gu alone. Fang Yuan's speed increased again. However, he had already been somewhat far from Immortal Zombie Giant Sun before, so despite trying his best, Fang Yuan could not catch up to him. I did not expect Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to be the first to reach the center. Lu Weiyin heaved a deep sigh. Under Fang Yuan's, Star Constellation's 3 avatars, and other pseudo-Venerables' gazes, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suddenly stopped. He stopped on the truthful floating ice that could be said to be one step away from the largest truthful floating ice at the center. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun showed hesitation at this moment. What was he hesitating for? While he was hesitating, Fang Yuan caught up. Fang Yuan, it is somewhat strange here. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun spoke. Ever since he and Fang Yuan entered the formation, they were competing secretly. The mood between the two became strained. This was their first conversation. Fang Yuan's eyes shone as he carefully sized up the truthful floating ice in front of him. For a moment, he was unable to find any clues. But he did not take a risk to step forward. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the best model. He was so close to success, but he still stopped. It could be seen that there was definitely something strange. It is odd indeed. Fang Yuan nodded, revealing an expression of realization. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was slightly surprised. The reason he stopped was because his Luck Path Investigative Killer move showed a slight fluctuation, making him feel something wrong, but he was unable to tell what it was. However, looking at Fang Yuan's expression, did he realize a crucial point? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had been putting a lot of attention on Fang Yuan. In his view, Fang Yuan was chosen by Heaven's will. He had talent that ordinary people could not match. To cause the destruction of Fate Gu, many Venerables helped Fang Yuan. Moreover, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable were still helping him now. Even if Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not think highly of Fang Yuan, he could not disregard the other Venerables. So, he did not find it strange for Fang Yuan to see a crucial clue when he could not. Please enlighten me on what you found out. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun said. Fang Yuan was surprised. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had the dignity of a Grand Venerable, but he actually took the initiative to ask for guidance with no mental obstruction. However, Fang Yuan had actually not noticed anything. Therefore, he first looked back at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Those 3 fairies were still at the original spot, resting with their eyes closed. Then, Fang Yuan looked at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, smiling. The eternal life research results are not easily obtained, but we can share them. Giant Sun, how do you want to pay? No matter what the oddity was, he would first extort some benefits from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's eyes shone. He was just about to speak when a person actually came out of the truthful floating ice at the center. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's attention was immediately attracted. Fang Yuan was also stunned. Afterwards, Star Constellation's 3 avatars, Lu Weiyin and the rest also discovered this abnormality. A rank 7 Gu Immortal came out of the truthful floating ice. Fang Yuan even recognized this rank 7 Gu Immortal. It was not Immortal of the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Secret Schemer, Earth Path Gu Immortal Pang Shan, and Rule Path Gu Immortal Not Immortal respectively. These 3 lived in Crazed Demon Cave. They had been trying to find a way to enter the deepest layer of Crazed Demon Cave to obtain the secret of eternal life. Regarding this goal, they and Fang Yuan were kindred spirits. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics did not have enough strength. They could not even enter the 8th layer. So they took in the strength path Gu Immortal Chu Du then invited Fang Yuan, which was how Fang Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave. Later, to prepare for the Fate War, Fang Yuan came to Crazed Demon Cave to invite the 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics to take part in the battle. The 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics agreed, but they were not seen throughout the Fate War and even after it. Thus, they lost contact with Fang Yuan. Who could have thought that Not Immortal would actually appear here? Not Immortal looked at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and was stunned, immediately showing a vigilant expression. He did not recognize Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, but from the terrifying aura, he knew this immortal zombie could not be provoked. He then looked at Fang Yuan. His brows rose as he revealed joy. Fang Yuan, you are finally here. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's mind jolted. He immediately turned around to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you made such deep arrangements. I am in admiration. Fang Yuan shook his head. How could I possibly arrange this? Not Immortal. I wonder if Secret Schemer and Pang Shan. Not Immortal immediately replied. They are inside. He then showed an ashamed expression. The 3 of us agreed to your request to participate in the Fate War and fight Heavenly Court. But that day, there was suddenly a change in Crazed Demon Cave, and us 3 were pulled into here. With Limitless Demon Venerable's will's guidance, we understood the full details. Because us 3 lived here for a long time, our sincerity was finally seen by Lord Limitless Will. He arranged for us to be here to cooperate with the formation by controlling Practice Gu to carve this piece of truthful floating ice. Once all the worlds in the 8th layer are merged into one, they will disappear completely and turn into clues and energy for this Crazed Demon Formation's derivation. Then, we will finish carving this truthful floating ice and find the method of eternal life. Chapter 2190, Star Constellation Scheme, Method of Eternal Life. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's eyes shined with bright light. Not Immortal did not hide anything. The Immortals present on the scene were all peak experts of the current 5 regions. They all heard it. In an instant, the Immortals' hearts pounded with excitement. Gu Immortals could obtain longevity, but they were bound by lifespan, fate, and other restrictions. Even though fate was destroyed now, and lifespan restrictions were greatly relaxed, they could still be killed by a stronger enemy. Eternal life was absolutely greater than longevity. Speaking of longevity, the 10,000 years old turtle living in the sea could also be considered to have longevity, but it could not be considered to have eternal life. Eternal life meant that everyone and everything could not threaten the individual's existence. It meant complete invincibility. Be it time, space, or living beings, none could threaten an entity with eternal life. The concept of eternal life was paramount and above all. Even Venerables only had longevity and could not be said to have eternal life. Especially now that multiple Venerables existed in the same era, they threatened each other's existence. Shortly afterwards, there was commotion ahead. Secret Schemer also came out from the central truthful floating ice. Secret Schemer cultivated Wisdom Path. After seeing the situation in the formation, his mind shook as he quickly said, Us 3 need to maintain the activation of Practice Gu at all times. There has to be someone activating it and carving this truthful floating ice piece continuously. It is still too early now. It is not ready yet. The great worlds in the 8th layer are still not destroyed. So many life forms are still living. Secret Schemer then urged, Fang Yuan, I am aware of your goal. But right now, it is best if you don't step in here. Us 3 have already used all kinds of methods. After we stepped on this truthful floating ice piece, we are unable to get off. That is, unless the derivation is complete or the formation is destroyed. He is right. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded. After he stopped, he had been secretly activating methods to investigate and deduce. He still needed some time, but with Secret Schemer's reply, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun checked it and realized Secret Schemer was not lying. Secret Schemer was solemn, but showed anticipation as well as resolution, continuing. The most important thing now is to protect this formation and hasten Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements, letting this formation complete its derivation. Fang Yuan, we have the same goals. Please protect the formation and guard against all these malicious characters. The 3 of us will stake everything including our lives to maintain the usage of Practice Gu. They did not know Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's true identity. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also split into 3 avatars. Their intel seemed to stop at the period before the Fate War. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. He first nodded towards Secret Schemer before looking back at Star Constellation's 3 avatars with a solemn expression. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sighed and turned to look at Star Constellation's 3 avatars as well. I don't want us to be schemed against. The moment he said that, Ming Hao, Yu Xiu, and Fengya opened their eyes. Starlight emerged as the 3 fairies converged once again. At the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appeared. Rise. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said softly. There was a sudden change in Crazed Demon formation. The truthful floating ice's orbiting speed became faster and seemed to trap Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun inside. Star Constellations Will and Limitless will had been deriving Heaven Path research results using their game in Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had infiltrated Crazed Demon Formation deeply. They were able to take out the cores, Book Mountain, and Primordial Domain. So how could they not know about the situation of Crazed Demon Formation's derivation? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this to exploit Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's lack of information. Her main body personally moved to lure Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun deep into Crazed Demon Formation. Be it Primordial Domain or Crazed Demon Formation, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan would not let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtain either easily. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this to trap Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Crazed Demon Formation changed. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan quickly tried to get back. However, Crazed Demon Formation had become a lot more dangerous than before. Truthful floating ice pieces even collided with each other. If they were careless and fell off the floating ice, they would be crushed to a pulp by the terrifying strength of the formation. Even if they wanted to jump to a different floating ice, they would need to deduce and wait till the formless force between the floating ice pieces weakened before they could take the risk. Fang Yuan was already deeply in danger as he hopped over several truthful floating ice pieces. He turned around and inquired loudly, "Secret Schemer, can you three control this formation?" Secret Schemer shook his head. "We three are only in charge of activating Practice Gu." Not Immortal was pale. As expected of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, she actually infiltrated the formation to such a degree that she can even be considered half the formation's owner. She activated the formation but did not influence its derivation. Instead, she is accelerating it. Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements will not trigger from this. Secret Schemer replied in a loud voice, "Please don't destroy these truthful floating ice pieces. They are all a part of the formation. This concerns the success or failure of the derivation. If you two make a move, you will definitely cause Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliative method to trigger." Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression became unsightly. "Friends, take a rest. We will exchange pointers later." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled and retreated after leaving behind these words. Lu Wei-yin and the other pseudo-venerables instantly prepared themselves for this huge enemy. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable ignored them. She flew out of the formation and disappeared into the void. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of being the #1 person in Wisdom Path. Currently, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were unable to get free. Pseudo-venerables like Qi Si and Qi Ju would not be able to obstruct Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even if they hurried back to the 8th layer. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had infiltrated Crazed Demon Formation to such a shocking degree. Once she unifies the Great Worlds in the 8th layer and gains a hold of all the sources of fuel and clues for Crazed Demon Formation's derivation, her grasp over Crazed Demon Formation would rise massively. It was possible that Crazed Demon Formation might even change owners. One could easily fall into a trap if they were careless when fighting against Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's scheme was the same. It progressed step by step and was interlinked with each step as it latched onto the enemy's weaknesses. Even Fang Yuan, an Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, could only fall into the trap unknowingly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was solemn as he looked at Fang Yuan. "The situation is urgent. I wonder if friend Fang Yuan has a good plan?" Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing indifferently. This Crazed Demon Cave battle has ended in Heavenly Court's victory. They have prepared for many years and spent a lot of energy, and with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable leading them, it is only natural for them to gain victory. Looks like Heavenly Court is still going to lead the 5 regions for a long time. But as long as I have a breath left in me, I won't let Heavenly Court have an easy time. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not look at him. He was continuously deducing the violent formation, looking like he wanted to retreat. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun gritted his teeth before laughing and shaking his hand. "Friend Fang Yuan, it is too early to be discouraged. Please look at my method." At the next moment, golden light spread out from Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's body. The threads of golden light shone on the surrounding truthful floating ice pieces, constantly dyeing the floating ice pieces with a golden hue. At the same time, a majestic rank 8 Immortal Gu house flew over from outside the formation. It was Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace stopped outside the formation for a while before entering the formation directly. Lu Wei-yin and the rest exclaimed in surprise, thinking that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun wanted to break out forcibly. However, Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace safely entered and orbited alongside other truthful floating ice pieces. It acted like a piece of truthful floating ice as well, just that its appearance was somewhat strange. "Friend Giant Sun, you have a great method." Fang Yuan could not help as he praised. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun snorted. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could infiltrate the formation, but my luck path methods are also not inferior. It is just that before the formation stops, I won't be able to take out Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Let's leave quickly. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace took part in the operation of Crazed Demon Formation, so Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could also influence this formation now. He also copied Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and accelerated the formation. At the same time, he made a way out conveniently. Relying on this, he and Fang Yuan retreated together. As for Lu Weiyin, Qi Si, and the rest, they were also brought away by Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun to the 8th layer. In this while of delay, the combat in the 8th layer had almost stopped completely. Heavenly Court was victorious. Only half of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities remained. Bing Sichuan was also severely injured. The casualties on Fang Yuan's side were even more severe. Experts like Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had perished. Star Constellation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted with fury as he charged forward. This time, he was much more active than in the Primordial domain. Fang Yuan moved right behind him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable remained at her spot and did not evade. The other immortals quickly got out of the way in panic. Boom, boom, boom. The three-sided battle erupted once again. Chapter 2191. Fighting and entering the Immortal Graveyard Rumble. Thunder rumbled ceaselessly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun breathed out countless golden rays. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable emitted beautiful starlight. Fang Yuan's killer moves engulfed the battlefield. Worlds shook like a huge pancake. Mountains and rivers continued to be destroyed completely. In such a battlefield, the 3 great worlds became food on a chopping board. Fang Yuan breathed out indifferently. Countless sword chi flew out like lumps of clouds, blocking the starlight. He then pushed with his hand as another killer move shot out like a divine wind that roared like dragons or tigers. Fang Yuan was not able to do anything more than that in combat. He had too many down marks. His killer moves were also too powerful. He could only choose the weakest among those to use. In fact, although the fight between the 3 was filled with explosions, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were also like Fang Yuan. They were holding back. This was not Primordial Domain. They could show their skills fully in Primordial Domain, but this was the 8th layer. Crazed Demon Formation still needed the great worlds to act as clues and fuel. If this place was destroyed, it would definitely trigger Limitless Demon Venerables' retaliative measures. But it doesn't matter, we only need to restrain Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan was happy to accept this outcome. Both him and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were delayed in Crazed Demon Formation, resulting in Heavenly Court's victory in the fight between the great worlds. With their return now, another change emerged in the overall battle situation. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun joined hands to obstruct Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, while Zhanbu Du and the rest counterattacked. Qi waves surged as Demon Immortal Qi Ju ran rampant in the battlefield. The phantom image of the damaged Qi land appeared above his head, facing 7 fiendish Primeval Monarch and Shabi 95 once again. Shabi 95 roared towards the sky as it charged into the battle. Immortal Killer Move, Shi. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was already prepared, immediately using his strongest method. Shabi 95's Qi Path Killer Move was absorbed by Qi Land, increasing Demon Immortal Qi Ju's foundation. Shabi 95 got a huge fright, retreating quickly. If not for Qi Land being damaged and only 30% of it remaining, even some parts of Shabi 95's body would have been devoured. Senior, let me lend you a hand. At the crucial moment, an Immortal Gu house in the shape of a tombstone flew over. It was Gu Yu Fangzheng in Demon Judgment Board. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Extraction Light. A scarlet bloodlight pillar pierced the skies and shot towards Demon Immortal Qi Ju. If not for my Qi Land being damaged and only 30% of it remaining, Demon Immortal Qi Ju flew away, dodging this vast attack. Right at this time, a Qi wall suddenly spread out and seemed to connect heaven and earth. It suppressed Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. Qi Si Ancestor had made his move. There was similarly a secluded domain of heaven and earth above his head. It was Hu Land. Using Hu Land as the core, his various Qi Path Killer moves had boundless might and unparalleled vastness. Qi Wall Killer Move was originally only limited to defending, but Qi Si Ancestor did the opposite, spreading it to entrap enemies. Even Demon Immortal Qi Ju was surprised at such power. He took several glances at Hu Land specially, commenting inwardly, "Truly the secluded domain of heaven and earth that is comparable to Qi Land. It is just that Qi Land is good at absorbing, while Hu Land is specialized in releasing. If both lands were gathered and used together in a complete circulation, boom boom boom." On the other side, Zhanbu Du wore the blood-red cape and moved like a flash of red lightning. Everywhere he went, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were beaten badly. Qingqiu was already killed by Qi Si ancestors who elevation. Even if it was revived, it would need to recuperate for a long time in Divine Emperor City and would not be able to participate in the battle for this period of time. Without Qingqiu and the fact that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was unable to use her full strength, the bulky Zhan Budu once again became a headache for Heavenly Court. Zhan Budu tore through the sky, closing in on Duke Mei. Duke Mei, careful! Duke Tong shouted while hurrying from afar. Duke Mei shouted with fury. Junior, don't be arrogant. He activated his strongest method. His eyebrows and hair fluttered and grew tens of feet long. His snow-white hair could become hard and soft. It was used for both attack and defense. The skillful series of moves even immobilized the violently charging Zhan Budu. Zhan Budu only felt that he could not use his strength. His violent force was diverted and dispelled. It was very stifling. He immediately opened his mouth and roared. Yellow lightning erupted from his roar, destroying the countless hair in his surroundings like they were dry twigs. A part of the incomplete Freedom transformation was Thunder Rush Yellow Bird transformation. This move was a fierce and powerful method that shot yellow lightning. Its power was magnified several times in Zhan Budu's hands. Zhan Budu broke through the obstacles and arrived before Duke Mei, directly punching ahead. Duke Mei's killer move was broken. The backlash caused him to reveal a weakness. He dodged a second late as the punch broke his head like a watermelon, his brain matter splattering everywhere. Duke Mei died, but his phantom aperture that contained all kinds of Gu worms, immortal essence, and immortal essence stones flew towards the immortal graveyard. Zhan Budu tried to catch it, but the phantom aperture passed through his palm like an illusion. Seeing Duke Mei dying right before him, Duke Tong shouted furiously, "Demon, you will pay with your life." His muscles that were bulging and shining with brass luster rained down punches after punches. Every punch broke through the sound barrier and had horrifying momentum. Zhan Budu laughed fiercely. "Come at me." He charged head-on and fought Duke Tong in close combat without dodging. Bam bam bam. Punches and kicks interchanged. Zhan Budu just attacked without defending. Duke Tong's punches struck his body. The pain made Zhan Budu attack even more wildly. Soon, Duke Tong was unable to hold on and fell into disadvantage. Heavenly Court Gu Immortals hurried over to reinforce him, using all kinds of killer moves to attack Zhan Budu. Zhan Budu's movements slowed down immediately as he was attacked by lightning, golden spears, and so on. His robust body shook slightly. He endured it all and grabbed Duke Tong's hand. "You can't run away." Zhan Budu laughed malevolently, exerting strength in his hand. Crack! Duke Tong's large and rough arm was broken completely. Duke Tong shouted in pain. His leg kicked like a whip, creating countless leg shadows that drowned Zhan Budu. Zhan Budu's eyes shone with a fierce light as he punched Duke Tong's chest. The two immortals staked their lives in attacking the other. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Duke Tong kicked Zhan Budu's two shoulders again and again. Zhan Budu's neck and face turned purple from a lack of blood flow. While his rib bones were shattered, his heart that had no protection was also destroyed by Zhan Budu. Duke Tong's heart was destroyed, but he still roared and continued to attack. Zhan Budu gave an evil grin. He stretched out his hands like a bear and clasped Duke Tong's head. Zhan Budu pressed viciously. First, he pressed his thumbs into Duke Tong's eyes, squeezing the eyeballs till they burst. Shortly after, with a crisp crack, Duke Tong's head broke into pieces. Finally, Zhan Budu clenched his fingers, crushing Duke Tong's brains, his face, and the crushed head together. Only then did Duke Tong's attacks stop. His body fell while his phantom aperture flew away with his immortal Gu. Zhan Budu's gaze was vicious as he followed the phantom aperture, his gaze landing on the immortal graveyard. Just as he was about to charge into the immortal graveyard, an immortal Gu house flew over and blocked his path. Divine Emperor City. Zhan Budu showed a solemn expression. He restrained his fearless momentum slightly. After all, Divine Emperor City had the strength of Painting Path. Zhan Budu could not defend against it. If he was careless, he would also be captured and sealed in Painting World by Divine Emperor City. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable resisted Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan while observing the whole battlefield. A trace of worry showed up on her face. Heavenly Court lacked manpower. They could have the upper hand if they just fought Fang Yuan or Longevity Heaven. But when these two sides allied, they were in disadvantage. Especially now that she was tied up and Heavenly Court lacked pseudo-venerable battle strength. Heavenly Court was being beaten back by Zhan Budu and the rest's crazed attacks. Immortal Killer Move, Humble Reciprocation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable moved her left palm. A small phantom image of Book Mountain floated on it. Thousands of killer moves bloomed like fireworks or like a chaotic tidal wave as they poured out in a torrent. These killer moves had their respective target. each targeting their original owners. Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Qi Si Ancestor, Zhanbu Du, and the rest were taken care of. They had no choice but to divert their attention and focus on defending. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was also engulfed by golden rays. He was also targeted by humble reciprocation. Undoubtedly, this move was truly suitable for the current situation. It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have powerful methods like Hu Elevation, but if she used them, it would trigger limitless countermeasures. And humble reciprocation was only returning the other Gu Immortals' attacks. The power of each move was not high and did not cross limitless bottom line. At the same time, these killer moves targeted their original owners and not the three great worlds. Their owners had to focus on defending instead. This greatly stabilized Heavenly Court situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was holding Book Mountain while pointing with another hand. Stardust shot towards Fang Yuan. She needed to pin down Fang Yuan herself. Because Fang Yuan's killer moves could not be returned by humble reciprocation. These killer moves were compound killer moves. Only Fang Yuan with his sovereign physique could use them. So, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to target Fang Yuan herself. Fang Yuan gave a cold snort, suddenly using the compound killer move Wind Light Fire Lightning Wheel. This move was modified from Fire Wind Wheel, adding in profundities of Light Path and Lightning Path. 5 rings surrounded Fang Yuan. The 5 rings rotated and carried him away rapidly. Fang Yuan had been secretly inspecting and discovered that the aura of Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard kept on growing stronger. It was extremely odd. With Book Mountain already in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's immortal aperture, only the immortal graveyard was left outside. It was a vital area of Heavenly Court. Humble reciprocation burdened the mind and consumed too much thoughts. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was burdened. Fang Yuan retreated from the fight and charged towards Immortal Graveyard. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately experienced what Fang Yuan felt when she ran away from the fight before. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly moved to stop Fang Yuan, but Immortal Zombie Giant Sun noticed this. Even though there had been no communication, he decisively moved to stop Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's main body charged into the Immortal Graveyard alone. Not good, this demon Fang Yuan is here. He finally discovered the Immortal Graveyard's secret. That's fine, we don't have to keep on hiding here. Duke Mei, Duke Tong, and others appeared to block Fang Yuan with a decisive and furious expression. All of them had actually been revived. Chapter 2192, Invading the Door of Life and Death Immortal Killer Move. Year Beast Summoning. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Dozens of immemorial year beasts appeared from the air above him. To complete the 12 Zodiac battle formation, he had kept on fishing immemorial year beasts and gathered a complete set after much difficulty. As for these, they were all leftovers. Immemorial year beasts roared and howled as they streaked across the air towards the immortal graveyard. Duke Mei and Duke Tong were still blocking Fang Yuan's path. At the same time, many Gu immortal figures appeared from the immortal graveyard. They were those who had died in the battle before. The Gu immortals moved out, stopping all the immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan came to a realization after seeing this. It seems like the Gu immortals who revived in the immortal graveyard have intact cultivation and Dao marks as well. As for the Gu worms, their phantom aperture brings them back to the immortal graveyard when they die. Heavenly Court's Gu immortal revival method was extremely advanced, with almost no flaws. Fortunately, Fang Yuan discovered this ambush in time. Lu Weiyin felt fortunate. If they were continued to be kept in dark, when the battle fell to a stalemate, and these Gu immortals attacked, Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan's side would be caught off guard. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed inwardly. The reason she concealed these Gu immortals and did not let them participate in the battle immediately was to ambush at the crucial time. It was also to preserve strength for Heavenly Court. The expedition to Crazed Demon Cave was not a fight to the death between the three sides. It was a competition to seize the derivation results of the Crazed Demon formation. In this aspect, the main player was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable herself. Others like Fang Zheng and Che Wei did not have the qualifications to take part in this kind of contest. Moreover, with Heavenly Court weakened to a great degree, they had little manpower. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtained the Crazed Demon Formation's derivation and governed Heavenly Court in the future, she would need manpower to control Central Continent. She could not be a leader with no followers. But now, Fang Yuan had discovered these people. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was aware. This demon Fang Yuan was crafty and cruel with not even a little pride. Since he found this weakness, he was definitely going to take advantage of it. People like Reckless Savage Demon Venerable disdained attacking those that were weaker than them. Although Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered countless lives, he treated everyone the same. He killed the weak, he killed the strong, Slaughter had become his nature and madness had seeped deep into his bones. But Fang Yuan purposely bullied the weak. He liked attacking and bullying the weak, but if he met someone stronger, he would go into hiding. Before the Fate War, Heavenly Court searched for him repeatedly, but he kept on hiding, using wisdom path methods to guard against deductions. Stardust flew. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to move to support the Immortal Graveyard. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun naturally stopped her with all of his methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used the Illusion Killer move once more. Even if Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could find out the real copy, he would need some time to check. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable succeeded in returning to the Immortal Graveyard. But in just this short while, Duke Mei and Duke Tong had died miserably at Fang Yuan's hands once again. Fang Yuan tried to catch their phantom apertures, but did not succeed. If the Immortal Graveyard is not destroyed, these Gu Immortals will still revive with their cultivation level restored. This is a big problem. Lu Weiyin also hurried over. Following Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's movement, other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals also returned to the Immortal Graveyard. The situation once again turned into an offense and defense battle. Heavenly Court was still the defending side, but this time, they were not guarding Book Mountain. Instead, they were surrounding the Immortal Graveyard and fighting an intense battle. Once we kill these Gu Immortals and destroy the Immortal Graveyard, Heavenly Court will only have Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left. Ha ha ha. Jean Boudou let out crazed laughter filled with killing intent. However, Heavenly Court seemed to have expected this situation. This Immortal Graveyard was already modified. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals flew down and acted as the formation cores, forming an Immortal Formation. The Immortal Formation created fog that quickly spread across the whole battlefield. Inside it, Gu Immortals could not see clearly, like they were inside thick clouds. Not only this, Gu Immortal figures were still rising from the Immortal Graveyard. Jean Boudou and the rest fought with these figures. These figures had the same battle strength as their main bodies, but after they were killed, they only broke apart into lumps of fog. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun deduced for a while and said, "This is a painting path formation, but it also contains human path methods. This formation uses Divine Emperor City as the core, Heavenly Court Gu Immortals as supplementary cores, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable as the main formation core. It will be extremely difficult for us to break this formation. Do you have a good plan?" Fang Yuan shook his head. His expression turned cold. Once they entered a deadlock, it would be very disadvantageous to him. Heavenly Court had infiltrated the crazed demon formation very deeply. They had a huge lead. If Heavenly Court was allowed to stall for time, when the three great worlds broke down into fuel for the crazed demon formation and the derivation of eternal life succeeds, Heavenly Court would have a much higher chance to seize the results than Fang Yuan. An Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday, Heavenly Court was not a match for Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's alliance in a frontal fight. But under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's strategic and decisive leadership, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were the ones who fell into a passive state. Fang Yuan was aware of the severity of this situation, immediately replying, "I know a bit about human path methods, but I don't know the first thing about painting path. Giant Sun, you are proficient in painting path. We need to join hands to have a chance at deciphering this formation." Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded slightly. He had the intention of allying as well. Immediately, the two stopped attacking. They only ordered Lu Weiyin, Jean Boudou, Bing Sichuan, and the rest to try attacking the formation, so that they could gain all kinds of clues and test their speculations. 15 minutes went by. Qi Si, Qi Ju, and the rest continued attacking with no success. Their injuries accumulated instead. Heavenly Court's formation was still standing firmly. Fang Yuan suddenly made his move. The human sea in his sovereign immortal aperture became turbulent, causing the fog in the outside world to fluctuate as well. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun acted as well, spitting out rays of golden light. The golden light spread throughout the whole formation like ripples. Wherever the golden light went, the fog dissipated, revealing the Immortal Graveyard. The two sides' alliance army saw this and cheered. But this did not continue for long. The golden light dissipated quickly. The fog was restored almost immediately, blocking the sight of the Immortals again. Jean Boudou and the rest tried to attack the formation, but they failed. They could not even sense the locations of the formation cores. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was astonished for a moment before smiling bitterly. This formation should have already broken, but the main formation core is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She forcefully used a wisdom path method to stabilize this formation. Gu Immortals were the foundation of killer moves. The main part of any methods was still the person. Under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control, this formation of heavenly courts was forcefully stabilized, firmly obstructing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's and Fang Yuan's alliance army. Fang Yuan slowly shook his head. Looks like we won't be able to break this formation in a short period of time. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not reply, silently agreeing with this judgment. When he and Fang Yuan attacked just earlier, it was already their strongest method that was allowed in this situation. Since it could not break this formation, they would need half a month or so to deduce and break this formation. According to the current fusion rate of the Great Worlds as well as the crazed demon formation that was accelerated by star constellation Immortal Venerable, half a month was enough for the derivation to be complete. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression returned to normal, asking brightly, "Good formation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Can you tell me the name of this formation?" Star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice came from within the fog. This formation is called Transient White Cloud City Suppression. It was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, but was not perfected. Only now, after Heavenly Chord explored deeply into human path, we managed to fortunately complete it. Right at this time, Fang Yuan attacked once again, causing the formation fog to turn chaotic. Fang Yuan continued, "Giant Sun, since we cannot break the formation, we need to weaken star constellation Immortal Venerable for the future." "That is reasonable." Immortal Zombie Giant Sun immediately shot golden light, which spread throughout the whole formation. Wherever the golden light went, the fog disappeared and everything was cleared. But star constellation Immortal Venerable still stabilized the formation. Soon, the battlefield was covered in fog again. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun attacked again and again, while star constellation Immortal Venerable stabilized the formation every time. Both sides had no other choice. As this stalemate continued, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression changed suddenly. He felt some changes in luck. After dozens more rounds, Divine Emperor City suddenly shook, and Immortal flew out of the painting world. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took this chance and shot out golden light. Instantly, rays of golden light spread like ripples. Divine Emperor City's shaking caught star constellation Immortal Venerable off guard. The formation was not stabilized, causing the formation to break. Many Heavenly Court Gu immortals who acted as the formation cores started coughing blood. Every one of them was heavily injured. Zhan Budu took the lead to kill his way into the immortal graveyard, shouting towards that Gu immortal who broke through the painting world. Xin Shang, ally with us in attacking Heavenly Court. This crucial character who broke the formation was the pseudo-venerable of Eastern Sea's righteous path, who cultivated human path, Xin Shang. Xin Shang was shocked mentally and physically, but he immediately joined Fang Yuan's side without any hesitation and attacked Heavenly Court. Star constellation Immortal Venerable heaved a deep sigh as she waved her sleeve. She took all the Heavenly Court Gu immortals and Immortal Gu houses and entered deep into the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun naturally would not give up. They chased all the way and saw a secluded domain of heaven and earth in the depths of the immortal graveyard. This secluded domain of heaven and earth was a tall pitch-black door. It emitted an aura of eeriness, deathly silence, terror, and power. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, door of life and death. Star constellation Immortal Venerable entered the door of life and death, but Fang Yuan and the rest slowed down. It was not easy to enter the door of life and death. The legends of Renzu recorded this in detail. Renzu had once asked Wisdom Gu for guidance. Wisdom Gu told Renzu the path to enter the door of life and death was called the Path of Destiny. Living beings could enter the door through the path of death. If they wanted to exit, they needed to walk through the road of life. The path of death was filled with suffering Gu, while the road of life had 3 obstacles: Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Po Valley, and Reverse Flow River. Within the door of life and death, there was Pacifying Soul Lake, Fairness Gu, and so on. Not only these, according to Fang Yuan's intel, it was clear that the door of life and death had Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body, as well as Renzu's eldest son, Verdant Great Sun's soul. Now, there was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and the Heavenly Court Immortals. The door of life and death had become a dangerous area. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable entered the door of life and death with no hesitation. There was close to zero possibility of there being no arrangements inside. See Chapter 2193. Spectral Soul's shocking awakening looking at the door of life and death in front of him. Fang Yuan immediately recalled his previous luck inspection result. The dark clouds that represented Spectral Soul Demon Venerable were corroded by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's starry clouds. Let's look at it again. Fang Yuan willed and used Cooking Luck Pot. His Silverlight Pillar luck had condensed a bit. The dust around the base of the pillar was getting increasingly thick and solid. As for the 3 clouds above the pillar, the starry clouds and dark clouds had almost merged into one. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's golden cloud was still suppressed to the bottom. The starry clouds and dark clouds had become even larger. They were already beginning to corrode Fang Yuan's silver light pillar. This change clearly indicated a problem. Heavenly Court has prepared abundantly in Crazed Demon Cave. Looking at this, it seems like Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has actually allied with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. According to the current state, Heavenly Court has too much of a lead. It is very likely that the final victor will be Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Previously, there was Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance, an external factor that affected the Silver Light Pillar. But when Fang Yuan observed his luck now, there was no external factor remaining. In fact, at his level, there were extremely few external factors that could influence him in this battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Only factors like Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance had the ability to influence it. Looks like I will have to rely on myself to resolve this situation. Although the result of the luck inspection was not good, Fang Yuan activated his method decisively. A finger-thick rainbow of chaotic colors wriggled out of his body. The rainbow first linked to the Qi clone, granting him a multicolored radiance that covered his whole body. The rainbow came out again and connected to Zhan Budu. This move will protect you when you move in the door of life and death. Fang Yuan said to Lu Wei-yin, Xin Shang, and Demon Immortal Qiju. Demon Immortal Qiju smiled. I have my own way. Xin Shang and Lu Wei-yin received this move. Thereupon, the multicolored rainbow connected them as well. At the other side, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun put Calamity Luck Altar in his immortal aperture. His whole body was covered in a barrier of golden light. Right now, he was staring at above Fang Yuan's head. Ordinary Gu immortals naturally could not see the hidden cooking luck pot, but Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was its creator. He could somewhat sense it. Cooking luck pot's strong aura astonished Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. But thinking back to this battle in Crazed Demon Cave and refinement path accomplishments of Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not feel it strange. Both sides activated their methods and charged into the door of life and death. They smoothly entered the door of life and death without encountering any setbacks. Inside the door of life and death was a scene of vast darkness. When Fang Yuan and the rest entered, it was like many torches were lit in a dark night. In an instant, countless soul beasts were startled. They started howling and roaring. The soul beasts began to attack frantically, while Fang Yuan and the rest defended. So many soul beasts. Xin Shang was astonished. This is the place with the greatest concentration of soul beasts. The soul beasts here are beyond 100 million. It is an inestimable number. Lu Wei-yin said while activating a killer move which formed earthen walls. There are too many soul path downmarks here. My killer moves can't even achieve 50% of their effects. Demon Immortal Qiju's face paled slightly after he tried several killer moves. There were all sizes of soul beasts with all kinds of strength. There were countless ordinary soul beasts, as well as an inestimable number of desolate and ancient soul beasts. There were also many immemorial soul beasts. The soul beasts were like a pitch-black tsunami, endlessly and fearlessly moving towards Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, trying to drown these Gu immortals. What about Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Qi Ancestor asked. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable keeps on hiding, how can we find her in this situation? Zhan Budu frowned. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan had not attacked yet. They were activating all kinds of methods to inspect and try to find Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's traces. But soon, the two gave up. They failed. Since it is like this. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun snorted, his whole body emitting golden light. Instantly, it was like a sun had appeared in the dark door of life and death. The sun rose high, illuminating all the surrounding space. The light was extremely piercing. Wherever it reached, countless soul beasts melted like ice, without even being able to let out a scream. The immortals were shocked. Could this person be? Xin Shang's eyes opened wide as he finally recognized Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's identity. The power of this move was absolutely beyond Qi Ancestor's Hu elevation. Fang Yuan also could not help taking a few glances, his pupils shrinking slightly. Since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave began, this was the first time he saw Immortal Zombie Giant Sun taking such an action. In Fang Yuan's hands, Luck Path was mostly used as support, but when Immortal Zombie Giant Sun used it at this moment, it showed extreme offensive power. The golden light spread far. Even immemorial soul beasts could not resist it. In an instant, there were uncountable casualties. The battlefield that spanned thousands of li was cleared completely. At the periphery of the battlefield, a lake was revealed. The lake was calm with no ripples. Even under the illumination of the golden light, it was still motionless like a mirror. Pacifying Soul Lake. There was a mountain range beside Pacifying Soul Lake. The mountain range was majestic. It was so tall and vast that it seemed to touch the sky and spread beyond the range of the Immortal's sight. Since when is there a mountain here? The Legends of Rinzhu has no records of it. This mountain is so dark, it is bursting with demonic aura. This is too strange. Is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable on this mountain? Maybe this pitch-black mountain range is heavenly quartz arrangement. The pseudo-venerables discussed, but right at this time, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suddenly said, "Found her." Fang Yuan's gaze also moved over. Following his gaze, the Immortals discovered Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She was standing at the peak of the mountain. Starlight twinkled around her, and her sleeves fluttered in the air, adding splendor to her unmatched elegance. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked down at the Immortals, saying with a smile, "The enemies are here, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. You should wake up." Her voice was calm, but it quickly spread and reverberated in this special world, like an echo in an empty valley. At the next moment, the dark mountain range that spanned across heaven and earth shook. A voice could be heard. "Who is disturbing my sleep?" The mountain range shook with increasing intensity. The entire world was shaking. The ground cracked and mountains shattered. Two blood-red suns suddenly appeared. Each was much larger than Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's attack earlier. These were Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes. This vast mountain range before the Immortals was actually Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. Strong enemies? Who are you? Kill, I will kill you. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's murmur shook the air, producing a vast whirlwind. There was something wrong with his condition. He actually did not recognize Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan, as if he had lost his memories. Bam, 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 bam. Hands spread out from the mountain range. In an instant, it was like countless giant trees had grown and formed a terrifying forest of arms. Rumble. A huge explosion rang as Spectral Soul Demon Venerable changed from an inclined position to sitting cross-legged. Even when sitting cross-legged, his shoulders still reached high into the sky. The Immortals could not even see his head and could barely see most of his chest. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body was too huge. Compared to him, Fang Yuan and the Immortals were like ants beside an adult. Lu Weiyin, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and the rest were pale with fright. They could sense that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body was not just huge. The aura he emanated almost suffocated them. The soul path Dao marks on him were too dense and of an enormous scale. Even the current Fang Yuan could not compare. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable opened his eyes. The two-blood sun let out ominous light from the dark, cloudy fog. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable opened his mouth and breathed out. At the next moment, dark soul fog moved with the fierce wind and covered the whole battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The violent wind howled by their ears. The pseudo-venerable's expression changed one after the other. The dark soul wind was extremely terrifying. It shook them so intensely that they were almost swept away. The soul wind did not target just their bodies. It also specially attacked their souls. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan called out. The multicolored rainbow suddenly brightened, helping these pseudo-venerables stabilize their souls and resist the soul wind. Fang Yuan, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, could not hold on, quickly asking for help. Fang Yuan immediately activated the multicolored rainbow, linking him as well and helping him resist the wind calamity. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable saw that no one was blown away. He shouted in anger and pressed down with one of his huge hands. The huge palm seemed to cover the world. It carried ferocious might and wind, and lightning roared alongside it. It gave a feeling of being unblockable and unavoidable. The giant palm's target was Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Among the auras of the pseudo-venerables, his aura was the weakest. He had been sealed for a long time in Divine Emperor City. Much of his Dao marks were extracted. Demon Immortal Qi Ju wanted to dodge, but the giant palm had the ability to instill fear. He would not be able to move in a short period, and could only defend passively. Boom! The earth shook. The Immortals dodged. Only Demon Immortal Qi Ju was left in the area. He frantically used many defensive killer moves, but he was like an ant trying to fell the tree. He was instantly slammed down by the giant palm. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's aura rapidly fell to rock bottom. Spectral Soul's giant palm stamped on the ground and did not move. The palm that was stable as mountain roots or towering like a heavenly pillar let out a strange aura. One hand of Spectral Soul can suppress a pseudo-venerable. Even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun revealed an astonished expression, saying, "Save him quickly. Spectral Soul is trying to seal Qi Ju." Even without his reminder, Zhanbu Du had already charged forward. He was like a meteor as he pierced through Spectral Soul's arm with a loud crash. Zhanbu Du laughed loudly and was about to turn around to attack again, when another hand pressed down with an incredible speed. Boom! Another loud explosion rang. Zhanbu Du was also slammed down on the ground by the giant palm, his aura falling violently. Even with such a large size, it is actually so fast. Too terrifying. Save them, we cannot wait anymore. Qi Si Ancestor, Lu Wei Yin, and the rest quickly attacked. The two heavenly pillar-like arms began to collapse from the strong attacks. Right at this time, dozens of arms fell down from the sky. Immortal killer move, Tinli Time Wind. With a cold snort, Fang Yuan raised his arms and pushed forward with his palms. Immediately, boundless wind rose, blocking the dozens of giant arms. This move contained the profundities of Time Path, Rule Path, and Wind Path. When Fang Yuan's palms formed into a claw shape, it could confine the enemy and lock the time of the target. However, currently, Fang Yuan's hands were raised high. He was trying to grip with his fingers using all his strength, but they were trembling hard, and he was unable to contract into a clenched shape. He could only slow these dozens of giant arms. He could not completely lock their time. Good job. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun praised. His figure suddenly transformed and became a soft rain of golden light. Chapter 2194. Unification of Three Worlds. Immortal Killer Move. Golden Top Ox Hair. The drizzle of dazzling golden light increased rapidly. It quickly spread and covered the dozens of giant arms. Golden light rained down endlessly, penetrating into the pitch-black giant arms. The giant arms shook, golden flowing veins appeared and moved up the arms while interweaving into an exquisite web. When the golden web covered over half of the giant arms started shaking extremely fiercely. The pressure on Fang Yuan reduced sharply. The giant arms could not even budge under the infiltration of the golden web. This golden top ox hair killer move clearly also had the ability to confine its enemies. But it was different from Fang Yuan's Tinli Time Wind. It infiltrated the target's body and controlled their movement. When the golden web covered the giant arms completely, these dozens of giant arms came under Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's control. They moved up and attacked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was furious. At that instant, 1,000 or so giant arms came down, destroying these dozens of traitorous arms. The golden web lost its attached targets, turning back into a drizzle of golden light. Amidst the golden light drizzle, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's figure appeared slowly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable gave a shout. His thunder-like voice shook the whole door of life and death. A gray tornado immediately formed and moved towards Fang Yuan's group. The gray tornado did not have absorption force. Instead, it had a huge repulsive force. Wind blades that were sharper than Luo Po wind rotated and cut the souls. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Fang Yuan, and the Immortals quickly retreated. Soul beasts rushed over from afar, but were dismembered by the wind blades. After these soul beasts died, they were absorbed by the gray tornado, changing into gray soul bombs. A soul bomb struck and exploded on Lu Wei Yin. Lu Wei Yin's soul was immediately injured heavily. He almost fainted. He had exceptional defense, but faced this situation. Other immortals like Qi Ju and Shen Shang were even more miserable. Their souls might have been swept away, if not for Fang Yuan's help. The number of soul path down marks in the door of life and death was unimaginable. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable awakened, these pseudo-venerables could only use 50% of their strength because of the Dao mark suppression. Now that he awakened, pseudo-venerables could only use 20% of their strength. Even Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could only use 50% of their strength. What's going on? Spectral Soul is also a supreme grandmaster. Although Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his physical body, he has already modified himself into gaining a soul beast body. He has almost merged with the door of life and death. With this environment, all his killer moves are amplified greatly. He can easily suppress us. This is the power of a Dao Lord. What now? The Immortals could not help but hesitate. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's battle strength far surpassed the expectations of many of them. Another crucial point was that the door of life and death had too many soul path Dao marks. When Fate Gu was intact, the soul of every dead being returned to the door of life and death. Even when Fate Gu was damaged, most of the dead beings' souls still returned here. Countless years accumulated, countless souls gathered and broke down to form the current door of life and death. Among all the secluded domains of heaven and earth, the door of life and death was likely to have the highest number of Dao marks. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun collaborated to destroy the gray tornado and detonate the thousands of gray soul bombs. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable bent over slightly. Thousands of giant arms attacked from all sides. It was like the sky was falling, creating a suffocating feeling. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun began to use all their strength. The giant arms were destroyed one after the other. Their fragments fell to the ground. immediately changing into soul beasts that charged forward to fight once again. Lu Wei-yin and the other pseudo-venerables were in charge of killing these soul beasts. After the soul beasts died, their fragments combined to form new soul beasts. Moreover, these newly born soul beasts were stronger than the previous soul beasts. They possessed talents and abilities. Thus they could counter Lu Wei-yin and the other Gu immortals. Fang Yuan, immortal zombie giant son, and other Gu immortals were at a disadvantage. They were struggling to cope with the countless soul beasts and endless giant arms that attacked unceasingly. Right now, Soul Path fully displayed its combat advantage by fueling itself through killing. Die? All of you die. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mind became even more chaotic, roaring like a wild beast. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Her clear voice was not suppressed by the chaotic battlefield. Instead, it reached the immortal's ears. Everyone, your valiance really makes me feel admiration. Fang Yuan, giant son, I'll take a quick leave first. Saying this, she leisurely retreated. Her body streaked across the dark world like a meteor, easily leaving the door of life and death. Since the battle began, she had been standing on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's head. Even though she was openly leaving now, she did not attract Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attention. This situation was frightening to see. The Grand Spectral Soul Demon Venerable actually became Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's puppet. Lu Wei-yin suddenly shouted. His face was pale. Oh no, Lord Fang Yuan. Star Constellation will definitely unite the three great worlds and destroy Paradise Earth's tomb. We must quickly go and stop her. However, this was easier said than done. Spectral Soul's main body was a genuine Tao Lord inside the door of life and death. A Soul Path Supreme Grandmaster. A complete rank 9 Venerable. On the contrary, Fang Yuan was only at rank 8, and though Immortal Zombie Giant Son was also a Tao Lord, how could he use the outside world's luck path Tao marks to amplify himself in the door of life and death? Heaven and earth travel? Fang Yuan had already tried it secretly, but it had no effect. Heavenly Court knew Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel Immortal Gu. How could they not have prepared for it? No killer move was invincible. Just like Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment killer move, it showed no effect inside the door of life and death. The three great worlds were rapidly melting. The boundaries had already shrunk by 30%. As for the void in the 8th layer, it was originally vast and infinite, but the boundary was now sticking close to the bubbles of the three great worlds. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable returned here and immediately set up a formation. The formation activated, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals split and invaded Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World. These two great worlds' main forces had almost all died in battle. Only a few remained. They were the old and weak Gu Immortals with no battle strength left, or elite Gu Masters. Be they the former or latter, they had no ability to block Heavenly Court's advancement. Heavenly Court continued to push in, setting a subformation after occupying each territory. These subformations resonated with the main formation, which was personally controlled by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The subformations let out grand lights that shot towards the sky and shone on the surroundings, making the vast and desolate Savage Wilderness Great World and the hilly Yellow Earth Great World bloom with green. Weeds and tree saplings grew at a visible speed, quickly forming a dense forest. This was only the visible phenomenon. The true essence lied in Green Lotus Great World expanding continuously as it absorbed the other two great worlds into its territory. If looked from above, the green color that was like moss spread from the Green Lotus Great World and slowly covered the other two great worlds. After covering them, the lush green became even deeper in color. At first, it was only light green. Many areas with the subformations turned into deep green. The deep green then turned into dark green. The three great worlds finally merged. After reaching a certain extent, a storm started brewing indescribably. The storm was not large, but its range was astonishing, covering the whole world. Wind blew like the chi tides of 5 regions. It quickly merged the primeval energy of the great world and distributed it evenly. Limitless Demon Venerable's Heaven and Earth refinement method has already reached the peak. If I am not wrong, this wind will continue to grow until it becomes the winds of assimilation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable controlled the main formation. She personally took part and helped the great worlds unite, so she gained many insight from this. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable accounted for almost half of the Heaven Path research results in the crazed demon formation. Why did Limitless Demon Venerable go to Heavenly Court in his later years and play this game with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? The reason was simple. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had merged with Heaven's will of her own accord. The killer move human executing Heaven's work was extremely profound. While she altered Heaven's will, she was also comprehending Heaven Path, So Limitless Demon Venerable competed with Star Constellation to extract the Heaven Path mysteries. He also received the help of this Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, to deduce new Heaven Path research results. Limitless Demon Venerable cultivated Rule Path. Only by cooperating with the creator of Wisdom Path, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, could he realize the insane concept of Crazed Demon Cave. Limitless Demon Venerable achieved his goal, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also gained many benefits. The three Avatar Fairies method of influencing the emotions of many mutant Gu immortals and making them join Heavenly Court was a result of Heaven Path. Being able to control Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was also an embodiment of Heaven Path research results. Naturally, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took advantage of this situation. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body already had flaws. The three worlds have merged. The outcome has been decided. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air, her eyes shining with starlight. She had succeeded. Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's alliance was very powerful, but she relied on her incomparable Wisdom Path attainment to take a lead step by step, maintaining her advantage and not letting the other two sides surpass her. Although Heavenly Court was weak, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Book Mountain, Primordial Domain, the Crazed Demon Formation, and the Door of Life and Death. She used everything that could be used to help claim victory. This was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This was the power of Wisdom Path. Heavenly Court had already infiltrated the Crazed Demon Formation. Now that they united the three worlds and got hold of massive clues and fuel, it was like letting half of the Crazed Demon Formation falling into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's hands. It is your turn now, Paradise Earth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shone coldly. She did not like Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even though Paradise Earth had the name of Immortal Venerable and had extremely high reputation, he loved and defended variant humans. Paradise Earth left Merman Imperial Court in Eastern Sea and also Mushroom Man Paradise in Southern Border. What repulsed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even more was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's identity. Paradise Earth had gone through many fortuitous encounters in his life that could have allowed him to change his fundamental identity to that of a pure human. But he did not do so. He was always a mixed blood which could never be accepted by Heavenly Court. Immediately, subformations buzzed and tore the earth. Ground crumbled. Deep ravines spread quickly from all sides to Paradise Earth's tomb. Paradise Earth's tomb was broken apart. Afterwards, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave a cry, her gaze looking at the distant sky. Soon, endless starlight condensed and solidified in the sky, turning into meteors that fell to the ground. Like a rainstorm, the meteors smashed onto Paradise Earth's tomb. Bam, bam, bam. The explosions rang, starlight and rock fragments flew everywhere. After a few minutes of time, Paradise Earth's tomb was leveled and turned into ruins. Chapter 2195, Paradise Earth's Revival. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze crossed through thousands of miles and landed on the ruins of Paradise Earth's tomb. She checked carefully before giving a satisfied nod. She collected the main formation, while Heavenly Court's immortals were in charge of collecting all the subformations. Heavenly Court members gathered in one place and moved with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. After Primordial Domain disappeared, the 8th layer and 9th layer could be easily traveled to and fro. They left the 8th layer and entered the 9th layer. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally pointed the way forward. Qin Dingling, Che Wei, Fang Zheng, and the rest stepped into the Crazed Demon Formation one after the other. They each stopped on a truthful floating ice piece. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable told them the control method of the truthful floating ice in detail. She then went towards the center of the formation and faced the central truthful floating ice. Lady Star Constellation, what are you going to do? If you insist on forcing your way, we will immediately activate Practice Gu and destroy this truthful floating ice. Not Immortal was alarmed. Pang Shan and Secret Schemer immediately appeared. They tried to threaten Star Constellation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Truthfully, you three being able to control Practice Gu was beyond my expectations. I had already sealed Limitless Will. I did not expect him to still be able to bring you three here. However, the reason why I sealed Limitless Will was just as an additional layer of assurance. I am going to use all my strength to accelerate the Crazed Demon Formation. This formation that Limitless set up back then is indeed astonishing and extraordinary, reaching the peak of the world. But he is still a Rule Path Gu Immortal and not of Wisdom Path. He naturally realized this. If not, why would he invade Heavenly Court and bet with me? Pang Shan and Secret Schemer looked at each other. The latter thought for a bit and mustered his courage to ask, since Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has the same thought as us, why not come in? We are willing to hand over Practice Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. That is not necessary. This area is the crazed demon formation's core. It is easy to enter, but difficult to exit. It also concerns the final deduction results. If I forcefully break out, I may destroy this truthful floating ice, ruining the million-year derivation. I am already in control of half the crazed demon formation, and only with me leading my heavenly court's immortals outside to prevent any unexpected situation can I safely push this crazed demon formation to the limit. I am already aware of your ambitions. No need to hesitate. Go carve the truthful floating ice. Pang Shan and Secret Schemer gritted their teeth. Right now, Fang Yuan was missing, and it probably bode ill rather than well. Since Heavenly Court had already controlled the situation, and these three immortals were unable to go out. Even if they could go out, they definitely were not Heavenly Court's match. They could only continue to drill the truthful floating ice and resume their work. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable began to activate the formation step by step. Under her influence, the crazed demon formation's form started changing again and again. The derivation efficiency also continued to rise. Many of Heavenly Court's members were controlling a truthful floating ice piece each. They listened to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements as they controlled their respective truthful floating ice. The melting speed of the 8th layer's great world sped up by several times. Many peripheral truthful floating ice pieces were starting to thaw and shrink. But the central truthful floating ice piece was continuing to expand in size. There would only be one truthful floating ice piece left in Crazed Demon formation at the end. If limitless arrangements succeeded, then the one who obtained this truthful floating ice could gain eternal life, because the truth of eternal life would already be carved. Worthy of Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Under such a bleak situation, she fought one battle after another and made Heavenly Court emerge victorious. Qin Dingling was moved. With such a person leading Heavenly Court, our deaths would be without regrets. Duke Mei and the rest conversed happily. No one else is more suitable than Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to obtain eternal life. With her leadership, our Heavenly Court will definitely become a supreme existence once again. We will unite the 5 regions just like Crazed Demon Cave's 3 worlds. The Immortals were looking forward to a beautiful future. When Heavenly Court did not have an Immortal Venerable in charge, there was the tradition of having a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal lead them. Past experience proved the sensibility of this system. Now that the creator of Wisdom Path, a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, the #1 person in Wisdom Path, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, was controlling Heavenly Court, no one in Heavenly Court had any objection. Even if Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable were to revive, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would still be much more suitable than them to obtain eternal life. Inside the door of life and death. All of you must die. Why are you still not dead? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was sitting cross-legged. Pacifying Soul Lake was only a puddle in comparison, while Fang Yuan and the Immortals were like insignificant ants. But this group of ants made Spectral Soul Demon Venerable extremely angry. Boom, boom, boom. Countless giant arms attacked these ants. Lu Wei-yin, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and the rest used all their strength to counterattack. They were only second to peak-level battle strengths like that of Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but they were in an extremely miserable situation here. If not for Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun helping them time and again, some of them might have already perished. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body was at rank 9. After transforming into a soul beast body and his attainment level having been raised to Supreme Grandmaster level, he had become a Dao Lord. Originally, a Venerable that had just become a Dao Lord was still not invincible. They had to refine Dao marks of their path in the outside world and raise their strength. But it just so happened that this door of life and death was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's territory. He had occupied it since long ago. And the door of life and death had the highest number of soul path Dao marks in the world. Even Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were in a disadvantage. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was aware of this, so they fought while finding an exit path. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun made deductions and smiled bitterly at Fang Yuan. This is not good. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left, it was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who took the initiative to open a path. He has already completely refined the door of life and death and become this place's master. It is impossible for us to leave like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan fixed his gaze on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Who could have expected Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to turn Spectral Soul Demon Venerable into a puppet? Giant Sun, you should know that in the 500 years of my previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable possessed the sovereign immortal body and became the greatest mastermind behind the 5 regions' chaotic war. He infiltrated Heavenly Court and made them a mere figurehead. Now, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable can be considered to have taken revenge for Heavenly Court. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was solemn. There is no use in saying these things now. Our hope lies with you. Fang Yuan nodded. I know. I have already begun deducing. He knew what Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was pointing towards. Back then, when Renzu tried to leave the door of life and death through the road of life, he encountered 3 obstacles: Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. Renzu failed when he was in Reverse Flow River. If not for this, he could have escaped the door of life and death. And now, Fang Yuan was the Gu Immortal with the most secluded domains of heaven and earth. In fact, he had Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. As long as these 3 obstacles were used to create the road of life, they could escape the door of life and death through it and return to fight Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan had a bitter expression. Deductions need time and clues. I have no clue about this road of life. I just have these obstacles. And this door of life and death has long been modified by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and merged into himself. There is a huge difference between it and the records in The Legends of Renzu. Furthermore, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable does not have a clear mind. I need to split my attention to guard against his mad attacks. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun heaved a sigh. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has astonishing attainment in Soul Path. He made the door of life and death much more exceptional than before. Even though the situation is already like this, I still hope you will give your best effort. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression changed suddenly. It is here again. Follow me. He suddenly threw out Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal Killer Move. Luck-changing Golden Light Path. A dazzling path of golden light formed instantly. The Immortals knew the situation, quickly stepping on the path of light and letting it bring them away. At the next moment, countless soul bombs, each the size of a mountain, shot down while having tadpole-like tails. The giant tadpole soul bombs detonated with horrifying strength. The path shook intensely from the explosion and dimmed rapidly. But the Immortals managed to escape from the soul bombs. They had already suffered once. Shunshang and Demon Immortal Qiju had gotten heavily injured from the explosion. Fortunately, Shunshang cultivated Human Path and was an expert in treating these injuries. He displayed Human Path superiority, healing the Immortals quickly. After that time, every time the soul bombs attacked, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun used luck-changing Golden Light Path and moved the Immortals away. This move was extremely profound. It could forcibly create a survival route in a hopeless situation. Soul beasts attacked and soul bombs detonated around the light path. Many of their attacks canceled each other, which instead kept the light path safe. If it was before, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could have already escaped with this move. But this door of life and death was different. It was extremely troublesome. Even if Immortal Zombie Giant Sun used luck, changing Golden Light Path multiple times, he could not succeed. Careful, Chi Si Ancestor alerted. After all the soul bombs detonated, a soul river crashed down. Countless wronged ghosts formed a black river. The ghosts cried and howled. The tragic and furious sounds slightly slowed the Immortals' thoughts. The soul river was extremely huge, covering thousands of miles. The Immortals could not evade it, so they used all kinds of methods. For a moment, they were carried up and down by the soul river, being tortured physically and mentally. Profound light surrounded and protected Fang Yuan. Multicolored rainbow bound other pseudo-venerables, preventing them from getting washed away. Under this perilous situation, once the pseudo-venerables left the group for some time, they would die a miserable death. The crucial point was that if they died here, their souls would be used by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to target the remaining people. This was what Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was good at. So, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were helping themselves by saving these people. I can hardly look after myself. How can I quickly deduce the road of life in this situation? Fang Yuan showed a difficult expression as he looked at the tumultuous Soul River. The situation was bad. As time passed, Fang Yuan's chance of victory would be increasingly low. If they were delayed for a long time in the door of life and death, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtained eternal life, she might come back to finish them with greatly increased strength. At that time, if there was no improvement, Fang Yuan would not just be defeated but might even lose his life. Right at this time, in the Great World in Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer, a yellow light shone. The yellow light covered the ruins. This was Paradise Earth's tomb. The yellow light erupted, shooting towards the sky, before changing direction towards the door of life and death. A Gu Immortal appeared in the yellow light. Buried in the earth for 100,000 years, brushing dust off my clothes as I rise once more. wishing for all lives to be equal. May all living beings compete in harmony. After the recital, the Gu Immortals said, Spectral Soul, please open the door. Paradise Earth is here to pay a visit. Chapter 2196, Spectral Soul versus Paradise Earth. For an instant, the fighting in the door of life and death suddenly stopped. The furious Spectral Soul demon Venerable stopped roaring. Countless giant arms stopped moving like space had frozen. What happened? Chi-Si Ancestor was puzzled. At the next moment, Spectral Soul demon Venerable opened his huge mouth, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The roar contained anger, hatred, as well as excitement towards meeting a great enemy. You revived? You revived as well. I finally meet you. Since you are here, come in. So that I can kill you. Spectral Soul demon Venerable did not remember Fang Yuan, an immortal zombie giant son, but he seemed to have a deep impression of Paradise Earth. Suns of blood color rose in the sky. These were Spectral Soul demon Venerable's eyes. He had 3 heads. Only one head had awakened in the previous battle. Now the remaining 2 heads also opened their blood-colored eyes. The entrance of the door of life and death opened, forming a huge vortex that let out a terrifying suction force. The entrance opened and closed in an instant. When Fang Yuan and the rest came to their senses, a Gu Immortal was pulled into the door of life and death. He had a shiny bald head and wore plain clothing. He had a kind expression, and his entire body let out a faint radiance. Paradise Earth, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Son called out. Lord Paradise Earth, you succeeded in reviving. Lu Weiyin was surprised and happy. He suddenly shouted, Careful! Bam bam bam. Hundreds of giant arms repelled the air as they ruthlessly charged towards Paradise Earth while producing thunderous rumbles. Battle erupted once again. The crazed demon formation turned chaotic. Heavenly Quartz Gu Immortals were heavily injured. Their expressions were pale and bewildered. This was all caused by Paradise Earth's revival. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revealed an astonished expression. Ever since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave started, this was the first time she showed such an emotion. The reason was that although Paradise Earth revived, his revival method was beyond Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expectations. I thought you would revive as an Earth Path Venerable, but to think you would take another path. I underestimated you. You actually converted to Heaven Path. Paradise Earth's tomb was only a target. Only through its destruction could you revive. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air, but did not move towards the door of life and death. At the moment, the crazed demon formation was rotating like a tornado. She could not get away easily. Moreover, although Paradise Earth revived, he had converted to Heaven Path, and the tomb was destroyed much earlier by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, so his current cultivation was only at pseudo-venerable level. If Yellow Earth Great World had annexed the other 2 Great Worlds and Paradise Earth's tomb was destroyed along with the Great World, the revived Paradise Earth might have venerable cultivation. Right now, the main focus was still on the crazed demon formation. The sensible star constellation would never abandon the larger goal for smaller gains. Moreover, even if she returned to the door of life and death, her battle strength would also be suppressed greatly. It would not be worth the effort. Inside the door of life and death. Careful! Lu Weiyin's shout had just landed. A giant web appeared in front of Paradise Earth. The milky white web was extremely thick. Every thread of the web had the size of an elephant, giving a monumental and majestic feeling. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks were completely blocked by this giant web. What kind of killer move is this? It actually has such defensive prowess. This aura, I have never felt it before. Wait a moment. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable does not have rank 9 cultivation. He is only at rank 8 level like us. Demon Immortal Chi Ju, Zhanbu Du, and the rest were greatly shaken. This is a Heaven Path killer move. Paradise Earth converted to cultivating Heaven Path. He revived, but did not regain his venerable cultivation. This might be the price. Immortal Zombie Giant Son was somewhat aware. Fang Yuan's emotions were slightly complex. He had also once considered progressing in Heaven Path. Who could have expected Paradise Earth's scheme to be deeper than his? He had even greater progress. Through this revival, he directly became a pseudo-venerable in Heaven Path. Using Heaven Path's advantage, the suppression of the door of life and death on Paradise Earth was the smallest. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was roaring in fury. He half-squatted from his cross-legged position. Thousands of giant arms attacked. The 5 fingers of every hand were placed together like a drill, and the sharp nails stabbed like spears. Countless giant hands stabbed the web of light. Paradise Earth's expression did not change, but the Heaven Path giant web that did not even budge before was shaking slightly. Although he cultivates Heaven Path, he is only a pseudo-venerable. Reinforce him. Fang Yuan immediately saw through the situation and alerted others. Lu Weiyin was the first to charge forward. but was blocked by giant arms midway. Fortunately, Fang Yuan and the rest followed closely to reinforce Paradise Earth. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable adapted, the giant arms changed shape. A large number of spikes extended from the fingernails. His action changed from poking to tearing. Slash, slash. Countless giant arms tore layers of webs of light, continuously breaking them. Although Paradise Earth only had pseudo-venerable cultivation level, his defensive method was exceptional and was at Immortal Venerable level. It was just that when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used his full strength, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had to retreat even after obtaining the reinforcement. The Immortal's situation was still as perilous as before. After blocking for a while, Paradise Earth transmitted his voice. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition is strange. His mind is not clear. His emotions were probably tampered with by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. I have a method that can dispel all emotions and make someone's rationality as calm as ice. Wisdom Path had three main elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was definitely at the peak in these three aspects. Fairy Feng Yu deduced limitless arrangements, always being ahead of others. This was the attainment of thoughts. Limitless will was sealed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This was a method of will. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's emotions were agitated and in disorder. He did not have even a trace of rationality. This showed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's might in terms of emotions. Regarding this, Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, or other pseudo-venerables had all made an attempt. However, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition was the same, never showing a sign of regaining his sanity. The Immortals' attempts failed. They agreed that it was because Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method was exceptional. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, the #1 in the world in this path. Since she left confidently, she naturally had full confidence in her method. She believed this method would not be broken for a short period of time. Right now, although Paradise Earth mentioned this idea, the Immortals did not object. They cooperated with him quickly. Spectral Soul's attacks were extremely fierce. Paradise Earth's appearance had agitated his state even further. All kinds of Soul Path killer moves were used one after the other. Some were sinister, some were weird, some were domineering, and some were unrestrained. The Immortals were too busy dealing with them. Paradise Earth was protected at the center, but he was disturbed again and again. The killer move's activation progress was minimal. After a long while, Fang Yuan snorted coldly. "All of you move aside." The Immortals quickly retreated. Fang Yuan's face was indifferent, but his eyes shone as he faced the tsunami-like wave of soul beasts. He opened his arms and roared towards the sky. Along with his roar, specks of light flew out of his immortal aperture. The specks were of all kinds of color. They rapidly collided in the air, turning into dragons, wolves, tigers, fishes, and other beings. These were all totem killer moves. Countless totems of all kinds and shapes charged forward. Wherever they went, soul beasts cried out miserably as they were torn into shreds, burned into ashes, drowned, cleaved by lightning. In an instant, Fang Yuan released hundreds of totems that he had gathered on his body. These killer moves were all at rank 8. That was to say, Fang Yuan used hundreds of rank 8 killer moves in an instant. Peerless might. The Immortals immediately felt the pressure on them reducing sharply. Countless soul beasts were slaughtered. Even when the giant arms attacked, 10 or so totems attacked one giant arm and destroyed them. 30% of my immortal essence was used up. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, returning to the group. The immortal essence expenditure of releasing so many totem killer moves was extremely terrifying. According to Fang Yuan's current immortal essence reserves, he could only use this move 3 times at most. Among the present Gu immortals, the lowest cultivation was at pseudo-venerable. Yet, when they looked at Fang Yuan, their expressions were all shaken and even contained vague fear. Totem killer moves were quick and convenient, but Fang Yuan released so many totems at once, which was the thing that really shocked them. Ignoring anything else, with just this method, Fang Yuan could exterminate almost any super force in the world. Even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stared at Fang Yuan for a while. He knew of totem killer moves, so he understood the advantages and weaknesses of this kind of killer move. Totem killer moves were indeed quick and convenient, but they were difficult to nurture. However, Fang Yuan had actually nurtured so many rank 8 totems. This made Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shocked at Fang Yuan's wealth. Good method. Paradise Earth praised before concentrating on preparing his killer move. Spectral Soul Demon Venerables' 3 heads opened their mouths and breathed out a vast soul river. 3 soul rivers converged into a soul river of an unprecedented scale. It crashed down like dark clouds covering the sky. Totem killer moves flew and charged into the soul river as they fought. The soul river's speed of descent fell, while these totems' radiance was extinguished one by one. Thoughts moved rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind. All kinds of thoughts sparked as he madly dispatched the totems and coordinated their actions. His immortal essence was expended rapidly. His mind was beginning to overheat as it reached the limits of his wisdom path capability. Totem killer moves were far superior to immemorial desolate beasts because they could coordinate with each other and be controlled casually. More importantly, each of them possessed extreme prowess, comparable to immemorial desolate beasts that had wild Immortal Gu, or even immemorial desolate beasts that grasped immortal killer moves. These totems gained 22 breaths of time for Paradise Earth. Finally, Fang Yuan heaved a sigh as he collected the remaining 12 totems in his immortal aperture. These totems survived fortunately, but they were in an extremely damaged state. The other hundreds of totems had all died in battle. Naturally, accompanying their deaths were countless soul beasts and dozens of spectral souls' giant arms. Fang Yuan retreated to the depths of the group. He had to rest his mind, and it seemed difficult for him to battle for some time. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stood up and took his place. He had already prepared his killer move, using it with no hesitation. Immortal Killer Move, Unforeseen Disaster. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun grabbed at his head repeatedly with his palms that were covered in a layer of light. The pure gold light around his palms was rapidly dyed black and red. Every time Immortal Zombie Giant Sun grabbed, he threw them as well. The dark red bad luck flew in the air, turning into lumps of dark red clouds that flew everywhere. Each lump of dark red cloud was not large. Wherever they went, soul beasts within 100 li howled for a few breaths of time before losing their lives. Giant arms broke. Large segments of the soul river also broke apart. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun repeatedly grabbed his bad luck and threw them at his enemy. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body itself was becoming unstable after being hit by this method. His left head shouted as it used Burning Soul Bursting Luck. His luck immediately rose and offset Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's method. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun attacked for a while before stopping. It was not that his immortal essence was not enough or his mind got tired. It was because he had used up all his bad luck. Chapter 2197, Killing Spectral Soul? This method is really good. Fang Yuan was slightly moved as he observed Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. If he could use all of his bad luck to attack, then his own luck would always remain at the highest level. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had an excellent combat system. This method definitely had high importance in this combat system. With Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's help, Paradise Earth got the time to prepare and activate his killer move. Immortal Killer Move, Emotionless Heaven and Earth. White waves of light spread from between Paradise Earth's brows. The light waves immediately spread towards the whole battlefield and covered Spectral Soul Demon Venerable completely. Waves of light activated one after the other. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not feel anything at first, but he soon showed a response. The killing intent in his blood-red pupils decreased rapidly as they revealed flickers of rationality. But at this time, the silhouette of a figure showed itself on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's stomach. The immortals heard this figure speak. Heaven and earth is emotionless. That is correct, but humans have emotions. Saying so, this figure laughed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's pupils were filled with killing intent once again. The trace of rationality just earlier had vanished without a trace. Who was that? The immortals were astonished. Clearly, this figure had caused Paradise Earth's killer move to fail. Is it Verdant Great Sun? A thought emerged in Fang Yuan's mind. According to Spectral Soul's memories and the records in The Legends of Renzu, Renzu's eldest son, Verdant Great Sun Soul, lay on the shores of Pacifying Soul Lake. But right now, there was nothing around Pacifying Soul Lake. It was very likely that Verdant Great Sun's soul was devoured by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But for some reason, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who cultivated Soul Path and Food Path, could not digest Verdant Great Sun. He was instead controlled. It was very likely that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had played a crucial role in this. Paradise Earth revealed a troubled expression at seeing his killer move have no effect. Spectral Soul attacked once again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan glanced at each other as the former said, Fang Yuan, have you gained any comprehension? Fang Yuan shook his head. His expression was solemn. There is no progress. I have an idea. Shunshang suddenly said, since the Fate War, I have been lurking inside Divine Emperor City while cultivating human path. Besides the gains, I also pondered on how to get out of difficult situations, so I thought of a human path method. Right now, I have already deduced 90% of this method. Only the final 10% remains. When I saw Lord Paradise Earth activate the human path killer move, my intuition told me that this is the final 10% I require. With it, I can complete this killer move. This, the other Gu immortals murmured softly. Shunshang's intention was to ask for Paradise Earth's Heaven Path research results. This was quite an impudent request. There was an example here. Despite Fang Yuan having 3 crucial secluded domains of heaven and earth, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had never asked to borrow these secluded domains of heaven and earth to deduce the road of life, to escape from the door of life and death. But in the current situation, Shunshang's overbearing request had some reason behind it. The crucial point was that he and Paradise Earth had a peculiar relationship. Shunshang was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. He secretly committed many sins to cultivate human path. After Paradise Earth learned of it, he immediately took action. Shunshang could not even take one strike from Paradise Earth, but instead of killing or confining him, Paradise Earth gave him a chance to atone for his sins. Thus, Shunshang entered the Blue Dragon Whale and cultivated bitterly. After obtaining Paradise Earth's help, Shunshang made progress time and time again, advancing stably. With Heal Injury Immortal Gu as the foundation, he developed and created Saving Dead healing injuries, light injuries, heavy injuries, fatal injuries, sensory injuries, 7 laborious injuries, and other killer moves. Later, he created the killer move Countless Injury Marks, from which he deduced the Immortal Gu recipe of Injury Mark Immortal Gu. Finally, he refined Injury Mark Immortal Gu and changed it to his Vital Gu. When Fang Yuan explored the Blue Dragon Whale's aperture, he released Shunshang. Shunshang cooperated with Fang Yuan according to Paradise Earth's instructions and participated in the Fate War. At the crucial moment, he played a key role and set the crucial foundation for Fang Yuan's victory over Heavenly Court. Shunshang's and Paradise Earth's relationship could be said to be extremely close. Back then, when Shunshang cultivated human path in Blue Dragon Whale, he had received Paradise Earth's guidance. The connection between the two was very deep, second only to the relationship between Lu Wei Yin and Paradise Earth. Thus, Shunshang made this seemingly impudent request. Because back then, Paradise Earth guided him, there was a high chance of him guiding Shunshang again now that he had revived. The only difference was that it was human path before, and now it was heaven path. Sure enough, like Shunshang expected, Paradise Earth directly imparted the information of emotionless heaven and earth to him without any hesitation. I thank Lord's guidance. Shunshang bowed with his hands cupped before him, his voice slightly shaking from excitement. Paradise Earth nodded, saying with a smile, Shunshang, your appearance here can be considered a fortune. Whether we can leave here or not will depend on your talent. Junior will do his best to not let down Lord's expectation. Shunshang was even more excited. He was a grand pseudo-venerable, but in front of Paradise Earth, he positioned himself as a junior and was extremely humble and respectful. He was indebted to Paradise Earth. In fact, many people and forces were indebted to Paradise Earth. Everyone knew Paradise Earth was the most popular among the 10 Venerables. Even many people of Central Continent respected him. The amount of good deeds Paradise Earth had done over his life, and the number of people he had helped was inestimable. After receiving Paradise Earth's approval and encouragement, the other Gu Immortals were slightly expectant of Shunshang. Most of them were still placing their hopes on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had made crucial breakthroughs during battles before. He had created Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He was the person who defeated Heavenly Court. There were precedents for this. Moreover, at present, Fang Yuan's position was higher than Shunshang's. The Immortals fought and evaded Spectral Soul's attacks. Another head grew on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This was because Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Paradise Earth, and Fang Yuan's joint attacks had cleaved one of his heads into 2. However, the halved head split, one turning into 2. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable gained another head. Not only the head, no matter how many of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms were destroyed, they quickly grew again. His arms were increasing in number, becoming even more sturdy and strong. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's strength was still continuing to grow. The fiercer Fang Yuan's group counterattacked, the faster the speed of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's growth. Nurturing strength through battle. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was already a special Venerable, but he could still grow. Compared to the full strength he used before, his strength had clearly risen a lot. The Immortals were not able to estimate his limits, which firmed up their decision to leave. It was too disadvantageous to fight Spectral Soul Demon Venerable inside the door of life and death. There were endless soul beasts. There was no use. No matter how many were killed, all kinds of soul path killer moves covered the world, forcing the Immortals to defend with all their strength and concentration. Fang Yuan suddenly showed a peculiar expression. This change in expression immediately attracted the gazes of the Immortals. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun asked with hope, Fang Yuan, you made some progress? Fang Yuan nodded before shaking his head. Yes, there is progress, but it is not the road of life. Let me try this. The moment he said this, Fang Yuan's aura turned eerie and dark. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley started buzzing and shaking slightly as they resonated with each other. emitting an increasingly bright radiance. After the preparation was complete, Fang Yuan's aura became restrained. He pushed his palm, from which a lump in the form of a gray-white square seal flew out. The square seal's speed was slow, but wherever it passed by, all the souls disintegrated into ashes. A large area of the soul beast army was immediately cleared up. Even immemorial soul beasts did not have a trace of resistance against this gray-white square seal. They were thinner than even paper. The vast soul river that had been shrouding the sky also crumbled apart. Most of the soul path killer moves were greatly suppressed and weakened in front of this gray-white square seal. The immortals surrounding Fang Yuan were also terrified. A bone-chilling cold feeling spread from the depths of their soul. The whole battlefield was silent. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's breath turned rough when he guarded against this square seal. Since the battle started, this was the first time he was breathing roughly and stopped his tsunami-like attacks. Immortal killer move, Dang Hun Luo Pasil. Strong. Too strong. Shin Shang was shaken. Even Paradise Earth's eyes opened wide, turning speechless. This move is terrifying. It can be considered as Soul Path's nemesis. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was stunned for a bit before complimenting. He saw the gray-white seal rise up. 100 of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's giant arms that were in its path were destroyed. Even though the gray-white square seal was finally destroyed, the areas where Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's 100 or so giant arms were destroyed still remained empty for a while, as if the regenerative ability was exhausted. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's unforeseen disaster killer move was similar to Dang Hun Luo Pasil, but these soul beasts could still resist unforeseen disaster killer move for a while. However, against Dang Hun Luo Pasil, they had no ability to resist. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. I am ashamed. I did not manage to deduce the road of life, but gained this instead. This move is called Dang Hun Luo Pasil. It uses the two sacred lands as the cores. Its foundation is the Luo Pasil I created before. Spectral Soul had once said that Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley were sacred lands for soul cultivation. My killer move was developed from the foundation of Soul Path and suppresses it fundamentally. It is a pity that I only have the two sacred lands. If I had Pacifying Soul Lake as well, I might be able to restrain all Soul Path methods completely. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's eyelids twitched. From Fang Yuan's tone, it seemed he was still not satisfied with this killer move. Great. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun praised again. Encouraging. Fang Yuan has already combined the two obstacles now. If you can add in Reverse Flow River as well, you should be able to deduce the road of life. Jean Boudu gave another suggestion while pointing towards a direction. No, from what I see, as long as we put this move to good use, with us supporting my main body, there is a huge chance of killing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Take a look. Following Jean Boudu's finger, the Immortals immediately discovered it was deathly silent in the areas destroyed by Dang Hun Luo Pasil. They did not restore quickly like before. As for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, although the 100 or so giant arms destroyed were regenerating, the speed was very slow. Dang Hun Luo Pasil was a pure Soul Path killer move. It was amplified in the door of life and death. The Soul Path down marks that this move left behind were like the winds of Luo Po Valley and the vibration force of Dang Hun Mountain. They made it difficult for soul beasts to condense into being. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun frowned, analyzing. Although Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is a Tao Lord and can control the Soul Path Tao marks here to amplify himself, while suppressing Fang Yuan's Dang Hun Luo Pasil, his state of mind is not clear. He only has a Tao Lord's instincts, so Dang Hun Luo Pasil can also receive amplification here. The Immortals' eyes shined as they saw a new possibility. Killing Spectral Soul? Chapter 2198. Star Constellation versus Giant Sun. Thoughts began to surge rapidly in the Immortals' minds. Dang Hun Luo Pasil was truly amazing. It was a killer weapon against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had lost his sanity. Jean Boudu was correct. In the current situation, there was indeed a possibility of relying on Dang Hun Luo Pasil to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Barring unexpected surprises, it is feasible indeed. It will be very difficult to find an escape route under Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's crazed attacks. However, directly eliminating Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is also an option. This place is controlled by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. There is small hope of finding a way out. But going against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and killing him will definitely be a life and death battle. They were all speculating. Chi Si Ancestor's expression sank. The fact is, don't we need to step past the obstacle, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, to leave the door of life and death? Even if we shake him off and leave the door of life and death, what if he chases us? At that time, we will have to deal with both Star Constellation and Spectral Soul. It is better to use this chance when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is busy with infiltrating the crazed demon formation to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The Immortal's minds jolted. Indeed, Lu Wei-in mumbled. We will need to go against Heavenly Court to fight for the eternal life research results. If we can kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now, Heavenly Court's threat will immediately be halved. Humph. Jean Du snorted coldly. What are you still hesitating for? Everyone, the longer we delay, the deeper Star Constellation's infiltration becomes. She will be closer to the eternal life research results. Regardless of which plan we choose, we need to decide now. Immortal Zombie Giant's son, however, frowned, saying in a heavy tone, It is not that simple, Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is the #1 expert in Wisdom Path. Will she leave behind such an obvious loophole? Right now, I am worried that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control over Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has a time limit. Once the time limit is up, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable might get out of this predicament by himself. At that time, we will have Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as an ally. If we really attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, whether we win or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable wins, even if it is a draw, both sides will be injured. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will still be the biggest winner. The Immortals were silent. Immortal Zombie Giant's son made sense. Since this was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there was no such thing as overestimating her planning. Giant son, when do you think Spectral Soul Demon Venerable will leave the control and gain his rationality? Fang Yuan asked with a sharp gaze. Let's take your speculation a step further. Suppose Star Constellation Immortal Venerable intentionally left this loophole and lured us into thinking this way. In fact, even if Star Constellation can only control Spectral Soul Demon for some time, if she were to obtain the eternal life research results during this time, what do we do? Then, Fang Yuan, you are intent on fighting to the death? Under this situation, Immortal Zombie Giant's son fixed his gaze on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not yield, matching his gaze. The atmosphere between the Immortals suddenly became tense. Right at this time, Xinshang shouted, I succeeded, I succeeded. My killer move is complete. Paradise Earth said with a heavy voice. Xinshang, what are your chances? 80%. Xinshang was excited. This move was incomplete before as it lacked Heaven Path results. But the lacking part is not the crucial core. My intuition is telling me strongly that this move has an 80% success rate. There is still room for improvement, but it is already complete now and can be used. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant's son retracted their gazes. Fang Yuan said, Then, let's protect Xinshang while he attempts it. Previously, Fang Yuan and the rest succeeded in protecting Paradise Earth. With Dang Hun Luo Pasil, there was no problem in protecting Xinshang. Immortal killer move. Heaven always leaves a way out for people. After a while, amidst the tidal wave-like offense of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Xinshang activated the killer move, creating a narrow path. The path was long and winding. It could not compare to luck-changing golden light path, but it pierced through the door of life and death. The Immortals even saw the vague scene of the outside world at the end of the path. The Immortals were surprised and joyous. Xinshang laughed heartily, calling out with his arms raised, It succeeded. Paradise Earth smiled. I was right about you. Hundreds of years Eastern Immortal leader, with half of a Venerable's talent. Your reputation matches your abilities indeed. Qi Si Ancestor cupped his fists. We all owe you a favor for getting out of this predicament. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not stint on praising. Let's go. Jean Du still took the lead. He was very suitable in opening up a path. The Immortals did not have any hesitation. They protected each other as they stepped on the narrow path. Xinshang's killer move was unique. Even the door of life and death could not stop these Gu Immortals from escaping successfully. When the Immortals got out of the door of life and death, they prepared for a fight. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mad roars came from the door of life and death. The whole giant door shook constantly. But in the end, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not step out of the door of life and death. So it was like this. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is not able to exit the door of life and death for some reason. No wonder Star Constellation Immortal Venerable lured us inside. Maybe Spectral Soul Demon Venerable can come out, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method of control is most effective inside the door of life and death. The Gu Immortals let out sighs of relief as they made guesses. Quick, let's go to the crazed demon formation. So much time has passed, who knows how much progress Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has made. Demon Immortal Qi Ju reminded. Before the Immortals left, they used their methods to try to destroy the Immortal Graveyard. However, the killer moves were all absorbed by the door of life and death. No use. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements are exquisite. This immortal graveyard is closely connected with the door of life and death. If we want to destroy the immortal graveyard, we need to destroy the door of life and death first. Immortal zombie giant Sun sighed and left. It was because they saw through this. He and Fang Yuan had chosen to invade the door of life and death. Naturally, there were also many other reasons. This method can be broken, and we can separate the immortal graveyard from the door of life and death. But we don't have time. Let's go. Onwards to the crazed demon formation. Fang Yuan also turned around and left. The immortals did not delay as they followed closely behind. After the destruction of Primordial Domain, the 8th and 9th layer could be easily traveled to and fro. When Fang Yuan, immortal zombie giant Sun, and the rest once again arrived before the crazed demon formation, only 30% of this formation remained. A large number of truthful floating ice pieces were already melted. The remaining truthful floating ice pieces had expanded several times their previous size. Bam! Right at this time, a truthful floating ice piece suddenly detonated, turning into countless ice fragments. Most of the ice fragments dissipated on the spot, and a small portion floated towards the formation, joining other truthful floating ice pieces. In this battle, Primordial Domain was lost. Giant Sun, Star Constellation, and even Spectral Soul have already become supreme grandmasters. If these eternal life research results derived by the crazed demon formation for over 1,000,000 years are also seized by these people, that would truly be a crushing defeat. If I cannot compete for it, I might have to destroy the final truthful floating ice piece and let no one gain anything. Fang Yuan's gaze was icy as he charged towards the formation. The other Gu immortals also charged forward. This group contained the strongest people of the current world: Fang Yuan, Giant Sun, Paradise Earth, Qi Si, Zhanbu Du, Xinshang, Qi Ju, and Lu Weiyin. This lineup was truly horrifying and suffocating. Terrifying. Gu Yufang Zheng's face was pale. He felt the intense killing intent even inside Demon Judgment Board. Don't even think of it. Even under the huge pressure, Heavenly Court Gu immortals still walked forward. It was Duke Mei. Not only Duke Mei, Duke Tong, Golden Hooped Great Immortal, and others moved forward to block the path. Get lost. Immortal zombie giant Sun shouted coldly. Golden light bloomed, turning into a giant palm that sent several people flying. Hu Land appeared above Qi Si ancestor. Qi waves surged and turned into a Qi wall that blocked Ruan Dan and Fairy Maiden Soul. 7 fiendish primeval monarch attacked while riding on Shabi 95. Xinshang and Demon Immortal Qi Ju were stopped by the killer move, their momentum stopping immediately. Damn it! Demon Immortal Qi Ju furiously activated the killer move Shi, suppressing 7 fiendish primeval monarch. Xinshang attacked in coordination with a cold expression. 7 fiendish primeval monarch held on for a few breaths of time before he was killed by Qi Ju and Xinshang. Shabi 95 was also hacked into 2, dying on the spot. Although Heavenly Court's members were strong, they were too weak in front of Fang Yuan's group, of which the weakest was still at pseudo-venerable level. Moreover, they did not have the help of immortal formations or immortal Gu houses in this fight. They were using their lives to delay the enemies. In just a short while, Heavenly Court side suffered huge casualties. However, they also achieved their goal. Fang Yuan's group's momentum slowed down. Heavenly Court has the door of life and death and the immortal graveyard. So what if these Gu immortals died? They will revive soon without any loss to their battle strength. If we want to fight our way into the formation, we need to control a part of it. Lu Weiyin and Zhanbu Du called out. Starlight appeared. Before Lu Weiyin and Zhanbu Du could react, they were sent flying by the starlight. Starlight Specs, shown as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, revealed herself. She looked around and sighed. You are all too anxious. Crazed demon formation's derivations are at the final juncture. You cannot act recklessly. What will we do if limitless painstaking efforts of over 1,000,000 years are destroyed? Fang Yuan's expression was cold, while immortal zombie giant Sun smiled and said with his gaze fixed on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Since that is the case, I might as well wait for them. But we cannot waste time now. Star Constellation, let us settle this once and for all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze lingered. I would like to see your skills too. Please go ahead and make your move. The moment she finished speaking, the void fluctuated, stardust flew, creating vertical and horizontal starry paths, forming a grand chessboard. At the center of the chessboard was the crazed demon formation, while Heavenly Court, Fang Yuan, Longevity Heaven, and other Gu immortals were all inside the chessboard. Star Constellation chessboard. Immortal zombie giant Sun's eyes shone sharply. Paradise Earth smiled as he came to realization. So Star Constellation chessboard was an immortal Gu house, as well as an immortal formation. But there are no records of this transformation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable answered Paradise Earth. This was modified by me after I regained my Tao Lord status. Please do critique it. Qi ancestor attacked directly, without waiting for her to finish speaking. Qi surged and shook the surroundings. For a moment, starry paths vanished and stardust was swept away. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable threw down a chess piece. The chess piece turned into 9 Spiritual Fairy in midair. 9 Spiritual Fairy had already activated her transformation path killer move to turn into a kingfisher. She shot towards Qi ancestor with an astonishing speed. Qi ancestor fought with her. After 3 to 4 rounds, there was still no clear victor. 9 Spiritual Fairy was clearly strengthened by the formation. After 5 to 6 rounds, 9 Spiritual Fairy had already transformed 3 times, but was starting to fall into danger. But right at this time, chess pieces fell down. Wan Zihong, Bai Tsang Shui, Jun Xinguang, Zhou Xiong Xian, and other immortals attacked. The battlefield instantly turned chaotic. After just a few rounds, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun saw the ingenuity behind this. These Heavenly Court members were formation cores of Star Constellation chessboard formation. Under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control, their coordination was extremely good. As more and more Gu immortals entered the battle, the situation became increasingly chaotic, and Heavenly Court's advantage got bigger. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun snorted coldly. He broke free from the chaotic battlefield and charged directly towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not evade this time. She met Immortal Zombie Giant Sun head-on. A fight between 2 Venerables could be said to be unprecedented. Starlight flickered strongly, golden light spread. The whole battlefield was dyed golden and blue. The aftermath of the 2 Venerables' fight created a vast chi tide that was much worse than the past chi tides. On one end, there was a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, the 2nd generation Immortal King of Heavenly Court, an unmatched strategist with dazzling achievements. On the other end, there was the #1 person in Luck Path who changed the luck of countless lives. He controlled northern plains and spread his bloodline widely. They were evenly matched. Chapter 2199. Star Constellation's difficulty. All kinds of killer moves and methods were activated endlessly by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Some killer moves were domineering, spanning across heaven and earth. Some methods were exquisite and dazzling, splitting the universe. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was like a golden meteor, charging forward bravely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's body flickered as she moved around in Star Constellation chessboard formation, leaving behind starlight shadows that attacked Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Moreover, even when fighting, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was still controlling Star Constellation chessboard formation to help Heavenly Court members. Prince Feng Xian used Phoenix Flames. Bai Tsang Shui let out a large blue river. Flower petals rained down below Wan Zihong. All kinds of killer moves were used repeatedly, and under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's support, the conflicts between them were greatly reduced, forming waves of attacks that followed one after the other with short gaps between each other. Lu Weiyin and others got a feeling of Heavenly Court's attacks being continuous and unending. Fang Yuan frowned, commenting in his mind, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has astonishing wisdom path attainment. Even though Immortal Zombie Giant Sun is fighting her, he is not able to force out her limits. She still has the energy to support others and control the whole battlefield. So, from another angle, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun also hasn't used his full strength. The 2 Venerables were fighting. Although there were huge explosions and countless methods used, their power did not go beyond Qi ancestors who elevation killer move. Be they Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, they were wary of triggering limitless countermeasures. A Venerable's foundation was unfathomable. If any one side were to trigger limitless countermeasures, the other side would gain an advantage. Naturally, the important thing was that both Venerables wanted to obtain the eternal life research results. The value of this research was enormous to the point of being inestimable. In the deadlock between Venerables, if a Venerable could obtain the eternal life research results, they could likely break the balance and become the strongest among the Venerables. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were coveting the eternal life research results, so they had to restrain themselves right now. If they destroyed this formation in the midst of the intense battle, that would be a huge problem. They were not limitless. These truthful floating ice pieces were nurtured for over 1,000,000 years. If any one of them was destroyed, the Venerables would not be able to substitute it. Since it is so, Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly for a while. He suddenly commanded, Qi. Qi ancestor received the main body's voice transmission. He immediately used a killer move without hesitation. Immortal killer move, Hu elevation. The terrifying Qi path killer move descended once again. The immortals evaded immediately. Even the allied group of Qi Ju and Lu Wei Yin was the same. Are you insane? Aren't you afraid of triggering limitless retaliation again? No, maybe this is Fang Yuan's intention. Truly amazing. The Gu Immortals were bewildered for a while before coming to a realization. Lu Wei Yin's group was joyous, while the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were worried. Sure enough, at the next moment, chains appeared from thin air and bound Qi Si Ancestor. But the thing was, Qi Si Ancestor was currently on Star Constellation chessboard formation. Limitless countermeasures attacked Qi Si. They naturally would not leave Star Constellation chessboard formation out. Fang Yuan wanted to get the help of limitless countermeasures to break Star Constellation chessboard formation. But at the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly got away from Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Fang Yuan, your scheme is wonderful, but how could I have not prepared for such a huge flaw? Please take a look. The moment her words landed, starlight bloomed. Many of the horizontal and vertical starry paths moved and attached on limitless chains. After a few breaths of time, limitless chains were bound by starry paths and were under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control now. Star Constellation chessboard formation was not disturbed by limitless countermeasures. Instead, it made use of them. The strength of these chains were used to make Star Constellation chessboard formation even firmer. How could this be? Demon Immortal Qi Ju's expression changed. Lu Wei Yin said through gritted teeth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has prepared too well. Her infiltration of Crazed Demon Cave is too deep. This was not strange. After all, when Crazed Demon Cave was just constructed, Limitless Demon Venerable attacked Heavenly Court and made a bet with Star Constellation's will. That was to say, Heavenly Court had begun infiltrating Crazed Demon Cave the moment it was established. This infiltration lasted over 1,000,000 years. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun obtained Savage Wilderness Great World. His infiltration of Crazed Demon Cave was about 300,000 years or so. It was not even half the time of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's infiltration. Moreover, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path, which excelled in infiltrating. In Paradise Earth, Immortal Venerable's Yellow Earth Great World was only established over 100,000 years ago. As for Fang Yuan, he was the most miserable one. Although he came in touch with Crazed Demon Cave about 10 or so years ago, his infiltration time of the Crazed Demon formation was almost zero. If the door of life and death was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's home ground, then Crazed Demon Cave was over 50% the home ground of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun only had less than half the home ground advantage. Fang Yuan was like a guest. His understanding of Crazed Demon Cave mostly came from Paradise Earth's information. Star Constellation chessboard gained limitless chains, becoming even more powerful. Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were unafraid of death. They used their lives to tie down the pseudo-venerable opponents. After all, an Immortal Venerable was helping them. Naturally, they could not obstruct Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's main body moved towards the sky and joined Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's battle. As for Qi Si Ancestor, he was bound by the chains. He could not even be put back into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, and could only leave his protection to Zhanbu Du and others. Then, let's try this move. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze shining brightly. Immortal Killer Move. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. 5 Colored Light Qi rapidly spread from around Fang Yuan. Be they Heavenly Court Gu Immortals or Lu Wei Yin's group, they all retreated. They would suffer backlash every moment they fought in this 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. 5 regional walls were manifesting once again through Fang Yuan's hands. This move again. Prince Feng Xian and others gritted their teeth. This move came from Tao Zhu. It had repeatedly made things difficult for Heavenly Court during the Fate War and in thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Right now, it became Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's issue. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi was spreading in Star Constellation chessboard formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately felt its effects as she started suffering backlash. Those chains of limitless on starry paths began to shake, eager to take action. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi is suppressed in this formation. But it looks like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has not been able to find a way to break it. However, this method will trigger limitless countermeasures. Fang Yuan observed carefully. It was not strange for it to trigger limitless countermeasures. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi was the nemesis of Gu formations and Immortal Gu houses. The Crazed Demon formation was also restrained. Inside 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, the Crazed Demon formation would also suffer backlash, breaking apart eventually. Limitless arrangements would naturally detect this threat, so it was normal for 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi to trigger the countermeasures. This was why Fang Yuan did not use 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi earlier. As for the door of life and death, there were too many soul path Dao marks. Even 5 restriction profound light Qi would be suppressed. Moreover, even if the light Qi became dense and formed 5 regional walls, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and the rest would also be endangered. It was not worth it. But the current situation was different. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods were amazing. She actually used Star Constellation chessboard formation to forcibly merge limitless chains. At this stage, Fang Yuan suddenly used 5 restriction profound light Qi to oppose it. In an instant, the amount of things Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed to calculate increased by over 10 times. She had to deal with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, help Heavenly Court members fight the pseudo-Venerables, forcibly control limitless chains, and also accelerate the crazed demon formation to quickly produce eternal life research results. Now, Fang Yuan activated 5 restriction profound light Qi in Star Constellation chessboard formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to endure the backlash as well as suppress limitless chains. Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light Qi was of extreme threat to the crazed demon formation. Limitless chains were doing everything they could to shackle him. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable must suppress it. If she did not suppress it and let it take effect freely, it would severely interfere and ultimately destroy Star Constellation chessboard formation. Once the formation was destroyed, just these Heavenly Court Gu Immortals, even if they had the Immortal Graveyard, could not block the bloodthirsty pseudo-Venerables. At that time, even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable blocked Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan, she would not be able to guard the eternal life research results, and the pseudo-Venerables would gain them. There were no two ways about it. Heavenly Court had too little manpower after all. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived, her enemies were too numerous. 5 restriction profound light Qi. What an amazing move. Xinshang praised as he saw through the situation. Even he felt bad for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Chapter 2200. Luck Gamble. Fang Yuan activated 5 restriction profound light Qi, which inflicted backlash to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable at every moment. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed to suppress limitless chains and control them. She was basically protecting Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable heaved a deep sigh. Even if she was the #1 person in the wisdom path, she had more problems than she could cope with. From her point of view, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the strongest enemy in her life. She had to pay enough attention to him. Comparatively, Fang Yuan's threat was lower, but he could not be ignored. After all, many Venerables had invested in him. Even Star Constellations had invested in him when Spectral Soul refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Fang Yuan could not be left alone. If he was allowed to act as he pleased, he would give her huge problems. Having this understanding, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly took out Book Mountain. A chess piece flew out. It was Zhou Xiong Xin. Zhou Xiong Xin landed on the middle of the mountain and controlled it with all his strength. Book Mountain let out golden light. They were actually Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's Luck Path killer moves. These Luck Path killer moves attacked Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, stopping him temporarily. Almost at the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not activate Dang Hun Luo Pasil. This method was amplified by his countless Dao marks. It was far stronger than Hu elevation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could disregard the cost to retrieve Star Constellation chessboard formation and release limitless chains. Adding on the previous accumulated hatred towards 5 restriction profound light Qi, Fang Yuan would be fiercely shackled by limitless chains. His situation would be even worse than Qi ancestors. At that time, Fang Yuan would lose his battle strength. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could take out Star Constellation chessboard again and make the situation greatly advantageous for Heavenly Court. Naturally, in the process of Star Constellation chessboard being stored and taken out, it would be damaged, and even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would suffer damage. But how great would this damage be? According to Fang Yuan's estimation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could endure it. So, Fang Yuan did not attack. Instead, he retreated into the 5 restriction profound light Qi. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Fang Yuan's action was within her expectations. Information about Dang Hun Luo Pasil had already been transmitted from the door of life and death. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was slightly disappointed that Fang Yuan did not use this method. But Fang Yuan retreating into the 5 restriction profound light Qi made it convenient for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to take her next action. At the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave a cry. Hundreds of vertical and horizontal starry paths twisted and turned like water waves. They quickly gathered and weaved an azure sphere, covering all the 5 restriction profound light Qi and Fang Yuan inside. Fang Yuan was actually sealed. 5 restriction profound light chi was still continuing to spread, but the space inside the azure sphere was vast. It would take a long time to fill it completely. An excellent response. Fang Yuan praised. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Wisdom Path and Star Path to imitate Space Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not break 5 restriction profound light chi, but found a way to restrain it. This response was amazing. Not only did she use Star Constellation chessboard formation to a whole new level, there were extraordinary methods like Dao embroidery used as well. Fang Yuan was trapped, but he was not hurried. He waited for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's performance. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was extremely shrewd. He definitely realized Heavenly Court's weakness and his side's advantage. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the risk to deal with Fang Yuan. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had a good chance of success over on his end. On the contrary, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dealt with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Fang Yuan could make some arrangements. Although the strength of these cheap tricks was small, they would definitely cause great annoyance to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If they were not resolved immediately, these cheap tricks would become the key to suppressing Heavenly Court. Sure enough, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted. A giant wave of golden light pushed Book Mountain aside as it charged towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Book Mountain was sent flying like a meteor. Zhou Xiongxin, who was on the mountain, was already smashed to a pulp. This was the price of forcefully controlling Book Mountain. This rank 8 expert used all his strength, but only stopped Immortal Zombie Giant Sun for a few breaths of time. This was the case even when he had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had also restrained his strength to prevent damaging Limitless formation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun managed to get some free time. He immediately began preparing a method. This chance did not come easily. When he fought with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable earlier, they attacked constantly. He had no such chances. However, at the next moment, this killer move is finally complete. Golden Hooped Great Immortal suddenly appeared. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, you fooled me. I invited you to Heavenly Court as a guest, but you took the chance to make your arrangements. During the Fate War, Heavenly Court headquarters was ambushed by your longevity heaven. The moment he finished speaking, Golden Hooped Great Immortal used his life and all his cultivation to activate a killer move. The mysterious light shone down and fell on Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's head, turning into a golden hoop. The golden hoop bound Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's forehead, causing his mind and body to turn slightly sluggish. A female immortal appeared behind Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. It was Qin Dingling. Giant Sun, I am repaying you for all the humiliation you have given me back then. Qin Dingling shouted, slamming her hands on Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's back. Immortal Killer Move, Luck Gamble. A black and white goo worm resembling a die flew out of Qin Dingling's phantom aperture. It rolled rapidly before coming to a stop. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, 3. The die goo worm rolled once again before coming to a stop, revealing a number on its surface. Qin Dingling, 5. Bam! In an instant, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's vast luck was transferred to Qin Dingling. Qin Dingling's body shook, her face reddened, and her teeth clattered together. She could only endure with all her strength and had no strength to fight for the moment. Back then, when I forcibly took away a portion of Crazed Demon Cave's thieving heaven true inheritance, a mysterious immortal goo escaped. I could not catch it in time. It seems like it was obtained by you in the end. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun came to a realization. Qin Dingling perspired profusely as she took in the endless luck while replying with hatred. To deal with you, I gave up on Metal Path. I sealed and buried myself deep under the earth in a metal coffin, cultivating in seclusion as I comprehended Luck Path. During these 300,000 years, this gamble goo was attracted to me and came to the metal coffin one day. From that moment, I realized this was the backlash of you forcefully taking thieving heaven's true inheritance. It is also my fortuitous encounter to take revenge. Gamble. Gamble, let us gamble with our lives. The intense golden light around Immortal Zombie Giant Sun dimmed rapidly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression turned solemn. The foundation of his combat system was based on powerful and prosperous luck. He had all kinds of killer moves that helped him to maintain positive and powerful luck. For instance, the unforeseen disaster killer move he used in the Door of Life and Death to extract his bad luck to deal with the enemy. Although it reduced the size of his luck path methods quickly restored it. On the whole, his luck became even better. Once Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's positive luck was stronger than the enemy's, his defense, offense, healing, and other aspects would also rise based on the difference, always being higher than his enemy's. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's methods were extremely powerful and exquisite. Under the support of such a combat system, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was invincible. His luck path methods had never been spread, How could other Gu Immortals seize his luck? Most Gu Immortals' luck would fall to rock bottom within 10 or so rounds, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's strength would continue to rise. While it looked like Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was in a stalemate with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the fact was that he had already accumulated a huge advantage in terms of luck. At the final juncture, when the crazed demon formation stops and the eternal life research results emerge, without limitless retaliation anymore, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could erupt with extreme strength. But now, Qin Dingling dug at his foundation. Qin Dingling had almost performed a miracle. Just based on Gamble Gu, thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's retaliation would not be able to accomplish this. Just Qin Dingling alone also could not accomplish this. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements and schemes alone could not dig at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's foundation. But these three factors joined to achieve a miracle-like achievement. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun immediately activated a killer move. His thoughts increased and collided rapidly. I fell for Star Constellation's scheme. She had already prepared this trump card to deal with me, but just did not have a chance before. When Fang Yuan used 5 restriction Profound Light Qi, she saw the chance. She intentionally left to deal with Fang Yuan, even throwing out Book Mountain. It was just to show me weakness. She succeeded after all. Book Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, but in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes, it was only a chess piece that could be casually thrown. In fact, many Heavenly Court members on Star Constellation chessboard formation were all Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's chess pieces. Even Fang Yuan was used by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to lure Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Just like how Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took Heavenly Court as his enemy, Heavenly Court also considered Longevity Heaven and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun as an obstacle. Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan was very strong, even destroying Fate Gu, he was selected by Heaven's will and received the help of Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also made arrangements for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a chess piece. Even if Fang Yuan's ambition was huge, wanting to become a refinement path Venerable, turning into a player from a chess piece, Primordial domain was already destroyed. How could he become refinement path Demon Venerable? If he could not become Venerable, even if he had more Dao marks, he would only be a pseudo-Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already returned to being Dao Lords. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left Fang Yuan and returned to fight Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday Go. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable pointed at Qin Dingling. Star Constellation chessboard formation activated. The chess piece Qin Dingling immediately disappeared on the spot and appeared at the edge of the battlefield. The killer move Luck Gamble was already activated. Qin Dingling had completed this crucial part. Luck Gamble. After Qin Dingling recovered, she activated the killer move again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun 3. Qin Dingling 2. Boom. At this time, Qin Dingling's luck surged out and transferred back to Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Luck Gamble killer move's power was like this. It could not be controlled by people. The numbers determined victory or defeat, but the outcome was determined randomly. Even Qin Dingling, who was the user, could not influence it.